Today we are going to start SQL, which means structured query language. Structured query language. Why is it called as structured query language? Why is it called as structured query language? Because it is going to store the structured format of data. Structured format of data. Which means data will be stored in on proper structure, which is in tabular format, which is nothing but of table format. Tabular format. First, let us discuss about this tabular format because this is the basic. Even if you have idea on Excel sheet, you will be known how data will be stored in table format. What does this table contains? What does this table contains? Data, how is it arranged? It will be arranged in rows and columns. In tabular format, data will be arranged in rows and columns. Data will be arranged in rows and columns. Let us take a sample table. Let us take a sample table, which is called student table, where I am storing student details. Here I have columns called student ID, name, age, and gender. These are the columns that I have. Let us consider I have 4 students. Their student IDs are 1, 2, 3, and 4. Names: Ram, Sana, John, and Peter. Some random names. Okay, this is my student table. It is arranged in one structured format. Are you able to understand this table? This data is arranged in structured format in rows and columns. Are you able to understand this data? If you want Ram details, what will be his details? What is? Yeah, Ram student ID is 1, age is 21, and gender is male. You are able to get all the details, right, for of each and every person. You are able to understand the structure of the table. Now, what is row and what is column? What is row and what is column? Yeah, column is a field, and if you want to fetch the details, all the details of one particular person, it is called a row. This particular thing, which is vertical, is called column. For example, gender is a column. In technical terminology, we will call it as attribute. 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 And also we will call it as field. Column is a place where we will store the data of one similar particular data type. Column is a place where we will store similar data of one particular data type. All this data is of text data type. In this gender column, I am using only text data type. I am not using any numbers. For example, for one person, I am not giving gender as 1, 2, 3, or any other number. I am giving only male and female, which is text. I am giving similar values. Column is a place where we will store similar values of one particular data type. Here in gender column, even if I give name, it will take, because name is also text, right? Name is also text, but we have to give similar values, related values. There should be relativity. In name column, if we give gender, it will take. Instead of Ram, if I give male, it will take, because both are text data types. But we have to give similar values. We have to give similar or specified values, related values. What is row? Row is also called as a record. In technical terminology, we will call it as instance. This technical terminology will be useful for you in any exams. If you are attending for any exams, they will be asking you as attribute and instance. They will not mention as row and column. To confuse you, they will ask you as attribute and instance. Instance. Row will store all the details of one row will store all the details of one particular person. One row will store all the details of one particular person. These are 4 rows. We have 4 rows of values. If you go to row 1, it will store all the details of Ram. If you go row 2, all the details of Sana. Row 3, all the details of John. Row 4, all the details of Peter. If you go row wise, it will store all the details of one particular person. This is called a row. If you want only specified field, you have to go column wise. If you want all the details of specified person, you have to go row wise. This is called tabular format. Arrangement of data in rows and column is called tabular format. This is structured format of data. Okay. Then what is data? What is data? Yeah, if you want to store any information or details, it will be called as data. If you want to store any information or details of any person or object, it will be called as a data. Person, object, or any transaction, it will be called as a data. Why do you need to store this information? Why do you need to store this information? Yeah, for future references, we have to store this information because we can't remember all the vast information, right? For example, one member is maintaining Amazon application. If 10 orders occurred, he can remember all the 10 orders. Oh, this person purchased one order, this person purchased one order. If daily 50 lakhs orders are coming, how can he remember all the orders? It is not possible, right? If one person ordered iPhone and he got mango, he ordered iPhone in some online store and he got mango. He complained it. I ordered iPhone and I got mango. Who knows what he ordered? If we don't store data, how can we know that what he ordered? Daily 50 lakh people are ordering. Who knows? He ordered mango only. We don't know, right? To get accurate information for future reference, we have to store the data. For future reference, we have to store the data. Even after 6 months, if you go to recent orders or previous old orders, you will get all your previous order details. Even in your bank, they will store all your transactions. Even if after 1 year, if you want to print all the bank statement, you can print. If they don't store the details, how can you print your statement, previous transactions details? Where will this data store? Where will this data store? Yeah, we don't know about database on that. Normal, we have data. Yeah, Excel sheet only, Excel sheet or database, whatever it might be. We have some data. We have some data. Where will it get stored? It will store in any physical storage. Okay, any physical storage like hard disk or some server storage, whatever it might be. Yeah, hard disk. Hard disk. We will consider it as some physical storage. Let us discuss about server as we involved in discussing with server. What is a server? Server is nothing but it is also a storage. It is also a storage which can be accessed through internet. In this server, we can install any application, we can upload movies, we can upload videos, whatever we want. We can store anything, like our laptop only. If you want to store videos, you can store in servers. If you want to store Excel sheets, you can store in server. If you want to store database things, you can store in server. If you want to install any applications, you can install in server. It is nothing but physical storage which you can access through internet. To access your server, you need internet definitely. This server will be provided by some cloud provider. Sometimes you can install your own servers also. If your company is little bit vast and they have a lot of money, they can install their own servers and they can maintain on premises. If it is a small startup or something, they will take some rental servers from cloud providers like AWS, Azure and all. Where will these servers present? Do you ever listen about data centers? Data centers, Microsoft data center, Google data centers. I think there is Microsoft data center in Bangalore. Data center is nothing but in that particular data centers, they will have only hard disks and all. Hard disks and server connections. They will take a lot of hard disks and they will provide the storage for you for rental. You can access those storage through internet. You can access the storage of those hard disks in rental. We are not going to discuss about this in deeper as we are not going to work on cloud. Okay, we are storing data in hard disk. In which format it will store the data? For example, if you want to store any data in a mission, in which format it will store the data? For example, you want to store movie or any text file or any document file or any audio file. In which format it will store the data? It will store the data in binary format or mission understandable language. You can consider it as zeros, ones, and some symbols. Data will be stored in binary format. Zeros, ones, and some symbols. It is also called as mission understandable language or mission language. Mission will understand only this particular language. If you try to open any corrupted file or anything, it will be showing only zeros, ones, and some symbols. If you try to open anytime any corrupted file, it will be showing only zeros, ones, and any symbols because mission is unable to encrypt it. Mission is unable to decode it. The code present in which is present in binary language got corrupted. This particular language is called mission language, not machine learning, mission language. Okay, we are storing data in binary format. If I give you any text file, text data, which is in binary format, which is in zeros, ones, and some symbols, will you understand it? It will not contain any other things except zeros, ones, and the symbols. Will not contain any other. Will understand this particular format of text or anything? No one will understand. If you got any specialization on binary data, you can understand little bit. If you don't have any idea on binary format of data, you will not understand this. Then we need in human readable format, like normal table or normal Excel sheet in English with normal text in some human readable language. We need data in some format, not in binary thing. Then what should we need? I need to convert this mission language into human readable format. For this particular purpose, we need some software, which is also called as operating system. Operating system or software. This software will convert that mission understandable language into human readable format. If you are able to see any video, if you are able to listen any audio, if you are able to read any text in your laptop, it is encrypted or it is decoded by operating system. In system storage, it will be stored in binary format. In the storage or hard disk, it will be stored in binary format. It is decoding or encrypting by operating system, and it is shown in human readable format. Similarly, by using MS Word, is it possible to access any video? MS Word. Can you play video in MS Word? No. Can you play any video in Excel application? Yeah, that is what I'm saying. We can't play video in Excel sheets or MS Word. We can't open Excel sheet in VLC player. Why can't we? Because we have different extensions of files. Similarly, if you want to access database files, which means .SQL format of files, any name after that, it will be end with .SQL extension. Extension means .mp4, mp3. After file format, there will be one extension, right? mp3. Yeah, file format. Yeah, this extension is given for specified application. If they are maintaining specified format of data, they are giving specified extension for it. For example, if they are maintaining video data, they are giving mp4. For audio, they are giving mp3. Like that, they are giving different formats of data. So doc, Excel, exe, like that. We have different extensions of data. Similarly, if you want to access .SQL format of data, you need some specified tool or application. For accessing video, you are using VLC player. For accessing Excel sheet, you are using Excel application. For accessing text file, you are accessing Word document. Like that, if you want to access .SQL format of file, you need one software called as any SQL tool. All these SQL tools will work only on SQL. SQL is one language, query language. You can consider it as small programming language, not completely programming language. It don't contain any codes and all. It will be similar to English. It is readable even if you are able to read it. If you read it, you will understand it. But there will be small logics and all. You have to understand them. This SQL is a query language. All these SQL tools will work only on SQL data, .SQL format of data, which means to access video, we don't have only VLC player, right? We have MX player, we have different formats of players. Like that, we have multiple applications for accessing SQL. Like that, we have multiple applications for accessing SQL. Let me tell you what are the applications we have on SQL. SQL tools. What are the SQL tools we have? MySQL and PL SQL. These are the two tools which are designed by the company called Oracle. It's not Oracle and all, Oracle. Oracle. Why they designed two tools means MySQL is user friendly. The interface in MySQL will be user friendly. UI, user interface will be very easy in MySQL. If you want to go a little bit complex, you can access PLS. Both tools will be working on SQL only. And both tools are designed by same company called Oracle. After that, we have Microsoft SQL Server, which is designed by Microsoft itself. After that, we have one more different, it is not a relational database, which is IMS, Information Management System, which is designed by IBM. This IBM people first started storing the data in IMS format. First, they started storing the data. This is the first storage database. First format of database. Now it is not at all used. Only few companies are using this format of data. But they started at the beginning. They realized that we want to store each and every data in system or storage. And we have to start one particular software for that. That particular thing is called IMS. This is the first thing which is started by IBM. After that, we have a lot of things like PostgreSQL, and we have SQLite, and different formats, different tools are there. A lot of tools are there on SQL. SQL means SQL is related to RDBMS. Different formats of database is also there. MongoDB is also non-relational database. No. Tools means just to access that database. I will tell you what is database and all. Tools means just to access the database. By using these tools, you can work on database. You can see your database. All these tools will work on only one language called SQL. Except this. This is separate format of database, which is first format of data in
Recording in progress.
Yeah. What is a folder? Folder is a place where we can store some data. This database is also like a folder. This folder will give access for us to store some data, right? It might be video, it might be Excel sheet, it might be Word. Anything we can store in this folder. This database is also like a folder. Database is a storage container. Storage container is nothing but a folder. In one specified folder, we can put one type of objects. In another folder, we will put different objects. Like that, if we want to create multiple folders, you can create multiple databases and you can store any number of files in it. Database is a storage container where we can create table. insert data into the table, insert data into the table, update or modify existing data present in the table, and delete the data from the table. Update or modify any existing data which is already present in the table, and also to delete the data from the table. By using this database, we can create or we can access for multiple database objects also. This database, we can create multiple database objects also. You need not to worry about all these multiple database objects, which are views, stored, procedures, cursors, triggers, functions, and all. We will discuss about them later. Among all the database objects, table is the first database object. First, we have to know how to create table, how to insert data into the table, how to delete data, how to delete existing data, how to modify the data. All these things we have to understand first, and how to print the data. After learning all these things, we will go to remaining database objects. We will go to remaining database objects, where we will write small programming things on that. First part, all this table will carry 50% of the weightage, where we will discuss only the basic things, which will be very easy like English. Need not worry. Any person who knows English, who is able to understand English, can able to create these tables and can write queries. And remaining 50%, it will be little bit logical. It is also easy. It will be same query we will write here also, but we will use small logics. That's all. And we have to fetch we have to print the data also. Printing data will take most of the question. Creating table, inserting, updating, deleting will take only 10%. Remaining 40% will be fetching the data. How to fetch the data from tables, printing the data. Okay, database is a storage container like a folder where we can get access to all these. In the next 5 minutes, let me show you how to create database and how to create table in MySQL Workbench. You need not to install, you need not to have any application. Today I am just showing you how easy it will be. MySQL Workbench application would be like this. In next session, we can install the application. No, we need not to install any further application. While installation, I will explain how to install the application. All of you get your laptops in next session, because installation process will take some time. We will spend some time and we can install together. All of us install together. And all of you bring laptops regularly, because I will give last 45 minutes, 30 to 45 minutes to work on SQL. Okay. Let me create one database called student database. Student database. For creating database in MySQL, we have a command called create. Create. I will tell you what are these commands and how to work on these commands. For creating database, we have command called create. For creating anything in SQL, we have same command called create. For creating database, create database. Database name. We have to give that database name. I want to create this specified database. I want to create student database. Okay. Is it visible now? create database, student database. After completing the query, you have to give semicolon. Create database, student database. Semicolon. At the end of the query, after completing each and every query, we have to give semicolon. It is mandatory. Create database, student database. Is it any difficult? Is there any difficulty in the normal English only? No, it is folder. Folder name. Folder, like folder database will be created. Database is nothing but a folder. We can store a lot of tables in the database. Yeah, I will show you how to do. Yeah, names will not allow spaces. I will tell you, names will not allow spaces in SQL. Only between commands we have to give spaces. Create database, student database. Yeah, I am creating this thing. Query got executed. Here in the output, you can see this. Green tick symbol means successfully executed. Okay. I am going to next lines. We can leave a number of lines. For readability, I'm leaving one line. Here, if you refresh schemas, all these are folders. If you refresh these schemas, new database will come with student database name. This is now I created this particular thing. Now I selected the school database. Student database is not selected. The database which is selected will be highlighted with bold letters. The database which is selected will be highlighted in bold letters. See, school text is in bold letters, all the remaining text is in normal letters. If you want to select student database or if you want to select any specified database in SQL, you have to execute the command called use database name. Use database name. Use student database. After that, semicolon. No. Yeah, you can give any name to the database. It's our wish. You can give student DB. No. This black color thing is not the code. This blue color thing is commands of SQL. After explaining about commands, you will understand. This is just to understand how to execute the query and all. If we don't mention semicolon after every query, for the next query, it will throw a red color into one. Even if you execute this query, it will throw error because it will consider as up to here, it is the same query. These three lines are of same query. Only if you give semicolon, it will consider that query completed. This is next query. If you don't give semicolon, it will complete the whole thing as single query and it will give you errors, syntax errors. After every query, you have to give semicolon. If I execute this second thing, this student database is selected. Now you can check it. Student database got highlighted. In this database, we have multiple database objects like tables, views, stored procedures, and functions. Let me create one database called student database. Student database. For creating database in MySQL, we have a command called create. Create. I will tell you what are these commands and how to work on these commands. For creating database, we have command called create. For creating anything in SQL, we have same command called create. For creating database, create database name. We have to give that database name. I want to create this specified database. I want to create student database. Okay. Is it visible now? create database, student database. After completing the query, you have to give semicolon. Create database, student database. Semicolon. At the end of the query, after completing each and every query, we have to give semicolon. It is mandatory. Create database, student database. Is it any difficult? Is there any difficulty in the normal English one? No, it is folder. Folder name. Folder, like folder, database will be created. Database is nothing but a folder. We can store a lot of tables in the database. Yeah, I will show you how to do. Yeah, names will not allow spaces. I will tell you, names will not allow spaces in SQL. Only between commands we have to give spaces. Create database, student database. Yeah, I am creating this thing. Query got executed. Here in the output, you can see this. Green tick symbol means successfully executed. Okay. I am going to next lines. We can leave a number of lines. For readability, I'm leaving one line. Here, if you refresh schemas, all these are folders. If you refresh these schemas, new database will come with student database name. This is reason now I created this particular thing. Now I selected the school database. Student database is not selected. The database which is selected will be highlighted with bold letters. The database which is selected will be highlighted in bold letters. See, school text is in bold letters, all the remaining text is in normal letters. If you want to select student database, or if you want to select any specified database in SQL, you have to execute the command called use database name. Use database name. Use student database. After that, semicolon. No. Yeah, you can give any name to the database. It's our wish. You can give student DB. No. This black color thing is not the code. This blue color thing is commands of SQL. After explaining about commands, you will understand. This is just to understand how to execute the query and all. If we don't mention semicolon after every query, for the next query, it will throw a red color into one. Even if you execute this query, it will throw error because it will consider as up to here, it is the same query. These 3 lines are of same query. Only if you give semicolon, it will consider that query completed. This is next query. If you don't give semicolon, it will complete the whole thing as single query and it will give you errors, syntax errors. After every query, you have to give semicolon. If I execute this second thing, this student database is selected. Now you can check. Student database got highlighted. In this database, we have multiple database objects like tables, views, stored procedures, and functions. Are you able to see? If you open this database, tables, views, stored procedures, and functions. First, we are going to deal with tables. After that, we are going to deal with views, stored procedures, functions, and multiple other database objects are also there. We will work on them. First, we are going to see about tables. For creating database, we have a command called create database. Similarly, for creating tables, we have a command called create table. Here, if you see in this database, no tables are there. Only empty tables, views, stored procedures, and functions. Everything is empty. If you have any tables, near tables, there will be arrow mark. In school database, there are tables. That's why after tables, there is small arrow mark just before the tables. You can expand these tables and you can see what are the tables which are present in school database. Here, we don't have any expansion button as we don't have any tables. We are using this student database now. In this particular folder, I want to create table now. In this particular database or folder, I want to create table. Let me create table called student details. For creating database, we have a command called create database. For creating table, Create table. Create table. Student details. Student details. After creating this thing, you have to give parentheses, and in between these parentheses, you have to give what are the columns which are present in this table with their data types. In student table, I am storing 4 columns called student ID, name, age, gender. You have to mention the specified column names and the type of data which it is storing, which means you have to mention its data type also. Where it is student details. After that, we have to give parentheses. In between parentheses, you can give column names. You can write in single line also. Here also we can give column names, but for readability, I am writing in multiple. Create table student details. In between parentheses, we have to give column names. I am taking ID as first column, and it is storing integer, which means number. ID integer. Don't worry about data types also. I will explain you what are the data types that we have in SQL. Name. I am taking character or Varchar. You can take anything. Character of 20. Yeah, I will explain. It is the maximum capacity of that particular column. I will tell you why we are giving 20 and all. While explaining data types, I will explain all these things. Age, which is again integer. This is normal basic thing. Here we are using only integer and character data type. We have multiple data types further. We have a lot of data types. After explaining about data types, we will change these data types. This is sample table. We will delete it. Gender. I am taking character of 10. These are the 4 columns which are present in table. After specifying each and every column, we have to separate with comma. For the last column, you should not give any comma. After creating all this thing, we have to click on Control Enter to execute. After each and every query, you have to click on Control Enter. After the semicolon, after the ending of each and every query, we will give semicolon. After semicolon, you have to click on Control and Enter at the same time to execute. I executed this specified table. Okay, table got executed successfully. Here, nothing is shown because these schemas are not refreshed. For refreshing this, near this schema's name, parallelly, we will have small refresh button. Here we will have small refresh button. If we click on this refresh button, see, I got some expansion button near tables. For student database, near tables, I got some expansion button. If I expand it, I can see the table name, student details. I created student details table, right? I can see the same name here. If I expand it again, I can see what are the columns present in it. If I expand it, ID, name, age, and gender. With all the columns, I created this student details table. Okay. Now I want to see the data which is present in the table. I want to print my table. It is just executed. I didn't saw my table, right? Yeah, I will insert values, but I want to see empty table here. At least I created the table. I want to see the empty table. I will tell you how to insert values. Table name. Column. For column names also, you should not give space. Here it is column name and it is data type. Between column name and data type, you have to give space. But in between name, you should not give space. If the column name is student ID, you should give it as student ID completely. You should not give student space ID. Okay, let us see how to print the data. You need not to worry about any of the query syntax or anything. This is just the basic session. I am showing you how it will work, where it will store on them. To print the data which is present in the table, or to print the table, we will have a query called select. Select star. Star means all. We can give column names also. If we are giving all column names, query will become lengthy. Instead of that, I can mention star. Star means all. You can give select ID, select name, select age, select gender. Like that also you can give. Select ID, age, name, age, gender. Like that we can give. But we need not to return that write that much lengthy, because we have star, which means all the columns. From table name, student details. Select star from student details. If we execute this particular thing, we will be able to print our table. This is the table that we created. Yeah, we can execute by using Thunder button also, but you have to select the query. You have to select this query and you have to execute. It is difficult, right? While typing, it is better to type Control Enter. If you click Thunder button without selecting anything, it will execute all the queries which you written. I created the database already. If I execute this thing, from first it will execute all the things. I got error. Can't create database, student database again. Student database already present. If you create one folder in your hard disk with the same name, is it possible to create another folder? No, it is not possible. Similarly, if you created any database with the same name, we can't create one more database. It is throwing an error called can't create database. Student database already exists because it is executing queries from beginning again. If you want to execute only single query, you have to select this query and you have to click on this Thunder button. It is very difficult. It is better to click on Control and Enter. Control and Enter. Which thing? No query. We don't have any query. We have to select this particular query and we have to click on Thunder button here. For each and every query, if it is multi-line query, we can't select the whole thing exactly and we have to click on Thunder button. Yeah, that's why. It is better to click Control Enter after the query without selecting. After that, to insert data into the table. We have a command called insert. To insert data, we have a command called insert. Insert into. You have to mention table name, which is student details. Insert into student details. You have to mention values. And in the parenthesis, you have to give values for each and every column in the same order. In the same order, you have to give. You have to give values in the same order. First one is ID. I am taking ID number 1. Name Ram. Age 21. Yeah, text data you have to give in single quotes or double quotes also. And gender, male. After completing the query, we have to just click on Control N. This value got inserted. If we execute select star from student details, we will get that particular record in the table. Control Enter to execute the query. For executing any query, we have to use the same thing. Insert into student details, values. These are the values of one record. By using one insert query, we can insert multiple values also. We will see how it will work in further sessions. We can insert a single record, we can insert multiple records, and we have different methods of inserting data. This is how we can create table in SQL. Small thing, easy thing. Okay. If we insert if we write single insert query, and if we insert multiple values also, the table will get multiple values. You can give multiple values also. Yeah, I will tell you how it works in real time, because we will not insert data manually. It will come automatically. But we have to create tables and we have to check once how this data is taken. Yeah, in the same thing. In the same query, now we can't insert. If we insert, it will get duplicate values. After executing, we have to write one more query. 1 minute. I am showing one more query. So I am taking value number 2. Name is Sana. Age 23. Gender female. Okay. If you want to give multiple values also, we can. With comma as separation, we can give multiple values also. I can give value number 3. John. Age 22. And gender male. We can give multiple values also. I will tell you how to use these commands. You don't worry about these commands and all. Just see how it is working. If you execute select star from student details, we inserted 3 values. All the 3 values we are able to print them. Okay, guys, this is for today. Just search for MySQL workbench. MySQL workbench. Yeah, the same option. Go to the first website, MySQL workbench. Yeah. In MySQL workbench, it is in mysql.com page. Click on downloads at the top. Yeah, downloads. Yeah. Here, scroll down. Yeah. At the end, you have something called MySQL Community GPL downloads. Yeah. Click on that particular link. Yeah. Here in the left side, you have something called MySQL installer for Windows. At the left side. Yeah. Click on it.
Okay.
Yeah. Click on download near 2.4 MB version. 2.4 MB version. Yeah. Download. Scroll down. This MySQL is a product of Oracle. You can see the company logo and all here. Oracle at the rate of 2023 Oracle, like that. If you want, you can sign up so that you can get future updates of MySQL Workbench in your mail as notification. Or else just click on no thanks, just start my download. Yeah, you can click on it. A small application will be installed. Just click on that particular application. You will get a notification to give access. Give permission there. Here in this option, click on custom at the end. Click on next. Here in the products, available products, expand MySQL servers. Click on plus button. Yeah. Again, expand MySQL server. Again, expand MySQL Server 8.0. Select the first product. Click on the first thing, which is the latest product of MySQL. Just click on right side arrow mark, which is in green color. Click on it. Okay. Click on minus or collapse the things. No. Minus. In available products, click on minus. Click on minus again. Close MySQL. MySQL servers collapse. Expand applications now. Expand applications. Expand MySQL workbench. Expand MySQL workbench 8.0. Choose the first product. Select it. Click on right side arrow. Okay. Now click on the checkbox, which is below products to be installed. Click on the checkbox. Click on it. Now click on next. Click on execute. No need to check there. No need to check. Click on execute. Click on install. Close. Click on close. Click on next. Click on execute. Click on next again. Next. Click on next again. All the products were selected. Click on next. Click on execute. Click on next. Click on next. Click on next again. Click on next again. Next. Next again. Next. Here, give one password. Give a password that you can remember. You can give like 1, 2, 3, 4. You repeat the same password. Okay. Click on next. Next again. Next again. Click on execute. Execute. Yeah, click on finish now. Click on next. Click on finish again. Your installation got completed. In your system, MySQL workbench will be open. Yeah, expand into full screen. Expand it into full screen. Yeah. Just click on local instance MySQL 80. Yeah, click on it. You will be asking for a password. Yeah, enter your password. The password which you gave. Click on OK. Yeah. This is the user interface of MySQL Workbench application. In it, we need not to use this MySQL additions. In the right side, there is one particular page called SQL additions, right? We will not use this particular thing. That's why in the right side topmost thing, there are three blue color icons. Yeah. Turn off the last thing. Yeah. Turn off the last thing. Okay. We will not use that particular page. That's why turn off the last thing. And here we are in administration mode by default. Here we are in administration mode. We are not working for system SQL admin. We are working for developer. That's why click on schemas. Schemas. Yeah. Today's session, we are going to learn about SQL commands. SQL commands. When it comes to commands, commands are useful to interact with the database. If you want to tell something to your database, if you want to tell database to create a table, you have to give some command. To interact or to communicate with the database, we have something called commands. Commands are useful to interact or communicate with the database. When it comes to SQL, we have 5 types of command languages. 5 types of command languages. They are DDL, Data Definition Language. DDL, Data Definition Language. DML, Data Manipulation Language. DML, Data Manipulation Language. DQL, Data Query Language. DQL, Data Query Language. TCL, Transaction Control Language. Transaction Control Language. And also DCL, Data Control Language. Data Control Language. We have DDL, Data Definition Language. DML, Data Manipulation Language. DQL, Data Query Language. TCL, Transaction Control Language. And DCL, Data Control Language. These are the 5 types of command languages which are present in SQL. Among them, in DDL, we have multiple commands called create, alter, drop, truncate. Create, alter, drop, truncate. Create, alter, drop truncate. We have one more thing called rename, which can also be used in alter also. Rename. These are the DDL commands we have in SQL. Okay. When it comes to DDL, what is the first command? Create. Create. Create is used to create database, table, or any other database objects. Create is used to create database, table, and other database objects. Table is also one of the most important database object. Similarly, we have multiple database objects like views, stored procedures, functions, cursors, triggers, and all. For creating any database object, we have a command called create. For example, for creating database, we have to use create database and we have to do database name. For creating table, create table, table name. Like that. For creating view, create view, view name. Like that, we have to use this create command. For suppose we have a table with 4 columns. Already we went through this student table, right? Student ID, name, age. I have 3 columns. Okay, I have student details with this following columns. Now, I want to add one more column called gender to the table. I created this table by using create command. I already created this table. Now I want to add one more column called gender. Table is already created. Now I want to add one more column to it. Gender or phone number, whatever it might be. I want to add few more columns. What can I do? I have to use the command called alter. Alter. Alter is used to modify the structure of the table or any database object. Modify the structure of the table or any database object. Alter is used to modify the structure of the table and any other database objects. And other database objects. They are view stored procedure. After table, we will discuss about this database. Table is also the first database object. Table is also one of the database object, which will take 50% of the portion. Is most important database object. We have multiple other database objects also, like view stored procedures and all. We will discuss about them later after completing about table. In brackets, you can keep like add column to existing table. If table is already existing, if you want to add one more column, you can add that column or remove column from existing table. Even if you want to remove any existing column, you can remove it. No rows. Not rows. We can rename the columns also. We can rename if we give some data type to the column. If the data type is not sufficient, we can change data types also. After alter, we have something called drop. Drop is used to remove table from database. Drop is used to remove table from database. And also to remove database from the system. If you want to remove table from your database, you can drop that particular table. Table will be removed from the database completely. And also you can remove database from the system. We can also drop other database objects like views and all. For removing anything from your system, if you don't want it, if you don't want this particular table which is already created, you want to remove it, you have to give drop table name. Table will be removed from the system completely. Sorry, table will be removed from the database completely. First thing, where will any data store? Data will be stored in hard disk. Any data. In hard disk, we are creating one database. Database is nothing but of a folder, like a folder, which will allow us to create table to do some database functionalities. I created one database. This is database. This is hard disk. In this database, I have multiple tables. If I deleted this table, from where this table is getting deleted? From database or something else? From database. If I remove this table, if I deleted this table, it is getting deleted from database. If I deleted this database, where it is getting deleted from? Hard disk. Same thing. To remove table from database or database from system. But we should not use the terminology called delete here, because for delete command there is some other function. We have something next command called truncate. Truncate is used to remove all records present in the table at the same time in single step. Truncate is used to delete or to remove. To delete all records present in the table in single step. In single step. It will delete all the records present in table only in single step. It will not take multiple steps. If you use truncate table name, it will remove all the records, all the values present in the table only in single step. After using truncate, you will have empty table. Empty table. Empty table will be there. All the values will be removed in single step. Yeah. No, will not. Okay, I will tell you that particular thing. We are using truncate. All records present in the table will be removed or deleted in a single step. An empty table will be remain. After using truncate, only we will have empty table. No values will be present in table. Even if you have 1 crore records, everything will be deleted in single step. Headings, yeah, column names will be there. Empty table will be there. Table structure will be as usual. Column names and all will be there. But values will not be there. All these values will be removed. Values will be removed. Only empty table will be there, like student ID, name, age, and yeah. To remove table from database, not data. If you use drop, even column names will also not present. Completely table will be removed. Table will not exist. But after using truncate, table will be there, but values will not present. These are the most important DDL commands we have. We will discuss about rename also. Create, alter, drop, and truncate. Okay. Among these commands, for creating anything, we use some command called create. What is the command for creating database? Create database, database name. Create database, database name. I am taking it as practice. Database name is practice. Create database and give one database name. After creating this particular database, while writing queries in MySQL Workbench, every query should be end with semicolon. You have to give semicolon after each and every query. After creating this database, if we have multiple databases in SQL, in real time, we will be working with 20 or 30 databases parallelly. We will have multiple databases. No, not case sensitive. Not case sensitive. You can use any case. After creating databases, if you have multiple databases and you want to work in one specified database, you can't write next query directly. You have to use one specified database. For using one specified database, you have a command called use database name. For example, I want to use practice database. I have to run use practice. Use practice. Use practice. After selecting one database, now I want to create one table in the database. I want to create one table in the database. For creating a table in the database, we have command called create table. For creating database, create database. For creating table, create table. Create table. Now I am taking table name as student table. Table. After writing table name, we have to open and close the parenthesis and give semicolon. In between these parentheses, we have to give column names and their data types. For example, in this student table, I have 4 columns called student ID, age, student ID, name, age. I have these three columns. I have to give data type for age. I have to give data type for age. I have to give data type for name. I have to give data type for student ID. I have to give data types for all these three columns. To give data types, we have to learn the concept called data types in SQL. Data types. When it comes to SQL, mainly we will use three formats of data. Formats, not the data types. Three formats of data. The first one is number format. Second one is text format. Third thing is date and time format. In SQL, we are going to use mainly these three formats of data. The first one is number format. Second one is text format. Third one is date and time format. In number format, we have two different types of data types, which are integer value, which is nothing but of whole numbers, 1, 2, 3, normal numbers. You can give any number. And fractional values. Fractional values. Here we have some decimal value like 1.2, 1.3. We are going to have some decimal value after the point. These things are called fractional values. For storing these fractional values, we have separate data type. For storing integer values, we have separate data type. Already we are storing only integer value. Why do we need separate data types again? Based on the storage capacity. For example, if your maximum number is 500, you are storing the maximum number called 500. If you are using lot of storage for storing the number called 500, remaining storage will be wasted, right? Remaining storage will be wasted. That's why here, based on the storage capacity, we have multiple data types. I will explain how it will differ. Here we have first thing called Tinyint. Tinyint. In this integer data types, first thing is called Tinyint. When it comes to this Tinyint, it will take 1 byte storage. 1 byte storage. Sorry. 1 byte storage. Will take 1 byte of storage. One MB is equal to 1 megabyte. We have idea on MB and GB, right? 1 MB is equal to 1 megabyte. 1 megabyte is equal to 1024 bytes. 1024 bytes. Tinyint will store the data of 1 byte. Will take the storage of 1 byte for storing each value. If you are storing one value in Tinyint column, it will take 1 byte storage. 1 byte is equal to 8 bits. If you cut off 1 byte again, it will become 8 bits. 1 byte is equal to 8 bits. To calculate the maximum storage capacity, we have a formula called 2 power n minus 1. 2 power n minus 1. Where n is equal to number of bits. N is equal to number of bits. To calculate maximum storage value or maximum storage capacity of this particular data type. Number of bits. 2 power n minus 1. Here, what is the n value? 8 number of bits. 8 bits. 2 power 8 minus 1 is the storage capacity of Tinyint, which is equal to 255. 2 power 8 is equal to 256 minus 1, 255. You need not to worry about these calculations. Just remember what is the maximum capacity of Tinyint. That's all. What is the maximum capacity of Tinyint? 255. Just for understanding, from 0 to 255, it can store the values. If you give 300 into Tinyint, it can't accept. It will throw you an error called you are exceeding the limit. The maximum capacity of Tinyint is 255. It will take only 1 byte storage. After Tinyint, we have something called SmallInt. SmallInt. The maximum capacity of SmallInt is 32K, something around 32,000. You need not to remember these values and all. Just remember SmallInt can store the value up to 32,000. Maximum value is 30. You can't tell 0 because you can store negative values out. Minus 32K to plus 32K. After that, we have something called integer. The maximum capacity of this integer is 200 crores, something around 200 crores. It is a 10 digits number which starts with 2. Not exactly 200 crores. 200 crores, some lakhs is there. I didn't remember the value exactly. Almost equal to 200 crores. If you are trying to enter 300 crore value, it will not allow. And we have something called BigInt. BigInt. The maximum capacity of BigInt is 2 power 64 minus 1. 2 power 64 minus 1. People are unable to calculate this particular value. That's why they didn't give. Now, I want to store a phone number value. In which data type can I store a phone number? Integer. No. Integer is a 10 digits number which starts with 2. Our phone number will start with 6, 7, 8 or 9. The minimum value of a phone number in India will be 600 crores. Make it your bank balance. Your bank balance should become more than your phone number. Integer is unable to store phone number because it is a 10 digits number which starts with 2. So we have to use BigInt. Anyhow, we are not storing phone number in this integer data types. But I am giving an example. If you want to store phone number in integer data type, we can't store. For example, if Ratan Tata came to my bank, I am maintaining one bank database. Ratan Tata came to my bank and he wants to save 1,000 crores in my bank. Is it possible to save his money by using integer data type? No, because it can accept only value of 200 crores. Can't accept 1,000 crores. That's why I have to use BigInt. BigInt. Yeah. 2 power n minus 1, right? It is storing 8 bytes of storage. It is taking 8 bytes of storage. 1 byte is equal to 8 bits. 8 bytes is equal to 64 bits. One byte is equal to 8 bits. 8 bytes is equal to 64 bits. Okay, 2 power 64 minus 1. 2 power n minus 1, right? 2 power 64 minus 1. You need not to remember all these calculations, not this. And after that, we have something called fractional data types. We have something called fractional data types. When it comes to this fractional data types, we have something called float. We have something called float. In fractional data types, we have something called float. Double, float, double, and decimal. These are the three data types we have in fractional form. Float, double, and decimal. When it comes to float, it can store the maximum data of 16 digits before or after the point. It might be one point, and after the point you can have 15 values, or you can have 15 values and after the point you can have only one value. The maximum length number of digits should be 16 before or after the point. For example, you are writing 1.2222, something like that. The maximum number of digits can be 16 before or after the point. If you have only one value before the point, you can have 15 more digits after the point. If you have 5 digits before the point, you can have 11 digits after the point. Like that. Total number of digits can be 16. We are using whole numbers, right? Why are we using fractional data types again? For accuracy. For accuracy. For example, if you are calculating a length of one bench, it is approximately 1 meter. 1 meter. You want to cut it you want to cut one more bench in the same size accurately. You can't take rounding value like 1.5, 1 meter like that, right? You want to calculate the accurate measurement. You want to calculate accurate measurement. If it is 1.2, 1.25 something, by using float data type, we can store it. Double is nothing but of double the capacity of float. How many digits it can store? 32 digits. Double is nothing but of double the capacity of float. 32 digits. 32 digits. When it comes to decimal, this decimal also can store 32 digits only. You can ask me, already we have something called double, which can store 32 digits. Why again decimal? It's same 32 digits. Because this decimal data type will not allow rounding. Decimal data type will not allow rounding. For example, in float data type, you have value called 9.9. What will it become if you round this value? If you round this value, it will become 10. If you round to nearby value, it will become 10. If you have 9.2, it will become 9. If value is after point is more than 5, it will go to next value. If it is less than or equal to 5, it will go to previous value. Okay, it will become 9. Similarly, if you check your bank balance, it will show in paisas also. For example, if you have 1000.50 paise, it will be in paisa also. If I round all the people bank balance to previous value, in India, almost 100 crore account holders are there. 100 crore account holders are there. If I round all their balance to previous value, if it is 100.50 paise, I will round it to 100. No one will worry about 50 paise rate. If I round like that, yeah. If I round it to previous value, even if I take 50 paise from each person, my bank balance will become 50 crores. 50 paise from 100 crore people. 50 crore man. Yeah. I will get 50 crore. For 50 paise, no people will fight in India. No one will call to bank why my 50 paise was deducted. Right. Even if I round it, I can get 50 crore. That's why we should not allow a secured value to get rounding. If it is value like money, or if it is any value of NASA or ISRO, people of NASA and ISRO are doing any measurements of any rocket or something. We can't round it. We can't take approximately put this length. Rocket will go to Bay of Bengal. Rocket is successfully launched in Bay of Bengal. Like that, we should not allow that particular values to round. This decimal data type will not allow rounding. Whenever you have more secured values, you will use decimal data type. When it comes to float and double data types, we can round them. We can round them to previous value or next value. If you don't want to round it, you have to use decimal data type. These are the number data types we have in SQL. Integer. So in integer, we have Tinyint, SmallInt, int, BigInt. Maximum capacity of Tinyint 255. SmallInt 32K. Int 200 crore. BigInt 2 power 64 minus 1. When it comes to float, it can store maximum capacity of 16 digits. Double can store 32 digits, double the capacity of float. Decimal, it is also 32 digits, but it will not allow rounding. These are the number data types. Based on our requirement, we will choose one of the data type. Which data type is used for phone number? If I want to store phone number in integer data type, which data type can I use? BigInt, because phone number will be around it will be more than 600 crores. Phone number will be more than 600 crores if we calculate it. For which column can I use Tinyint data type? Maximum value is 255. More than 255 I can't store. For which column can I use? Age. Can I use it for age column? Tinyint. Can I use it for age column? Yes, right. Age can't be more than 255. I can use for age column. For which column can I use SmallInt? If you have any IDs or something, you are not expecting students more than 32,000 or something, then you can use data type called SmallInt. When can we use BigInt? Yeah, something like account number or PIN code, 6 digits PIN code or this type of things will be there. Right? We will use integer data type for storing them. What is the purpose of using BigInt? For storing black money. If there is lot of amount which is more than 200 crore, we have to use BigInt. like phone number. Yeah. Mobile number is a 10 digits number which starts with 6 or more than that letter, right? Mobile number in India, the least starting number will be 6. No mobile number will start with 5. Yes, yes or no? Mobile number will start with 6, 7, 8 or 9. Mobile numbers will start with 6 also. If it is a 6 digits, if it is starting with 6 and if it is a 10 digits number, it is exceeding 600 crores. 2 digits number which, 10 digits number which starts with 2 means 200 crores. What if 10 digits number which starts with 6 becomes 600 crores, right? Same. If it is more than 200 crore, integer can't store it. If it is 300 crores or 400 crores, integer can't store it. That's why we have to use something called BigInt. These are the number data types. In tomorrow's session, once again, I will explain this number data types very quickly. And also I will explain text and date and time data types. Okay, guys, thank you for the session. In today's session, let us discuss about remaining formats of data, which is text. In text format, we have 3 data types, which are char, varchar, and text itself as data type. Char, varchar, and text. While inserting these text data types in SQL, you have to give them in single quotation marks. For example, you are inserting the name called Ram. You have to give it in single quotation marks. Yeah, you can use double quotes also. In most of the cases, MySQL will support single quotes only. It is better to follow only single quotes. When it comes to this char and varchar, they will allow maximum 255 characters. Like integer, they will allow maximum 255 characters. If the length of text is more than 255, this char and varchar data type will not allow. The maximum length of text will be 255 characters. And also, while writing this data type for a column, you should also write the maximum capacity of that particular column. Should also write the maximum capacity of that particular column. For example, if you are choosing name as the column, name is your column. For both char and varchar, I will use name column. For this name column, I am giving data type. Name will store only text, right? What will be the maximum length of any name for a person or something? 20 letters or 25 letters. For safety, I am taking 30 letters. Maximum length of any name can be 30 letters. Yes, sir. I am taking care of 30. Here I am taking varchar of 30. For the same column, I am using 2 different data types. Both will allow the text. Then what is the difference between char and varchar? Yeah, let me explain you. For example, I took a name called Ram here. Both in char data type column and varchar data type column. How many characters are there in the name called Ram? There are 3 characters. We have 3 characters. Here also I have 3 characters. But when you take this character data type, as you take char of 30, as you are allotting space for 30 letters. For every value, it will take the space of 30 letters. Even if it is a 3 letters word, it will take the space for 30 letters. Like a classroom. Here I have one classroom where I have 30 seats. 30 seats. Even if 3 students come, there will be 30 seats. Even if 1 student come, there will be 30 seats like that one. Even if 29 students come, 30 seats will be like that one. Even if 30 students come, 30 seats will be there. For 31 student, it is not sufficient. It is only 30 student capacity classroom. Even if 10 people come, there will be 30 seats as usual. Remaining seats will be empty. That's all. Even if I am taking 3-letter word, it will take space for 30 characters because it will assign 30 characters space for each and every value present in that particular column. Even if you take a 4-letter word, for example, let me take Sana. It is a 4-letter word. Even it will assign 30 character space. It will assign 30 character space. This is characters. This is character data type. It is fixed length. Fixed length data type. Fixed length data type. Okay. When it comes to Varchar, it will assign the storage based on input. Maximum length of the text allowed is 30 characters. You are trying to enter letter, character or text which is more than 30 characters, it will not allow. Here, as I took Varchar of 30, maximum length of the text allowed is 30 characters. It will not allow the text which is more than 30 characters. But if you are inserting a 3-letter word, it will allot space only for 3 letters. If you are inserting a 4-letter word, it will allot space only for 4 letters. Varchar will assign storage based on input. Varchar means variable storage character. Variable storage character. What meant? Space. Yeah. Here we are allowing students of 30 people, but I am not allowing them any seats. I am not giving students any seats. I am arranging seats somewhere in the storage. If any student is coming, he should bring his chair and he should sit. If 3 people are coming, there will be only 3 chairs. One more people is coming into the class, he should bring the chair. I am not giving chairs to them. Based on the input value, we will assign storage. We are not assigning the storage as fixed value. Yeah, let me explain you that. I'm going to explain the same thing. For example, we have 2 columns, same name columns with 2 different data types, with char and varchar. This character data type is fixed length. Even if it is a 3-letter word, it is assigning storage for 30 letters. If this person came to me, he told me his full name is Ram Prasad. Ram Prasad. 10 letters. Space also will be considered as a character. Totally 10 letters word. If I update this Ram to Ram Prasad, if I change this value to Ram Prasad, as they are storage for 30 characters, as I am assigning seats for 30 people, even if 10 people comes, they can sit comfortably. No problem. They can come and sit directly. Right? Here now there is only 3 people. I assign seating for 30 people. Even if 3 people are replaced with 10 people, they can come and sit comfortably. When it comes to Varchar, I assign storage only for 3 people based on the input. Only 3 people are coming, only they got their chairs. Only seating is arranged only for 3 people. What if 7 more people comes? I want to add 7 more characters, right? Totally 10 characters. No. if 7 more people comes, they have to bring their own chairs first and they have to get seated. It is allowed, but it will reload the storage. Storage is not assigned. Storage is not pre-assigned. It should reload additional storage. It needs storage for 7 more characters included with space. It should reload the storage for 7 more characters. Reload the storage. It will reload the storage from hard disk and it will assign those 7 characters. It can add space for those 7 characters also. When it comes to char and varchar, which will save the storage? Which will save the storage? Varchar will save the storage because it is taking, we are taking for 3 letters word, it is taking storage only for 3 characters. 3 characters. When it comes to 4 letters word, it is taking storage only for 4 characters. Whereas when it comes to char, it is fixed length. If you assign char of 30, it will take 30 letters storage for all the values. Even if you are giving 3 letters word, it will take storage for 30 letters. Varchar will save the storage. Varchar will save the storage. If I want to update the value in char and varchar columns, which one will update quickly? Char will update quickly. As there is storage for the remaining characters also, it will update quickly. If I am already arranging the chairs for you, you can come and sit quickly, right? If I ask you to bring chair and sit here, first you have to search for chair. You should get your chair, then you have to sit. Here it is going to search for storage. It is taking storage permissions. It is allotting storage. Then it is updating value. Which one will update quickly? Character will update quickly. As I have already lot of storage present in that particular value, it will update quickly. When it comes to varchar, it should reload the storage and it will update the value. It will take some time. It will also update in seconds, but when it comes compares, char will apply very quickly. It will take few seconds. Like that. When it comes to crores of records, we are storing data of crores of people. We will not use character data type for for saving the storage, but we will use character data type for regularly updating column. If we are giving access to customer to change his name regularly. For example, I am giving permission to customer. He can change his name regularly. Whenever he wants, he can change his name. For example, your LinkedIn profile or Naukri profile. If you created your Naukri profile, you can change your name regularly. One day you can give your nickname, one day you can change it to short name, one day you can give full name. Whatever you want, you can update it regularly. So I am allowing the customer to update their value regularly. I will use character data type, regularly updating column. For a not regularly updating column, we will use data type called varchar, non-regularly updating column or non-updating column. Yeah, you can use non-regularly updating column. If crores of people are trying to update this value in varchar data type, database servers will feel very difficulty to assign the storage. Your database will become very slow because it will be reloading the storage only. It will keep on reloading storage because crores of people are continuously updating values. Right? You will be reloading the storage continuously. Your database will become slow if you are using this varchar for regularly updating column. In general purpose, for which column we will use this varchar data type? Example. Name we will allow for updating. Any person can update his name. Here also we can update, but not regularly updating. Can I use for gender column? Will people ask for updating their gender? Do anyone want to change their gender or update their gender? No. Gender is a text data type, right? No one will update their gender. Even if they are, it will be 1 in crores or 10 crores or 100 crores. Yes or no? No one will update regularly. For gender column, I can use varchar data type. Like this, if you have any columns which are not regularly updating, then you can use varchar data type. If you have any column which are regularly updating, then you have to use character data type. This character is fixed length data type. Even if you are taking 10 characters or 10 letters or 20 letters word, it will assign the storage based on the data type. If you are taking character of 30, it will assign 30 letters storage for every value. If you are taking varchar, it will assign storage based on the input value. It is variable storage data type based on the input value. Okay. Then why do we have one more data type called text? This char and varchar data types can store only 255 characters. Char and varchar data types can store only maximum up to 255 characters. Then what should you do if you want to store something called 1000 characters? For example, in any application or something, you have some option called feedback, where you can give feedback in 1000 letters or 2000 letters. Which data type can you use? If you are using character or varchar, you can type only maximum 255 characters. If you want to write feedback of 1000 letters or 2000 letters, which data type should you use? We have to use text data type. If you are using lengthy text, we have text data type. Here in text data type, we can store GBs of data. Even if you want to store a book, you can store a book. If you want to store the whole text which is present in a book, you can store a book also, complete book also. GBs of data will take up to 1 GB or 2 GB of text it can store. After this text data types, we have one more format called date and time. Date and time. We have one more format called date and time. In this date and time, we have 3 data types called date, time, and date time. Date time together. Date time and date time. Most of the times we will use date and time combinedly. Date and time combinedly we will use. When it comes to date, it will store only date in such a format called year, month, and day. YY, MM, and TD. Year, month, and day. 2023 04 12. Like this, it will store the date format of data. When it comes to the similarity between text and date time format of data, these both data types should be given in single quotation. If you are inserting data of date time data type or text data type, you have to give them in single quotation. Any date time data type, you have to give them in single quotation. When it comes to time will store in hours, minutes, and seconds, regular format only. Hours, minutes, and seconds. You should store this particular thing also in single quotation. When it comes to date, time, data type, it will store both date and time together. It will store both date and time together. You can store like this. Year, month, day, hour, minutes, seconds. Everything will be stored. Most of the times, we will use this date, time, data type. We will use this date and time together. These are the data types which we will use most of the times in SQL. First, we have number data types. In that number data types, we have two different types, which are integer and fractional values. In integer, we have Tinyint, SmallInt, int, and BigInt. Based on the storage capacity, we have four different data types, which are called Tinyint, SmallInt, int, and BigInt. After that, we have fractional data types. In that fractional data types, we have three data types again: float, double, and decimal. Float can store the maximum 16 digits value. Double the capacity of float, which is 32 digits. Decimal also can store 32 digits value, but it will not allow rounding. After that, we have text format of data. In text format of data, we have three data types, which are char, varchar, and text. Char and varchar can store the maximum of 255 characters. But when it comes to the difference between char and varchar, char is a fixed length data type, whereas varchar is variable length based on the input. When it comes to the text data type, if you want to store any lengthy text, which is more than 255 characters, we will use this text as data type. After that, we have something called date and time data types. Date and time data types. In date data type, we can store only date. In time, we will store only time. In date time, we will store both date and time together. These are the data types we have in SQL. This is the table that we created, right? I think this is the table that we created before. Let me use this particular database, student database, where I have only one table called student details. For removing table from database, what is the command that we have? Removing table from database, drop. The syntax for using drop is drop table name. Drop table student details. I am removing this table from database, student details. Now this table is present in student database. You can check here. In student database, if I expand tables, I have one table called student details. If I am using drop table student details, and if I execute it successfully, where is this table? This table went off. I removed that table from database permanently. If I execute select star from student details, it will throw an error like table does not exist. See the error message. I got a error code 1146. Table student database dot student details doesn't exist. Table is not there. Okay. We created one database called student database by using create command. After that, I want to create a table. I want to create a table. Create table student details. For ID, I gave data type as integer. For name, I gave data type as character. For age, I gave data type as integer. Is it correct? For age, is it correct to give integer data type? Because integer data type will consume 7 bytes of storage. What is the maximum capacity of integer? Maximum capacity of integer 200 crores. For BigInt, we have to the power of 64 minus 1. What is the capacity of integer? Something around 200 crores. Is age going to store 200 crores value? No. Even it is dinosaur, it is not possible. For age, I am giving the data type called Tinyint, which will take only 1 byte storage. This integer will take almost 7 byte storage. Which one is saving storage for you? Tinyint. We are using normally. If you are a normal user, if you are a non-technical person, you can use any of the data types for practice. Now you are a technical person. You have to save the storage. For gender, which data type can I use? Can I use char data type, which will allow for regularly updating? And char data type will also consume lot more storage. I have to use Varchar. Now let me create the table. Table is created. So execute select star from student details. I have table with ID, name, age, and gender column. I will insert the same values. ID number 1, name is Ram, age 21, gender male. This varchar is also a text data type which we should enter in single quotation marks. I will insert all the 3 values as usual. So I execute select star from student details. I will get my table in the output. I will get my table in the output. Okay. Beyond this create is used to create the table, right? Create database and create table. We used one command called insert to insert the values into the table. To insert values into the table, we used one more command called insert. This insert will come under DML. After DDL, we have something called DML. Data manipulation language. Data manipulation language. This DML, which is a format which deals with values. DDL will deals with the structure of the table. DML will deals with values. DML will deals with values. In DML, we have 3 commands called insert, update, and delete. It will work only on values. It will not work on table structure or column names. It will not work on names or anything. It will not work on structure. It will work only on values. Insert is used to insert records into the table. We will insert values row wise. We will insert record of 1 person, 2nd person, like that. Insert is used to insert records into the table. When it comes to the syntax of this insert, we have in such a way like insert into table name. I want to insert values into this particular table. Insert into table name. You have to give table name, your table name, whatever the table name it might be, you have to give it. Values, and you have to give values for each and every column. If you have 5 columns, in the same order, you have to give values, 5 values. You have ID, name, you have to give one name, ID, name, age, and gender. You have to give all the values for each and every column. You should not avoid any value. We can insert single value or multiple values at the same time. We can insert single record or multiple records at the same time. By using the same insert query, we can insert single record or multiple records at the same time. By using single insert query, we can insert single record or multiple records at the same time. By using comma as separator between record and record. See, in this insert query, I am inserting only one value. Insert into student details, values 1, student ID 1, name Ram, age 21, male. Here in the second insert query, insert into student details, values, I am inserting the details of Sana and John, 2 people separately. First, I gave the values for Sana, comma, in another bracket, I gave values for John. Student ID number 2, Sana, age 23, gender female. I closed the brackets. I closed the parentheses for one value. I gave comma and I gave values for one more person called John. I inserted 2 records of 2 different people. I inserted 2 records in single insert query. One, two like this. Yeah, here also we can give. I'm showing here we can insert single value. We can insert multiple values also in same line, in same insert query. This type of inserting data is called implicit inserting. Implicit inserting. This type of inserting data is called implicit inserting. We have one more type of inserting data which is called explicit inserting. Explicit inserting. If you are inserting data for all the columns present in the table, it will be called as implicit inserting. If you are inserting data for specified columns, here you are inserting data for all the columns present in the table. In this student table, I have 4 columns. I am inserting values for 4 columns, all the columns. Here I have 4 columns and I am inserting values for all the 4 columns. These types of inserting is called implicit inserting. If you want to insert data only for specified columns, this will be called as explicit inserting. If you have data of one particular person, he or she didn't give his age details. I don't have his age. What should I do? I can't enter data for his age column, right? I can't give his him or her a random age like 35 or 45. I should not give a random age. I can't guess any age and I can't give them. I have to give values only for the remaining columns. Let me show you. What are the remaining columns we have except age? Insert into student details. After that, you have to mention those remaining column names: ID, name, gender. These are the 3 remaining columns I have. I am giving ID number 4, name Priya. I don't have her age. Removing age. Gender is female. Here I am inserting data only for these 3 specified columns. In the last session, we were discussing about DML commands. DML commands. In the DML commands, we discussed about insert. Insert is used to insert records into the table. We have to insert values row wise, row by row. We can insert single row or multiple rows at the same time. We have 2 types of inserting. What are they? Implicit and explicit inserting. What is implicit inserting? If we are giving data for all the columns in single record, it is called implicit inserting. If we are inserting data only for the specified columns, if we don't have data for all the columns and we are inserting data only for the specified columns, then it will be called as explicit inserting. In explicit inserting, for the remaining columns, the values will be null. It will be taken by SQL itself. For remaining columns, you are giving values only for the specified columns, right? For the remaining columns, values will be null. Values will be null. Is taken by SQL itself. Automatically, SQL will take null values for the remaining columns for which you didn't give values. This is about insert command. What is the syntax for writing insert? Insert into table name, values, and you have to give values. We are giving only for the specified columns. Insert into table name. After table name, you have to mention column names of those specified columns, and in values you have to give values in the same order of the columns. You have to mention specified column names, and in values you have to give values in the same order of the column names. After insert, we have something called update. Update is used to modify existing value, to modify or to change the existing value. It will change only values. It will not change any column names or table names or any other things. It will change it. It will be used only to update the values. Update is used to modify existing value. For writing update, we have syntax called update table name. You have to tell SQL that I am updating this particular specified table. Update table name. You have to give your table name. This is the table name which you are updating. Set column name is equal to you are changing value in specified column, right? Set column name is equal to you have to give new value or updated value. Updated value. Old value will be replaced by this particular value. Set column name is equal to you want to change the value present in the column to this value. Set column name equal to this updated value, where you have to tell for which person you want to change this value. There will be multiple people, right? For which person you want to give that specified value. Where is used to filter the data. Where condition is used to filter the data. If you want to fetch only the data of one particular person among multiple people, if you want to fetch the data of one particular person among multiple people, you have to use where condition. Where is used to filter the data. For example, where student ID is equal to 1. I will give where student ID is equal to 1. For student ID is equal to 1, it will change the updated value. It will change the updated value. Okay, let us open the workbench. All of you open your workbench. First thing what you want to do after opening your database, what is the first thing that you want to do? No, you have to use your database. You have to tell SQL that in this particular database I am going to work. By default, I am in this banking database. SQL gave some random database by default. Your banking database is chosen. But in which database they are my tables? My tables are present. In student database, I created student table, student details table. I am working on this particular database. Whenever you are opening workbench, first thing you have to choose is on which database you want to work. If you execute select star from student details when you are selecting banking database, it will throw error like no database selected or table does not exist. Already one database is selected, right? In this particular database, there is no table called student table. It will throw the error called student details does not exist. Let me show you. If I execute select star from student details, table banking database dot student details doesn't exist. It is not present in banking database. It is present in some other database called student database. First, you have to choose the database. After that, you can work on that particular database. Without choosing the database, if you execute the query, it will throw you error. You will get continuous errors. Yeah, your database is already selected. By default, for me, banking database is selected. If it is selected, it will come. If it is in some other database, yeah, we have to select the query, use database. We are working on multiple databases. If some other database is selected, and if you want to change the database, you have to execute use database name. This is the first thing that you want to do. Use database name. Then this particular student database will be selected. For the selected database, the text will be in bold letters. For the selected database, the text will be in bold letters. You have to choose use database name. The student database is selected. Now if I execute select star from student details, I will get output. I will get output. I inserted some value. As I don't have the age value of Priya, I didn't insert it. After insert, what is the command? Update. What is the purpose of using update? To update the existing value present in the table. Update can't update any. Update can't update any table name, column name, or anything. It can update only the values present in the table. Now, this person Ram came to me. Student ID 1 Ram came to me. He told that his full name is Ram Prasad. I want to change his name. What I will do? Update student details. I am updating this particular table, which is called student details. Set. I want to set name column. I want to set the value in name column. I want to set the value as Ram Prasad. Yeah. Update student details. Set name is equal to Ram Prasad. Where for whom I am updating? For student ID 1 person. For student ID 1 person, I am updating. For ID number 1 person, I am updating name is equal to Ram Prasad. From Ram to Ram Prasad. Where ID is equal to 1. For ID is equal to 1 person, I am updating the name from Ram to Ram Prasad. You need not to give a whole name. Set name is equal to Ram Prasad. You are changing name to Ram Prasad. For the person whose ID is equal to 1. If you execute this query for the first time, you will get a error called you are using safe updates mode. For the most of the people, you will get. If you are not using for the first time, you will not get out. Yeah, you have to filter the data based on some value. You have to mention that you are changing only for round. Which value is useful to fetch only the details of round. If there is another person whose age is 21, for him also name will be changed to Ram. You want to fetch the value where you can fetch only the details. You have to give the value where you can fetch only the details of Ram. By using student ID 1, I can fetch the details of Ram. That's why we have IDs. If you have any IDs, we can fetch details of only that particular person. Update student details, set name is equal to Ram Prasad, where ID is equal to 1. Wherever the ID is equal to 1, I want to update the name is equal to Ram Prasad. If we execute this query, for the first time, we will get a error called you are using safe updates mode. You are using safe update. You can read this particular error. You are using safe update mode and you try to update a value. We are using where condition also, but it is showing that without where condition at all. We are using safe update mode. What is this safe update mode? When it comes to this safe update mode, for the first time when you are updating any value in SQL, SQL will give you a warning error. This is not syntax wrong or not query wrong, nothing. It will give you a warning error. If you update any value, you will lose the previous value. If you update the name from Ram to Ram Prasad, you will lose the name called Ram. If I update the name Ram to Tarun, I will lose the previous value, which is called Ram. I will lose the previous data. It is not possible to get back that data. That's why it will give us a safety update. will give us a safety update. You are using safe updates mode. If you are updating any value, you will lose the data. Even if you are deleting any value, you will lose the data. For update and delete, for both these commands, it will give us a safety error. You have to tell the SQL that I know about update command. I am updating value based on the customer request. I know why am I updating the data. I should update the data. It's mandatory as I want to change the value. You have to tell it to SQL, turn off my safety updates. I don't have any problem. I know how to update the data. I have my data security. Turn off the safety updates. I will write update command as usual. For turning off that, you have to write set SQL underscore safe underscore updates equal to 0. Set SQL underscore safe underscore updates equal to 0. If you execute this particular commands, SQL will turn off the safety update. Equal to 0 means turn off. Equal to 1 means turn on. What means? No, we need not to turn off. We turn off, we can execute this update and delete queries. Otherwise, it will be keep on giving safety update mode. First, execute this set SQL safe updates is equal to 0. After that, execute the update query. It is updated. After that, yes, check select star from student details. For student ID 1, name is Ram Prasad. After this update, if you are updating for the first time, you will get the safety update error or safety warning error. Safety warning error. While updating for first time. To turn off this, you have to execute set SQL underscore safe underscore updates is equal to 0. Equal to 0 and semicolon. After that, click on Control Enter. After turning off safety updates, you can execute update query. After that, we have one more command in DML, which is called as delete. Delete. Updates equal to 0. After that, we have one more command called delete. What is the purpose of using truncate? Truncate. Truncate is used to delete all the records present in the table at the same time. You can't delete one record, or you can't delete two records, or you can't delete three records. Truncate is used to delete all records in single step, in one step. In single step, it will delete all the records at the same time. After using truncate, you will have only empty table. You will not have any values. Only structure of the table will be there. You will not have any values. When it comes to delete, delete is used to delete single value, delete single record, We can delete multiple records at the same time also. Delete is used to delete single record. If you want to delete only the details of one particular person, you can use delete. If you want to delete multiple people, if you want to delete the details of 2 or 3 people, you can use delete. We can delete multiple records. And we can also delete all the records present in the table. All records. We can delete all the records by using both delete and truncate. But when it comes to the difference, delete will delete the records row by row. It will not delete all the records in single step. It will delete values row by row. That's why delete will work slowly when compared to truncate. Truncate will delete all the values at single time. But this delete will delete the records, all the records row by row, one by one. That's why it will execute little bit slowly. If you want to delete all the values present in the table, you have to use truncate, because delete will take a lot of time. As it is executing row by row, if you have crores of values, it will take a lot of time to execute one by one. When it comes to delete, if you are using delete, you can undo. If you deleted any value by mistake, you can undo. Undo means you can get back the data by using transaction control language. By using transaction control language, TCL. By using transaction control language. By using transaction control language, we are using undo. No, we can't undo in truncate, because truncate will delete all the data in single step. It will be very quickly, and we can't do undo if you are using truncate. Truncate will not support any undo, but delete will support undo. That's why in real time we will prefer only delete. Most of the times we will not delete all the values. We will delete only selected records or multiple records. Even if we are deleting all the values, we will prefer undo. Delete, because we can undo if we are using delete command. If we are using delete, we can do undo. Undo means if we delete some other person's details by mistake. For example, in bank, there will be a lot of account holders. I am deleting the details of one particular account holder. He gave his account ID. Based on his account ID, I am deleting the data of that particular person. While typing the account ID, I gave one number mistake. What will happen if I execute the delete? It will delete the details of some other person. Account ID is 112356. In mistake, I executed 112256. It will delete the details of some other person. How can I get back his details? I have to do undo, right? By using transaction control language, I can do undo, and I can get back his data. I can get back his data, and I will rectify, I will modify the query, and I will. Syntax of undo. I will tell the TCL control language. Undo is not the command. We have some different command to do undo, which is called rollback. I will explain how it goes. For deleting any value from one particular table, we have the command called delete from table name. Delete from table name. Table name. Where you have to tell whose details are you deleting. Better to give ID in where condition always. To filter the data of person or object, better to give ID, because there will be multiple persons with single name also. ID will be unique for each and every person. For example, there will be only one person with one Aadhaar card ID, but there will be multiple persons with same name. If you are deleting value based on name, there might be more than one person with the same name. It will delete all their details. That's why it will be familiar to use ID while using delete. Yeah, where delete from table name, where ID is equal to 1. ID is equal to 1. It will delete the details of only ID number 1 person. It will not delete any remaining people details. You have multiple records to delete. You want to delete 3 or 4 values at the same time. Yeah, it can delete. It will delete the data of only one particular person. You want to fetch from customer. Someone will ask you to delete the data. Otherwise, why will you delete? You created crores of accounts in your bank. For SBI, there are 1 crore customers. Let us think for SBI, there are 1 crore customers. Why will you delete their data? If one person came to your bank, if he asked to deactivate his account, if he asked to remove his account, if he give his account ID, then only you will use delete. He is giving his account ID, right? Delete from account details where account ID is equal to, you will give his account ID. It will delete the details of only that particular person. If he don't ask, if he don't give details, how can you delete the data? Based on his requirement, we will delete. Yeah, we can delete multiple values. No, I will tell you. Delete from table name. If you want to delete multiple values, details of multiple peoples, we have to write where ID in is used to take multiple values. Equal to can take only one value. Equal to can take only one value. Where ID in 1, 2, 3. You gave these 3 values. It will delete details of these 3 people at the same time. Where ID in 1, 2, 3. Let me delete one particular value by using delete command. I am deleting the details of ID number 4. Okay, ID number 4. I don't have her complete details. That's why I am deleting the data. Delete from delete from student details where ID equal to 4. Where ID equal to 4. If I execute this particular query, it will student details. Typo mistake, sorry guys. Delete from student details where ID is equal to 4. If I execute this particular query, details of student ID number 4 will be deleted. If I execute select star from student details, only 3 people details will be there. Student ID 4 details were deleted. Yeah, if you want to delete multiple values, I want to delete 2 and 3, 2 people data, ID number 2 and 3. What I will do? Delete from student details where ID in 2, 3. delete from student details where ID in 2, 3. In is used to take multiple values in where condition. If you execute this particular query, after that, if you execute select star from student details, only one value. If you want to delete all the values, let me insert values one more time. I am inserting these values one more time. Student ID 2, 3, and 4. I have all the 4 values. If you want to delete all the 4 values, you need not to write where condition. Just mention delete from student details. Where condition is used to filter one particular value or multiple values. If you want to specify, I want to delete the ID of 4. I want to delete the ID of 3. Or I want to delete the ID of 1, 2, 3. Then you will use where condition. If you are deleting all values, no need of where condition. It will delete all the values. Delete from student details. If you execute this particular thing, it will delete all the values present in the table. All values were deleted. The same thing will be done by truncate also. Let me insert all the values one more time. Student ID 1, 2, 3, and 4. Let me execute select star from student details. I got back all the 4 values. I inserted all the 4 values once again. Even if I use truncate, it will delete all the values at the same time. Truncate table. Table name is student details. Truncate table student details. Even if I execute this truncate, all the values will be deleted. What meant? We can't undo if we use truncate. Even if we use delete without transaction control language, we can't do undo. Whenever we are using transaction control language, and if we are using delete in it, we can do undo. If I execute select star from student details, no value will be there. Once again, let me insert values. What is the purpose of using alter command? Alter. To modify the structure of the table. For example, in this student table, I want to add one more column called place or location. How can I add one more column? Or I want to remove one column called gender. I want to remove one column called gender. Or I want to add one more column called place or location. How can I add? For example, I will insert the value called country. For everyone, country is same, right? India. I want the column called country. Alter table. You have to give table name, student details. I am doing alter on this particular table called student details. I want to add column. Add, you have to give column name, which is location. I am taking location as column name. Location. And you have to give its data type. For column called location, what is the data type? Which data is it going to store? I am giving varchar of 20. Varchar of 20. Alter table student details. Add location. Varchar of 20 is the data type. If I execute this particular query, one more column will be added to this table. If you execute select star from student details after that, one more column called location is added. By default, values will be null. If you want to give values, you have to update. No, you have to write update command. update student details, set location is equal to, you have to give that location name, where student ID is equal to 1. If you are updating for all the people, you need not to give where condition. For example, update student details, set location is equal to India. It is common for everyone, right? I need not to use where condition. If they are data of multiple country people, I have to use where condition for the specified people of one particular country, and I want to update separately. Here I have the data of only Indians. If I click on Control Enter, it will be updated for all the values. After that, if you execute select star from student details, data will be India in location column for everyone. Where condition is used to mention the specified value. If you want to update only for Ram, you have to give where student name is equal to Ram or where student ID is equal to 1. You have to give that. If you want to update for everyone, you need not to specify that in where condition. Yeah. Or we can remove column. We can rename the column. We will discuss about these topics in further session when our requirement comes. But understand the purpose of using alter. By using alter, we can change the structure of the table. We can add one more column or delete column. If you want to delete values, we have to use delete column. Insert is used to insert records, only values, not the columns. Insert is used to insert only records, which means you can insert only values into the table. You can't insert the structure of the table. Yeah. Yeah, we updated. No, insert is used to insert only the values. But if you are adding one more column, by default, SQL will take it as unknown values, null values. After that, you want to update that null values. That's all. You can't write by using insert command. These are the DDL and DML commands we have in SQL. In today's session, we are going to learn about the topic called constraints. Constraints. For example, here I have a student table. If I execute select star from student details, I am receiving one particular output where I am storing the details of the students. Where I am storing the details of the students. This is a small student table. If I am inserting the values which are already present, for example, I executed the same insert query one more time. This table is allowing that particular value. This table is accepting that value. If I execute this one more value, this table is accepting the value. If I execute select star from student details, this RAM value is inserted one more time. It is duplicate value for that. Whenever we are creating any database or whenever we are working on any database or any table, we have to make sure that we are maintaining our data cleanly. We are maintaining our data cleanly. This particular thing is called business integrity. Business integrity. Business integrity means how accurately we are giving data to our customer or client, whoever it might be. How accurately we are giving data for them. For example, there will be a lot of difference between iPhone and normal 1800 rupees chain of phone, which will be accurate. Why iPhone is accurate? They are maintaining everything very cleanly and very accurately. In this chain of phone, if you watch for temperature, it will show that 70 degrees Celsius, where human beings can't live. Sometimes it will show 100 degrees Celsius also. Boiling point of water. Even water will become vapor at that particular temperature. It will show whatever it wants. 1800 only, right? In that mobile's music will be very louder. If you turn on music in one place, person in HSR layout can listen. Why means they are not preferring quality of data on them. They are just taking some random data, that's all. They are not loyal to their customers. Now, let us see how to maintain our data cleanly. How to maintain our data cleanly. This particular process is called business integrity or data integrity. To achieve this particular process, we have to use the topic called constraints. Constraints are nothing but of restrictors which are useful for us to maintain our data cleanly. Which are useful for us to maintain our data cleanly. Constraints are nothing but of restrictors which are useful for us to maintain our data cleanly. When it comes to constraints, we have two types of constraints. They are regular constraints and key constraints. Regular constraints and key constraints. First, you have to understand what is a key. Key is a value which is used to find the details of one particular person or object or transaction. If you enter the key of that particular person, you should get only his data. You should not get any other people data. Key is a value which is used to find the details of one particular person, object, or transaction, whatever it might be. It should be able to fetch only that particular person or object or transaction details. For example, for people in India, Aadhaar card ID is a key. If I enter your Aadhaar card ID, am I going to get another person details? No, only your details. It will fetch only your own details. For example, if I enter your name, there will be multiple people with the same name. I will get details of list of people. If I enter my name and search for my name called Tarun in Facebook or anywhere, how many people's list I will get? Even if I enter with some surname also, there I will get multiple people details. But if there is any filtration based on Aadhaar card ID, so if they enter my Aadhaar card ID or if I enter my Aadhaar ID, am I going to get different person details? No. Am I going to get multiple people details? No. Key is a value. It is a value which is used to fetch details of one person, object, or transaction. Key is a value which is used to fetch the details of one person, object, or transactions. When it comes to keys, in regular keys, we have null as a key, default as a key, and we also have check as a key. These are the regular keys: null, default, and check. Null means unknown value. Unknown value. If you don't know any value or if you didn't inserted any value, in SQL it will be considered as null. Null means unknown value. Null is not equal to 0. Null is not equal to 0. 0 is a value. Null is not equal to 0. Null means just a unknown value. For example, if my parents went to some marriage, some of my relatives asked my parents about my salary. Some of my relatives asked my parents, what is the salary of your son? My parents replied that null, because they don't know my salary. They don't know how much I am earning. They replied null. It doesn't mean my salary is 0. It doesn't mean my salary is 0. They don't know the value, that's why they mention null. Null is not equal to 0. To avoid null values, for example, if you are trying to join in any institute, you are asked to fill any form or to fill your details. Yes or no? You fill your details or you join directly. You fill the details, right? For example, there will be a name column. If you don't enter any value in your name column, and if you came into institute, will they accept? Can you tell that I don't have any name? My name is unknown. No. Can you put null? No, right? Because name is a mandatory value. For every mandatory value, you have to give the constraint called not null. Not null. If you give the constraint called not null, not is a operator and null is a constraint. If you give the value called the constraint called not null to any column, it will not allow null values into that particular column. You have to insert value mandate. It will not allow any null value. For example, for Priya, we didn't enter the age. We didn't enter the country. If age is the mandatory column, she should definitely insert age. She is not inserting, database will not accept the value. Not null will make sure that there are no null values. Default. When it comes to default, for the column called location, throughout the column, we gave the value called India in our table. For the column called location, I gave the value, throughout the column, I gave the value called India. For example, I am inserting Aadhaar card, I am storing Aadhaar card details of the people in my database. I have a column called country. What will be the country name of them? India, because Aadhaar card is present only in India. In other countries, there will be some different cards. Aadhaar card is present only in India. If I am inserting only Aadhaar card details, the country of every person will be India. Is it required to enter that value every time, each and every time? Do I need to insert India every time? For that particular column, I will give a default value. I will give default for country, default India. Even if I am not inserting data for that specified column, by default, SQL will print India for them. I will not insert the data for that specified column manually. I will not insert value manually, even though SQL will consider the default value. I will take India as default. Then throughout the column, throughout the country column, it will print the value called India. We need not to enter the value manually. After that, we have one more constraint called check. This check constraint will work based on a condition. This check constraint will work based on a condition. For example, if I am storing some banking data, I am storing the customer's data of any bank. If one customer is trying to create a bank account and I have to store his details immediately in database. I have to store his details immediately in database. That particular customer age is 16. Customer's age is 16. And as per bank requirement, I should allow the people whose age is greater than 18 to create the bank. If his age is less than 18, I should not allow him to create the bank. What I will do? I will give a constraint called check age greater than 18. Age greater than 18. Only if age starts from 19, it will allow. Even for 18, it will not allow. Greater than 18. It is greater than or equal to 18, it will allow 18 also. So I am taking age greater than 18. From the age of 19 years, it will allow the data. If some person is trying to insert the value called 17 or 16, bank will reject or database will reject that data. It will not insert into database. We will see how these things will work. But check will work based on some condition. You have to give some condition. After that, we have some key constraints. What is a key? Key is a value which is used to fetch the details of one person or one object or one transaction. After that, in keys, we have few. They are unique. First thing is unique. Unique. The name itself, it is mentioned that unique values, which means values should not be duplicated. Values should not be duplicated. It will not allow duplicate values. No duplicates. No duplicates. Unique value means no duplicates. Will not allow any duplicates throughout the column. But it will allow one null value. One null value. You can ask me why it is allowing only one null value. For the first time you are inserting the null value. For the first time when you are inserting the null value, it will take that particular null value. Because as it is an unknown value, this unique constraint will consider the first null value is also a different value. First null value is also a unique value. This null value is also a unique value. But for the second time, when you are inserting this null value again, it will consider that null value is getting duplicated. I will not allow duplicate values. Will allow only unique values. For the first time when you insert the null value, it will allow. Because it will consider null value is also a unique value. Null is also a different value. I am allowing it for the first time. If you try to insert the same null value one more time, it will not allow. Because null value is getting duplicated. 2 times. It is coming 2 times. It will not allow. After that, we have one constraint called primary key. Primary key. Primary key is a combination of unique and not null. Unique and not null. Primary key is a combination of unique and not null. It will make sure that there are no duplicates throughout the column, and it will not allow even one null value also. Unique key is allowing one particular null value, right? Primary key will not allow even one null value. It is a combination of unique plus not null. Unique plus not null. Will not allow duplicates. Unique will not allow duplicates. Plus not null. Not null will not allow null values. Will not allow duplicates, and it will not allow even one null value. For people in India, at least for one person, can you give Aadhaar card ID as null value? No. For one person only, right? We should not allow even one person. For any person in bank, can you give 1% account ID as null value? 1% account ID as null value. 1% account ID as unknown value. Can you give? If you give, all black money will get stored in his account. Because no one can catch unknown value. If you have some account ID, based on your account ID, they can see your transactions and all. If you don't have your account ID and if you are saving your amount, how can anyone find? It is not possible, right? For any IDs, we can't allow even one null value. Even for PAN card ID, for one person, can I give null value instead of ID? No, I can't give. When it comes to this primary key, we can give only one primary key for a table. If I have one table, only for one column, I can give primary key constraint. More than one column will not allow primary key constraint. Primary key can be given only once per table. You can ask me, I have two columns with the same feature. One column I will take primary key, and for the second column I will use two constraints called unique and not null. I will use unique and not null constraints together. It will work as primary key, but you can't use primary key constraint for more than one column. You can use unique and not null together for n number of columns. But primary key constraint is allowed only for one column per table. After that, you have something called foreign key. Foreign key is used to build referential integrity. Primary key is the parent value. The same primary key column in the child table or in another related table will be act as child value or foreign key. Primary key value is also called as parent value, and foreign key will act as child value. The same primary key column in child table will act as foreign key. Foreign key is used to build relationship between both tables. Foreign key is used to build relationship between both tables. Both tables. I will tell you how this foreign key works. After that, we have one more constraint called auto increment. Auto underscore increment. Auto increment. Auto increment will generate sequence of numbers one by one. For example, if you are giving student IDs one by one, if one more new student enrolled, I will give one new number for him. If one more person enrolled, I will give next number for him. I need not to insert values one by one. There is 10 or 12 people, I can remember what is the count, what is the next value. If there are thousands or lakhs of people, how can I remember exact value every time? People will keep on enrolling. How can I remember that ID exactly? That's why I need not to enter it manually. I will enter remaining details. This ID value will be generated automatically one by one. For example, if one person enrolled, for him ID will be taken as 1. If one more person enrolled, for him automatically ID will be taken as 2. One more person enrolled, it will be taking ID as 3. If one more person, 4. One more person, it will be taking as 5. It will generate continuous sequence of values one by one automatically. You need not to insert values. Will generate sequence of values automatically. Will generate sequence of values automatically. For example, in your bank, you are doing transactions. For every transaction, one transaction ID will come. Yes or no? If you do any transaction, there will be one transaction ID for each and every transaction. If you do one transaction and immediately if you do one more transaction, thus that IDs will be in same sequence. You can't get one by one because a lot of people will be doing transactions parallelly. IDs will be similar almost. You will get nearby value if you are doing immediately. Why? Because these transactions are transaction ID is auto generated value, which will come one by one. For example, who will be inserting transaction IDs in the backend? Is the watchman behind ATM inserting those values? After doing transaction, madam, wait, I will enter transaction ID and I will send you outside. No one will insert, right? It is auto-generated value. Whenever you are doing transaction, you will get one transaction ID automatically. Daily 50 crore plus transactions are occurring only in India. 50 crores plus transactions. 20 crore plus digital users are there. Means people who are using Google Pay, Phone Pay and all. 20 crore plus users are there. Each person is doing 2 or 3 transactions regularly. For Pani Puri wala also we are scanning. We are not giving cash. Yes, right. Everywhere. Even in my village, auto wala is not taking cash. Scan. He is asking to scan. No change. Scan. Daily 50 crore transactions are occurring. Who will insert IDs for these 50 crore transactions? It is auto-generated value. Automatically values will print one by one. If 1 lakh number transaction is occurring, it will take transaction ID as 1 lakh. For the next transaction, it will generate as 1 lakh 1. For the next transaction, 1 lakh 2. Like that, continuous values will be printing. Continuous sequence of values will be generating. This particular constraint is called auto increment. These are the constraints we have. What is the purpose of primary key and foreign key? It is used to build relationship between both tables. Primary key and foreign key. It is used to build relationship between both tables. Why we have data in both tables? We can have data only in single table, right? Why we have in both tables separately? We have something called primary key and foreign key. To build primary key is a parent value. Foreign key is the child value. These two columns are same. Same columns will be there in both tables. In this child value, we can have duplicates. In this child value, we can have duplicates. But in primary key value, we cannot have duplicates. I will explain you in a practical scenario. What is normalization? Normalization. Do I explain you about normalization? Yeah, let me explain you. Let me take a table before normalization. Table before normalization. I am storing student details with their course details. I have column called student ID, student name, age, gender. If you want to take course ID, course name, and fee. All these details are present in one particular table called student details table. This is the table before normalization. I have few student values called. I have 4 students. Like that, I have 4 students. 2 students enrolled for SQL and 2 students enrolled for Power BI. I have student details and their course details together. I have student details and their course details together. If I am storing this data together, for each person, how many cells I am using to store their course details? For each person, for student ID 1, how many cells am I using to store only his course details? Only his course related details. Course ID, course name, and fees. What is the fees for the course? 3 cells for one person. For each person, to store only his course details, I am using 3 cells. For how many persons? For one person, I am using 3 cells. For 4 people, 4 3 is 12. For 1 lakh people, for 1 lakh people, I will get 3 lakh cells. For 1 crore people, 3 crore cells. Just to store their course details only. I am not talking about student details. Only for their course details. This is the table before normalization. What I will do is, I will split this table. I will split this table into 2 tables. What I will do? First, I will take course details table. First, I will start few courses. If any student wants, they can come and enroll into that courses. Yes or no? First, I will start some courses. I will create course details table. Course details table. Here I have course ID, course name, and fee. These are the columns which are present in course details table. I am providing 2 courses called SQL and Power BI. SQL and Power BI. And fee will be 15K and 12K. These are the fees. 2 courses with their fee. I gave everything. This is one particular table where I am storing only the details of course. In another table, I will create the details of students. Student details. I will have ID, student ID, student name, age. While student is joining and while I am inserting his data, I will ask him for which course he is enrolling for. Student is joining, just I can take fee and I can't sit whatever the class you like, sit on each class every day. I can't tell like that, right? I will ask him what is the course that you are enrolling for. He will tell one particular course and I will charge some fees for that and I will join the student. Yes, and what is the column? Course ID. I will take which course is chosen by student. For example, student ID 1 is there. Name Ram. Age 21. He enrolled for course ID 1. For which course he enrolled for? Student ID 2 is there. Sana. Age 23. Enrolled for course ID 1 again. For which course he enrolled for? SQL. Student ID 3 is there. Name John. Age 27. Enrolled for course ID 2. For which course he enrolled for? Power BI. Student ID number 4. Peter. Age 24. Enrolled for course ID number 2. For which course he enrolled for? How can you tell that they enrolled for SQL and they enrolled for Power BI? Based on their course ID column. Course IDs are same in course details table and in student details table. We have same values. But here in course ID table, in course details table, course ID is not duplicated. Not duplicated. It is unique value. If I have one more course ID will become 3. But in student details table, course ID is duplicated. Same course ID, but it is duplicating. This is the parent value or primary key value. In course details table, course ID is the primary key value. same column in student details table, which is used to build relationship between both tables. Only by using this column, I am able to tell that he enrolled for SQL. I am able to tell that he or she enrolled for Power BI or SQL. Only based on this column, I am able to relate both the tables. Yes or no? If I don't have this course ID column, how can I tell these two tables are related with each other? How can I tell which student is enrolled for which particular course? This course ID is called foreign key value. Foreign key value or child value. Child value. For one particular course, there will be multiple students. For one parent, there can be more than one children, right? Similar. For one parent, there can be more than one children. This is primary key and this is foreign key. Based on this primary key and foreign key constraint, we are going to build relationship between tables. If there is no primary key value, we can't create foreign key value. Without primary key value, we can't give foreign key value. While creating table, if I have one more student called student ID number 5, name is Sai, age 22, I can't give course ID number 3 because course ID number 3 is not there in course details table. Without parent, there can be no child. Sir, no. Parent should be there. Without parent value, there will be no child value. By using this parent and child relationship, primary key and foreign key relationship, we will store data in multiple tables. Okay. What is the purpose of splitting this data? Why do I split the data? In this student table, how many cells am I using to store course details? Only course details of each student. How many cells am I using? 1% for 1%. For 1% to store his course details, how many cells am I using? Only in student details table. Only one cell, right? I have only one course ID column. For each and every person, I am using only one cell to store his course details. One cell per person. For one person, it is one cell. For 1 lakh people, 1 lakh cells. In previous scenario, if I am storing data only in single table, how many cells am I utilizing? I am utilizing 3 lakh cells. For how many people? For 1 lakh people, I am utilizing 3 lakh cells. Here, how many cells am I using? For 1 lakh people, I am utilizing only 1 lakh cells. Plus, also in parent table, I have 6 cells to store course details. I am utilizing 6 cells to store course details. For each course, I am using 3 cells. Completely, I have 6 cells to store their course details also. Completely, how many cells am I utilizing here? To store student details with their course details. To store all the course details of the students, how many cells am I utilizing here? 4. For 1 lakh people, how many cells am I utilizing here? Not 4 lakh. This 1 lakh plus this 6 cells. I am utilizing here, this 6 cells will not change. Only if I add one more course, one more 3 cells will be added. This 6 cells is common. To storing course details, I am using only 6 cells. To store course details for each and every student, for 1 lakh people, I am utilizing 1 lakh cells. For one person, I am utilizing only one cell to store the course details. Totally, I am utilizing 1 lakh plus 6 cells. 1 lakh 6 cells to store the course details of 1 lakh 6 students. Sorry, 1 lakh students. To store the course details of 1 lakh students, I am utilizing 1 lakh 6 cells. Is it clear or not? How many cells am I using here? If I am storing in single table, 3 lakh cells. How much data I am saving here? Almost I am utilizing only 1/3 of the data. Here I am utilizing only 1 lakh cells. There I am utilizing 3 lakh cells. 1/3 of data, which means 33% data, which means I am saving 67% data almost. 67% storage will be saved. 67% storage will be saved if I am saving data in multiple tables. If I am splitting data into multiple tables, 67% storage will be saved. More than that, this particular process is called normalization. This particular process is called normalization. The process of splitting one big table into multiple small tables is called normalization. What is the purpose of using normalization? What is the advantage of normalization? We can save storage. Normalization. The process of, in technical terminology, we will consider it as the process of arrangement of data is called normalization. What is arrangement of data? We don't know how they are arranging. How they are arranging means they are splitting one big table into multiple small tables so that they can save their storage by having relationship between multiple tables. The process of dividing one big table into multiple small tables. To multiple small tables. The process of dividing data from one big table into multiple small tables. This process is called normalization. What is the purpose of using normalization? To save storage. To save storage. If I save the storage, what will happen? Application will work quickly. For example, you install a 10 MB application in your mobile and you install a 100 MB application. Which application will work quickly? 10 MB application can run easily because less storage. It is small application, right? It will work very quickly. Here you are saving 60% storage. 60% less storage it is taken. Your application size will reduce. Automatically, performance of database will increase. If you save storage, performance will increase. Performance will increase. Also, data cleaning efforts will reduce. For example, every data will go for data cleaning. They will check whether there are any null values, any duplicate values. They will clean the data once. For analyzing data for every process, you have to do something called ETL. ETL is the process of data cleaning. Not here in SQL. By using, if you are learning Power BI or everything, or any other analysis tool, you have to do ETL. If you have 3 lakh cells for storing only course details, if there is any mistake in the 3 lakh cells, you have to check whole 3 lakh cells. Yes or no? If you have only 1 lakh 6 cells, if you check only in 1 lakh 6 cells, you can find mistake easily. Which is easy? Finding in 3 lakh cells or finding in 1 lakh 6 cells? Finding any mistakes in 1 lakh 6 cells is easy, right? Than finding in 3 lakh cells. ETL process will become easy. ETL or data cleaning will become easy. Extract, transformation, and loading. Loading. For data cleaning, it will be useful. This normalization process. But if we are doing normalization process for relate both tables, we should have primary key and foreign key values. We are splitting data into multiple tables. How can we relate them? If we split without any relationship, how can I find which student enrolled for which course? We should have some related columns between both tables, which are called as primary key and foreign key columns. What is the purpose of using constraints? What is the purpose of using these constraints? Constraints are used to maintain data cleanly. What are the types of constraints that we have? Regular constraints and key constraints. What is a key? What is a key? What is a key? Key is a value which is used to fetch the details of one particular person or object. If you use this key value, you can fetch the details of only one particular person. Might be primary key or foreign key, whatever it might be. If you use the key and if you filter the data, you will get the details of only one particular person. It is a value which is used to fetch the details of one person, object, or transaction. You can consider this transaction as any other action also. What are the regular constraints that we have? Null is a constraint we will use not as operator in front of null to avoid null values into the column. Default. If we have same value throughout the column, instead of inserting that value every time, we will give a default value so that SQL will automatically insert data for that particular column. After that, we have one more constraint called check. This check constraint will work based on a condition. Based on a condition. Only if this condition satisfies, it will allow the value into the table. If this particular condition fails, it will not allow value into the table. After that, we have 4 key constraints. They are unique, primary key, foreign key, and auto increment. Unique, primary key, foreign key, and auto increment. These are the key constraints that we have in SQL. What is the purpose of using unique? Unique will not allow duplicate values. The name itself, it is denoting that unique values. It will allow only unique values. It will not allow any duplicate values. But it will consider the first null value as a unique value and it will allow only one null value. No duplicates plus one null value. What is the purpose of using primary key? Primary key is a combination of unique and not null. It will allow only unique values, which means it will not allow any duplicates, and also it will not allow even one null value. Primary key is a combination of unique and not null. What is foreign key? Foreign key will hold the referential integrity. It is useful for building relationship between both tables. Why we are building relationship between both tables? Because we splitted one big table into multiple small tables. This particular process is called normalization. For doing normalization, we will divide one big table into multiple small tables. If we want to fetch data combinedly, we should have some relationship between both tables. For building that particular relationship, we need constraint called foreign key. After that, we have something called auto increment. Auto increment will generate sequence of values one by one. Will generate sequence of values one by one. These are the constraints that we work on. After that, all of you open your workbench. Yeah. No, it will not give increment randomly. Sequence. You can change starting value. You need not to start from 1. You can start from 1000. You can start from 2000 like that. Opening your workbench, first thing you have to do is you have to select the database. You are working on multiple databases. You have to make sure that you have selected your database. You can control enter to select the database. In this particular database, student database, we have only one particular table called student details. As we didn't use any constraint while creating student details table, drop this particular table. Drop table student details. Table got removed. In this student database, let us create from beginning. For example, here I am storing the course details of each and every student. I want to store course details table and student details table separately. Which one is the primary key table and which one is the foreign key table here? I want to store course details table and student details separately. We worked in normalization process, right? We divided it into two tables called course details and student details table. Which one is primary key table and which one is foreign key table? Course details table is primary key table, right? Course details table is primary key table. Student details contain foreign key value. Every time while you are giving or while you are creating tables, first you have to create primary key value tables because they are parent tables. After that, you have to create foreign key tables. Without creating primary key table, you can't create foreign key table. That you should remember. First, you have to create primary key table. I will create course details table. What is the syntax for creating table? Creating table. Create table. Create table. Course details. After that, we have to give parenthesis, semicolon. In between these parentheses, details. In between these parentheses, we have to give what are the columns that we have, and we have to give data types and also the constraints. For example, first I have course ID. Course ID, which is Tinyint, and it is primary key value. ID is the primary key value. Primary. After that, course name. Course name. I will take Varchar of 20. Varchar of 20. I don't want to allow any null values into this course name. That's why I will take the constraint called not null. This course name column will not allow any null values. This course name column will not allow any null values. See, I am taking like SmallInt because I am not charging fee more than 32,000 for each subject. I will take SmallInt. If you want, you can take integer also. I am creating the table. If you want, you can write a check condition for fee and you can make sure that fee should be greater than 0, because sometimes you might enter negative value or something, right? To avoid negative values, you can write fee can be greater than 0, but we need not. We will use check constant in another table. After that, control enter and refresh your schemas. You got the table called course details. In student database, you got a table called course details. After that, now execute select star from course details. We will get a row with null values. We will get a row with null values from course details. I got a row with null values. What is the purpose of this row? Means this row contains constraints. Here there is one star, right? This star is belong to this. This star is belong to constraints. Whenever you are inserting any value, first it will insert into this particular record, and it will check whether the value is suitable or value is satisfying the conditions or not. Only if value is satisfying the condition, then only it will insert into table. Otherwise, you will get error. Value will not be inserted into table. Let us try to insert some values into the table. No. Insert into. What is the syntax for inserting values into the table? Insert into course details. Values. And here I have to give values for each and every column. Course ID 1, course name SQL. I am taking fee as 15,000. After that, let me insert this particular value. Record inserted successfully. What will happen if I insert the same record one more time? Primary key will not allow duplicate values, right? Before creating this table for old student details table, if we are inserting same insert column one more time, it is taking duplicate values. It is allowing duplicate values. The same record reflected 2 times. What will happen if I insert the same query now? I will get a error. See. Duplicate entry 1 for course details dot primary. You are using primary key value, and if you are trying to enter duplicate values, will not allow duplicate values in primary key column. Okay. Only once. You can't insert duplicate value in primary key column. I am giving one more value, number 2, and I am saying that I don't know the course name. That's why I am giving a null value instead. I am giving null value instead. And I am saying that fee is 12. For course name, I took a constraint called not null. Course name cannot be a null value. If I am inserting a null value into course name column, it will throw me a error. Should throw, because we gave a constraint, right? Column course name cannot be null. Column course name value is mandatory. You have to give definitely. If you are trying to give any null value or unknown value, it will not take. You have to give value for course name column. That's why I will give Power BI. So I click on Control Enter now. Successfully executed. So I execute select star from course details. I will get all the 2 records. Let us create the foreign key table also, which is student details table. Again, the same syntax. Create table, table name. create table student details. In between the parentheses, you have to write column names, data types, and their constraints. First column is student ID. Student ID. It is integer. I am taking integer. And it is primary key. Student ID, integer, primary. Product name. Character of 30. Not null. Character of 30. Not null. Age. I am accepting the students whose age is greater than 18. I am not accepting any student whose age is less than 18. That's why I will write check condition. Yes. What is the data type for age? What is the data type for age? Tinyint. And I will write check condition. Check. This age should be greater than 18. Age should be greater than 18. If age starts only from 19, it will allow. It will not allow. Check age greater than 18. Yeah, we have to write in the same column. We can't write anywhere else. Age greater than 18. You have to write. After that, let us take gender. What is the data type for gender? Why? Why is gender a regularly updating column? Where char? Where char of 20. After that, we have course ID. Course ID, which is Tinyint. Yeah, we can give check condition in gender also. If you want, we can give. Check gender equal to male or gender equal to female. It will allow only male and female candidates. Okay. Course ID Tinyint. What is the course ID column here? It is foreign key value here. Course ID is foreign key here. Check the syntax of foreign key. It is little bit different. Course ID Tinyint. It is a foreign key. We have to mention in such a way like first we have to do foreign key, course ID, foreign key course ID. This is course. This course ID is foreign key. For which column is it referencing to? What is the primary key for this particular course ID? You have to mention that particular thing. You have to write references, foreign key course ID references, course details, course details of course ID. Yeah, you have to reference the primary key column. It is not in this particular table, right? It is in another table. That's why you have to mention table name and its column name. Foreign key, this course ID references course details of course ID. These are the columns which we have in student details table. Yeah, I will explain it. We will create few more tables. There I will tell you how to use auto implementer. For that, let me execute select star from student details. Student details. See, here also we use constraints. That's why star symbol with null values. After that, let me insert some data. Insert into student details. Student details. Why this tree is not working properly? Values. I have to give values based on the column. For each and every column, I have to give values in the same order. Student ID 1, name, from, age I am giving only 16. Age 16, gender male, and course ID 1. Enroll for course ID number 1. Student ID 1, name Ram, age 16, gender male, and course ID number 1. Will it allow the value into the table? Why? Age is less than 18. Age is less than 18. If I execute this particular thing, I will get that check constraint is violated. Check constraint, student details, check 1 is violated. We wrote 2 check constraints, 1 and 2. Check 1 is violated. CHK 1, which is check 1. Check 1 is violated. If I give age 21, will it allow now? Is taken. If I insert the same value one more time, will it take? Why? It will not allow duplicate values. I will insert one more value. Student ID number 2, Peter, age 27. While typing, I typed by mistake. Instead of male, I typed more. Typo mistake. And enrolled for course ID number 1. If I execute this data, will it allow the value? No. Check constraints, student details, check 2 is violated. You can check the value and you can change the value and you can insert again. Check 2, we wrote 2 conditions. For age, this is first check constraint. It is second check constraint. We have 2 constraints, right? To that, let me insert one more value. What are the constraints that we have? Okay, we have foreign key constraint, which is very important to understand too. Course ID number 3, name Sana, age 23, female, enrolled for course ID 3. Is there any course with the name of course ID 3? No. Without having that course ID 3, I am not providing any course with the course ID 3. How can any student enroll for course ID number 3? It should not allow. That's why we use foreign key. If I execute this, it will throw the error called cannot update or insert into foreign key row. Foreign key constraint will fail. Like that, it will throw us the error. Cannot add or update a foreign key, a child row. Cannot add or update a child row. First, you have primary key value. Then only the same value you can utilize in child column. We have only course ID 1 and 2. You can utilize only 1 and 2 in the child column. Whatever the values which are present in parent value, the same values you can utilize in child column. If I give course ID number 2, will it take the value? It will allow. Course ID 2 is present, right? Student ID number 4. For name, I will try one more time null value. For name, I took not null as constraint. Student ID number 4, age 24, gender male, enrolled for course ID number 2. If I execute control enter, column name cannot be null. For name column, you can't give null values. It is mandatory. You have to give definite value. So that I am replacing this with John. If I execute now, it will allow the value. Now let me execute select star from student details. I will get the details of all 4 people. Data query language. Only this particular concept holds the major position in SQL. My major portion of SQL will be completed in this concept. In this data query language, we have only one command called select. Select. This select is used to print or retrieve or to fetch the data. Meaning of everything is same. Printing, retrieving, or fetching, whatever it might be, means you are choosing the data into output. You are getting data in the output. If you want to see values present in any table, which command will you use? Select. We will write select star from table name to see whole table in the output. We will write select star from table name. This is used to print table. What is the purpose of using star? What does it mean? Star means all columns. All columns. Star means all columns. Select star from table name is select all columns from table name. Select star from student details. If I execute this particular thing, I will be able to print complete table. What if I want only the selected columns? What if I want only selected columns called student ID, name, and location? I don't want remaining things. I want only student ID, name, and location of each and every person. Instead of star, I have to mention the column names. I have to mention specified column names. Star is used to mention all the columns. For example, I want only the columns called student ID, name, and location. Select student ID, comma, name, comma, location from student details. Select student ID, name, location from student details. After that, click on Control Enter. In the output, you will get only those specified columns. You will not get all the columns from the table. Select star from student details is used to print all the columns present in the table. If you want only the selected columns, you have to mention those column names instead of star. Now, I want to filter the data. I want to get the data of people who is present in Bangalore. What can I do? I want to print the data of the students who is present in Bangalore. Select star from student details. I want complete data of the students who is present in Bangalore, where location equal to Bangalore. I will get the details of the people only whose location is Bangalore. Write the order of query here. First thing is we will start with select. After select, we will write selected column names, or we can write star also. From table name, from which table we are getting this data, we have to mention that. After from, we have to use where condition. Where, and we will use some condition. Condition means location equal to Bangalore, or gender equal to male, age greater than 15, whatever it might be. You can give any condition. Based on this condition, it will filter the data. Based on this condition, it will filter the data. Where condition is used to filter the data, which is present in base column, which is present in base column. Base column. Base column means column which is present in table. This column should be in table. Base column means column which is present in table. column which is present in table. We have location column in the base table, right? Base table means original table. We can filter the data present in base table only by using where condition. Now, if I want only the details of the people whose gender is male, where gender equal to male. If I execute this query, I will get the details of only male people. Now, if I want female, in the same query, I will change to female. Select star from student details where gender equal to female. Now I will get only the details of female. Function which is called count, which is used to count the number of records. Count function is used to count the number of records. I will just execute, select count is the function name, count of star from student details. Select count of star from student details, which will give me the count of records, which is nothing but of count of students. How many records do I have in student details table? How many records do I have? 4. I will get count as 4. Count of star 4. Here in the output, I don't want to show the column name as count of star. Here in the output, I don't want to show the column name as count of star. Here it is showing that count of star 4, right? I don't want to show it as count of star. I want to show it as count of students. Count of students. What should I do? After writing this function, I can give alias name by using as count of students. Count of students. Select count of star as count of students from student details. If I execute it, instead of count of star, I will get count of students as column name. Using this count of star, now I want the count of students who is present in Bangalore. What should I do? In the same query, can I write the where condition? Select count of star as count of students from student details. I am writing query in multiple lines for readability purpose. Where location equal to Bangalore. Where location equal to Bangalore. Now I got count of students who are present in Bangalore. Only 2 students. Now I want count of students who are present in Hyderabad. What should I do? In the same query, I will change location equal to Hyderabad. Instead of yeah, we can pass multiple. I want to count the location, count of students in Chennai. I have 1 student in Chennai. Like that, by using where condition and count of function, I can get count of students in each and every location. Invalid condition, it will give empty, null value. For example, I am working for any bank as a data analyst or SQL developer. I am working for SBI or something. How many branches do SBI have? Let us think more than 4,000 branches. SBI asked you to give the count of customers based on each and every branch. Here I am taking count of students for each and every location. I am taking count of students for each and every location, right? Similarly, SBI asked me to give count of customers for each and every branch. I have more than 4,000 branches. I have to write 4,000 queries, right? Where location is equal to Bangalore, or where branch is equal to Bangalore, where branch is equal to Chennai, where branch is equal to Hyderabad, where branch is equal to Vizag, where branch is equal to Mumbai, Pune. For each and every location of SBI branch, I have to write separate query. If I write separate queries like that, if I write 4,000 plus queries separately, SBI will remove me immediately. Because how much time it will take for writing 4,000 queries? I have to get it in single query. I have to get it in single query. In this scenario, I want to get the count of students based on location. I want to get location value, Bangalore 2 people, Hyderabad 1 person, Chennai 1 person. Like that, I want to get the count of students based on location. I want to get details of all the locations by using single query. For this particular purpose, we will use something called group by. Group by. Group by. Group by. Group by. Group by, after group by, you have to tell the grouping column name based on which column you are grouping the data. Grouping column. This group by function is used to group the data based on values. For example, I have location values. It will consider all the people of Hyderabad into one group, all the people of Bangalore into one separate group, all the people of Chennai into one separate group. Based on one particular value, it will group the data separately into different groups. It will group the data separately into different groups. Groups data. While writing this group by, make sure that don't forget to write this grouping column name. You are grouping the data based on some column, right? The same grouping column name should be written immediately after select query. Same grouping column name should be written immediately after select query. Same grouping column name should be written immediately after select. Sorry, not after select query, after select. Select grouping column name. After that, you have to write any aggregate function. Let me write the query. Select. I am grouping the data based on location. Location, comma. I want count of students. That's why I am using count of star. Count of star as count of students from student details. From student details. Group by. Group by. Group by Based on which column we are grouping the data? Location. Location. Select location from a count of star as count of students from student details group by location. If I execute this particular query, see what is happening. I got location wise count of students. In Bangalore, 2 people are there. Hyderabad, 1 person. Chennai, 1 person. Before writing this single query, I wrote 3 queries separately to find the count of students who are present in Bangalore, count of students who are present in Hyderabad, count of students who are present in Chennai. I wrote 3 different queries. Now, by using only single query, I got count of students based on location. Even if I have 4,000 locations, I will get count of customers based on location, each and every location. I will get count of customers based on each and every location separately by using only single query. This group by is used to group the data separately based on value. For example, if location is Bangalore data, all the people of Bangalore data will be grouped separately. Location is Hyderabad data will be grouped separately. If location is Chennai data will be grouped separately. Like that, it will group the data based on the value. Now, in the same output, I want to find the data of the location where the students count is greater than 1. In which location student count is greater than 1? Bangalore. I want to get only Bangalore in the output, where students count is greater than 1. For example, SBI asked me, only fetch the details of the location where customers count is greater than 10,000. Only print those locations. Don't print everything. Only wherever the customers count is greater than 10,000, only print those locations. Avoid remaining. Like that, they ask. I have to fulfill them, right? Here, my requirement is I want to get the locations where count of students is greater than 1. Which means I want to get only Bangalore, where count of students is 2. In the same query, can I write where condition? Where count of students or count of star greater than 2. Can I get greater than 1? Can I write like this? Where count of star, or you can give alias name also, count of students greater than 1. If I click on Control Enter, I will get syntax error. You have an error in SQL syntax. Please check the manual corresponding. The reason is you can't change the order of writing query. First, you want to write select, after that from, after that where, after completing where only you can write group by. We can't write where after group by. Where should come first, after that we have to write group by. And where is used to filter the data which is present in base column, the column which is present in table. All of you execute select star from student details. Select star from student details. Do we have any column called count of star here? Or count of students? No. Where condition cannot filter it. Where condition can only filter the data which is present in table. Or where condition can filter only column which is present in table. If it is not present in the table, how can where condition filter? It is not possible. Okay, let us try this where condition before group by and let us check what will happen. I am writing this where condition before group by. Now the syntax is correct. Where should be completed before group by. Where condition should be written before group by. Syntax is correct. If I execute this query, I will get a error called unknown column count of star in table. We don't have any column called count of star in the table. Or invalid use of group function. If you use count, as I used count of star here, I got invalid use of group by function. If I use count of students greater than 1, I will get unknown column count of students in where class. We don't have any column called count of students in our table. Now, I want to filter based on this count of star only or count of students. Alias name, we can use any name. We can use aggregate function or alias name, whatever we want, we can use. I want to filter the data based on that particular thing only. What can I do? I have to use something called having. Having. After group by, I have to use something called having instead of where I have to use having. Having count of students greater than 1 or having count of star greater than 1. Select location, comma count of star as count of student from student details. Group by location, having count of students greater than 1. Now I got only Bangalore. Only Bangalore location got students greater than 1. After group by, we have to write having. We will have having condition. Having, and we will write one condition. It will be similarly, it will look similarly like where condition. It will look similarly like where condition. But having is used to filter the data of any aggregated column. Any aggregated column or calculated column. Filter the data of any aggregated column. Any aggregated column or calculated column. We can also call it as calculated column. Having is used to filter the data of any aggregated or calculated column. Count of star is aggregated column. We are using some aggregated function there, or we are using some calculation there. After group by, we have to write the query in the same order. In the interview, they will ask you a question called which condition will come first. Where are having? Where will come first? Where group by having. Select from where group by having. After having, we have something called order by. Order by. Order by, you have to give some column name which is present in table. Order by column name. This order by is used to sort the data in ascending order or descending order. Just if you mention order by column name, if you mention order by column name, you just mention order by column name, it will sort the data in ascending order by default. By default, it will sort the data in ascending order. Even if you want, you can mention ASC also, which indicates ascending. Order by column name ASC. Even if you don't mention anything, it will sort the data in ascending order by default. If you want in descending order, you have to mention DESC. DESC. Order by column name DESC. Descending. I'm just giving select star from student details. All of you check this particular table. Now I want to sort the data based on names. I want to sort the data based on names. What I have to do is, I will just copy the thing. DESC. Order by. I want to sort data based on name. Order by name. So I give like this, by default it will take in ascending order. By default it will take in ascending order. If I execute the query, see, first John, Peter, Ram and Sam. The order of names got changed based on ascending order of text. If I want to print the same thing in descending order, which means Sana, Ram, Peter and John, it should come in reverse. I have to mention order by name descending, DESC, descending. After that, click on Control Enter. Okay. At last, we have something called limit. 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 Limit, and you have to give some value like 1, 2, 3, 4, whatever you want. You can give any value. This limit is used to print top n records. If you give limit 5, it will print only first 5 records. If you give limit 2, it will print only first 2 records. If you give limit 10, it will print only the first 10 records. Top n records. Top n records means first n records. I executed select star from student details. I have 4 students. If I just use limit 2, I will get the details of first 2 students only. It will be completed only for first 2 students. Limit 2 will print only the first 2 values. If I give limit 3, it will print only the first 3 values. You have to remember this particular order. Select from, where, group by, having, order by, limit. You should not change the order. If you change the order, you will get syntax error. Create one more database with the name of Besant Bank. Create one more database. Open workbench. Create database Besant Bank. After that, refresh schemas. You will get your database with the name of Besant Bank. We created database. We have multiple databases. How to use this particular database? Use database name. How to use this particular database? Use Besant Bank. Use Besant Bank. If you go to any bank and if you create any account, what are the things you are going to get in the passbook? Account ID, account holder name, IFSC and CAN numbers will be there. They will be depending on branch. Account type, savings account. This debit and credit are related to transactions. You go to one bank to create an account. What are the account details that you are going to get? Account details you are getting. Account ID. Account ID or account number, whatever it might be, both same. Account holder name. Account holder name. IFSC code will be depending on branch. If we don't have any branches, we will not have any IFSC. Age, if there is any restriction based on age, they will take date of birth or age. Like that, they are not giving accounts for children or something. They will take age. Account type. Account type. I'm taking it as current balance or present balance. Current balance. Okay, these are enough. Let us think these are basic things that you are storing in one particular table called account details. What is the data type that I can give for account ID? Tinyint. Yeah, account ID. BigInt usually we want to take, but I am taking it as integer. Integer. Can we use any constraint? Primary key. Account ID will not be duplicated. For 2 people or 3 people, same account ID will not be there. Primary key to the constraint. After that, for name, care of 30. Can I use any constraint? Not null. Not null. After for age, data type, Tinyint. And constraint, if I want to check that age should be greater than 18, check age greater than 18. Account type, data type, Varchar. If we don't want to change it, Varchar of 20. And we can check whether it is savings or current. If we want, we can write check there also. After that, current balance. If we want, we can take binary. Sorry, decimal. I don't know binary, sorry. Decimal. Float, double, decimal are there, right? If we want, we can use decimal, but not to make complex. I am taking as integer only. What is the maximum capacity of integer? 200 crores. I can't store any black money here. Only up to 200 crores. Okay, let us create account details table. Create table, account details. We have column called account ID, which is integer and primary key. After that, name, character of 30, not null. After that, age, Tinyint, check age should be greater than 18. Age should be greater than 18. Account type, account type, Varchar of 20. And current balance, integer. Only for string data type or text data types, char and varchar, we will mention the length of the text we are going to store in that particular column. After that, click on Control Enter to execute. After that, all of you execute, select star from current balance. Sorry, account details. Select star from account details. Select star from account details. We created one table to store account details. Let us insert one value into this account details table. Let us insert one value into this account details table. Insert into account details values. We have to give account ID 1, name Ram, age 21, account type savings, and current balance is 1000. Insert the data and execute select star from account details. One value is inserted into the table. One record is inserted. One customer created his account and I stored his data. After creating his account, will he become? He will do some transactions. He will do some transactions. Should I need to store transactions or not? If we don't store these transactions, after 6 months, he will come back again. He will come back again, and what he will do? He will ask for statement. If we don't give, he will break all bank property. We have to give him the statement. If you go to ATM and if you are trying to take any statement, what are the things that you are going to receive there? What are the things that they are going to print there? Transaction details, I am storing this transaction details separately. What am I going to get? For each and every transaction, I will get transaction ID. Yes or no? For each and every transaction, even if you print mini statement, for each and every transaction, there will be a separate transaction ID. Transaction ID. After transaction ID, we will get transaction time. Date and time of that particular transaction. Transaction type. Transaction type, whether it is credit or debit. Transaction done by. Who did this particular transaction? Transaction done by. It is nothing but of account ID of that particular person who is doing transaction. We can take it as account ID. Yeah, withdraw means debit. Deposit means credit. I am using different terminology. If you want, we can take withdraw. Transaction type. After that, transaction amount. In SQL, all of you try one particular query called select now of. Select now of. All of you execute this particular query. Select now of. That's all. Yeah, anywhere execute this particular query. Select now of. It will print current date and time. Now of is a function which is used to print current date and time. It will print present date and time. For transaction ID, what will be the data type? I am taking integer as data type. Can I give any constraint for transaction ID? Which constraint can I give? For each and every transaction, there will be a unique ID, and transaction also cannot be null value. Transaction ID should be primary key. Who will write this transaction ID every time? When it comes to account ID, while you go to bank to create account, someone, their system operator or someone, he will enter a new account ID. He will have what is the last account ID and he will give next number for you. He will have last account ID, previous generated account ID. He will give next number for you. When it comes to transaction ID, who will generate? It will come automatically. If you do any transaction, for each and every transaction, you will get transaction ID. One by one, it will come automatically. This sequence of values which will generate automatically. We have to use auto increment too. Auto underscore increment. After that, comma. For account ID, what is the data type? Integer. Same integer we gave there, right, in account details table. Same account ID. To find who did that particular transaction. Without account ID, you can't find who did that particular transaction. Here we are not discussing about transferring amount. We are discussing only about transaction. Transaction means credit or debit, or deposit or withdraw. That's all. Is foreign key. Transaction time. Date time. Data type. Date time. And default I will give now of function. Yeah, default now off. Yeah, yeah. While inserting, if we are inserting remaining values, whenever we are executing that insert query, it means one transaction occurred. Whenever we are doing transactions, automatically it will print current date and time, that particular date and time. That is what we are doing in ATM, right? Whenever we are doing transaction, it will print current date and time. Default now off, that's all. In the same line, transaction time, date time, default now off. Yeah, default is the constraint. Yeah, it will take current date and time every time. Yeah. Transaction type, where care of 10. I am taking. And if I want to check, I can check whether transaction type is credit or debit. After that, transaction amount is integer. At the end, we have foreign key. Foreign key, which is the foreign key here? Account ID, references. For which column it is referencing to? This is account ID. For which column it is referencing to? This account ID is related to which column? Account details of account ID. In account details table, for account ID column, it is referencing. References, account details of account ID. Account details of account ID. References. References means, yeah, it is related to primary key value. This primary key value, we have to mention that. For that, we have keyword called references. References is used to build relationship. This foreign key column, this account ID column is related to account details of account ID. In account details table for account ID column, this column is related. These two are. This is foreign key. Foreign key syntax is different. At the end, we have to mention like this. Remaining constants we will give in column name itself, right? Foreign key we have to mention like this. Foreign key account ID, references, account details of account ID. Let us create this transaction details table. Create table transaction details. Transaction ID. For that account ID. Transaction type. Transaction amount. And transaction time. These are the columns that I have in transaction details table. Transaction ID, account ID, transaction type, transaction amount, and transaction time. Transaction ID is integer. I'm taking it as integer. Primary key. And it is auto-generated value. That's why I'm taking auto increment. Auto underscore increment. Auto underscore increment. After that, account ID, which is integer. Transaction type I am taking Varchar of 10, and I will check that transaction type can be credit or debit. If you give anything beyond, it will not take. Transaction type equal to credit or transaction type equal to debit. After the transaction amount integer. At last transaction time, date time data type, and default value is no. These are the columns that I have in transaction details table. Yeah, here also we can give comments. If you write any text, if you want to make it as comment, in most of the tools, this is the common thing. Select that particular line and click on control forward slash. It will become comment. Even in HTML or something, it will become forward slash. Comment directly. This is a common thing. After writing anything, just click on control and forward slash. This is forward slash. Yeah, we can type. We can type hash also. We can type hash and we can write comment also. We can, if you want to write multiple line comments normally, forward slash and star. We can write multiple lines and we can use star and forward slash to end. After that, it will take as normal text. For easy use case, whatever you want to write, type that particular thing. After that, select that thing and click on control forward slash. It will, even if it is multi-line, it will automatically become a comment. If you want to write single line comment, you can use hash, or if you want to use multi-line comment, if you want to type normally forward slash star, and at the end you have to give star and forward slash again. How many are the auto-generated values here? How many are the auto-generated values? Transaction ID is auto-generated. Transaction time is auto-generated. Remaining 3 columns we have to account ID, transaction type, and transaction. Let us think you went to some ATM. You inserted your credit card or debit card. Immediately after inserting credit card or debit card, based on that card, your ATM will capture your account ID. Based on your credit card or debit card, your ATM will capture your account ID. Account ID is taken. After that, in display, you will get options called you want to deposit the amount or you want to withdraw the amount. Deposit, withdraw, credit, debit, whatever it might be, same. You will get some options. You will click on something. For example, you are crediting the amount. You are depositing the amount. It is a CDM mission. You are depositing the amount. If you click on credit will be taken. Transaction type will be taken as credit. After that, they will ask you to enter the amount or you have to insert some notes. It will take the amount automatically. You have to insert amount manually somewhere, or you can view notes also. Based on the number of nodes you are giving, it will take amount automatically. These three columns are taken from front end or somewhere. You have to insert these three values manually. Transaction ID and transaction time are auto-generated, which is given by system automatically. Let us create this particular table. Create table, transaction details, created successfully. After that, just execute, select star from transaction details. Select star from transaction details. Select star from transaction details. In the output, we got transaction details table separately. We created this transaction details table. For which columns do we need to insert data here? For which columns do I need to insert? Two columns are auto-generated here. I need not to insert values for them manually. Account ID, transaction type, and transaction amount. These three columns should be given manually. Sorry, I forgot to give this foreign key. All of you drop the table. Drop table, table name. Drop table, transaction details. No problem, we can add foreign key for the same query. So that give comma and give foreign key. Account ID. References. References. Account details of account ID. Account details of account ID. Foreign key, account ID references, account details of account ID. After that, click on Control Enter to execute. After that, execute, select star from transaction details. After that, we want to insert data. Insert into transaction details. Transaction details. After that, you have to give only for the specified columns, which are account ID. What error, man? Syntax error. Check the syntax properly. Foreign key, you have to give comma between the columns. After number, give comma. Account ID, transaction type, and transaction amount. Transaction type and transaction amount. Transaction type and transaction amount. You have to drop table first. Execute the drop query. And I execute again. Transaction amount. Insert into transaction details. You have to insert into account ID, transaction type, and transaction amount. After that, I am giving values. I am giving account ID first. Account ID 1% did transaction because I have only one customer. Account ID 1% only can do transaction. Transaction type is credit. And transaction amount is 1,000 rupees. 1,000 rupees. After that, click on Control Enter. What he is doing now, he is creating 1,000 rupees. He is doing the credit of 1,000 rupees. After that, execute select star from transaction details. Known column, known table. Yeah, check the table name properly. First, create the table. Transaction details, execute it. Execute it after the semicolon. That's why you have to write query in multiple lines. Transaction ID is auto-generated here. Transaction time is current time. Check it. 8:27:38 seconds is current time. 8:27:38 seconds. If this person did one more transaction, for example, this account ID person did debit of 500 rupees. Debit of 500 rupees. After that, if I click on Control Enter, value is inserted into the table. After that, execute select star from transaction details. Transaction ID 2 is auto-generated. Check the transaction time properly. 8:29:18 seconds now. Before that, 8:27:38 seconds. Now 8:29:18 seconds. It is taking current date and time exactly. Okay. He did two transactions. He created 1,000 rupees and he debited 500 rupees. He's already, while creating the account, his current balance is 1,000. What should be his balance now? 500 should be added to that 1,000. Already 1,000 is there. Already 1,000 rupees is present in his bank. He credited 1,000 more rupees. Already 1,000 is there in his bank. After that, he did credit of 1,000 rupees. 1,000 plus 1,000, 2,000. 2,000. Now he debit 500 rupees. 1,500 should be his balance. 1,500 should be his balance. Now, if you check select star from account details, his current balance is 1,000 rupees only. It is not changed. It is not changed, right? It should change automatically. If you are doing any credit, your balance should increase. If you are doing any debit, it should deduct from your balance. Okay, let us stop here for today. In next sessions, let us see how it will reflect there. Cardinality or relationship between tables. Let us consider we have two tables, table 1 and table 2. When it comes to these relationships in SQL, we have three types of relationships. They are one-to-one, one-to-many, and many-to-many. 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 These three are the relationships which we have in SQL. So when it comes to first thing, one-to-one relationship, one value in table 1 will be matched with only one value in table 2. In both table 1 and table 2, only one value should be matched. More than one value should not be matched. One value in table 1 should be matched with one value in table 2. Should not match with more than one value. For example, we have two tables called countries table and prime minister's table. Countries table and prime minister's table. In countries table, you are storing the list of countries with their ID number or something. With their serial number or something, you are storing list of countries. In prime minister's table, you are storing list of prime ministers. For each country, how many prime ministers will be there? One. One value in country will be matched with one value in prime minister's table. One value in country's table will be matched with only one value in prime minister's table. We will have country names, country ID, any related value, primary key and foreign key value like prime minister ID. After that, we have something called one-to-many relationship. One-to-many. One value in table 1 will be matched with many values in table 2. One value in table 1 will be matched with many values in table 2. For example, department and employees. In the first table, you will have only department name, department ID and all. In the second table, you will have employee details. Under one department, we can have more than one employee, right? In each department, we can have more than one employee. One value in department table will be matched with many values in employees table. When it comes to this one-to-one relationship and one-to-many relationship, these two can be achieved only with two tables. If we have table 1 and table 2, we can get this relationship. For example, let me show you small tables. We have three countries. Who is the Prime Minister of India? America. Pakistan. Google. England. Something we can consider some person. Okay, here we have countries table. We will have country ID, which is 1, 2, 1, 3 for each country. After that, name. After that, name. Here you will have Prime Minister ID, name, PM name, and also you will have country ID. This country ID is foreign key here. This country ID is primary key here, and it is foreign key in Prime Minister's table. We will have Prime Minister ID is 1, 2, 3, and country ID is also 1, 2, 3. we will match with these two tables. We will have primary key and foreign key relationship, right? How many values in first table is matching with values in second table? Only one value in first table is getting matched with one value in second table. One value in first table is in getting matched with one value in second table. This is called one-to-one relationship. We will not have more than one value in second table, or more than one matching value in first or second table. If you have more than one matching value in any tables, we will call it as one-to-many. One-to-many. For example, no, nothing like that. One value in table 1 will be matched with one value in table 2. Yeah, we can have n number of records also. Even if you have 1,000 values, only one value in table 1 will be matched with one value in table 2. Let us see about one-to-many without the department and employees. Department ID, department name. Okay, I have two columns called department ID and department name. I have 4 departments. HR department, IT, operations, sales. Like that, I have some departments. For each department, will there be only one employee? We will have more than one employee, right? Here in employees table, I have employee ID, employee name, and department ID. And department ID. Employee ID, employee name, and department ID. These are the employees and their department IDs. Here in HR department, there are 2 people. HR department, there are 2 people. One value in department table is getting matched with multiple values in the employees table. Based on their department ID, relate these 2 tables. How many people are working in HR department? 2. How many people are working in IT department? How many people are working in operations? 1. How many people are working in sales department? 2. One value in table 1 is getting matched with multiple values in table. One value in table 1 is getting matched with multiple values in table. Huh? Yeah, we will have relationship with multiple values. That's all. It is called as one-to-many thing. More than one column means. Yeah, we will have only one related column between both the tables, like primary key value and foreign key value. By using these values, we will relate each other. Here, if we have one value is matching with multiple values in another table, it is called one-to-many relationship. One value is matching with one value in another table, it is called one-to-one. If it is matching with multiple values, it is called one-to-many. We will have one more relationship called many-to-many. 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 Here, for writing this many-to-many relationship, we will have one more table which is called bridge table. At least we need 3 minimum tables to write many to many lists. For example, I have trainers and students. Trainer and student, or teacher and student. One teacher will have multiple students, right? One teacher will have multiple students. And one student also will have multiple teachers. Only one teacher will not teach all the subjects, right? One student will have multiple teachers. Here, from this side, it will be many. From table 1 and table 2, both sides, it will be many to many. For example, I have 4 trainers. Trainer 1, trainer 2, trainer 3, and trainer 4. And here I have 10 students. Student 1, student 2, student 3. Like this, I have 2 different tables. How to build many to many relationship between these 2 tables? This is trainer ID 1, 2, 3, 4. This is student ID. This is trainers table, which contains trainer ID and trainer name. This is student table, which contains student ID and student name. Now, how to build what many to many relationship between them? Huh? Course name. No, here I have only 2 tables called trainer and student. We can't have one more column here with one to many relationship. For example, here if I have trainer ID as foreign key, for one student there will be multiple trainers. For example, student 1 is getting trained from trainer 1 and 2. How can you have multiple values here? We can't have like that, right? We cannot have multiple values like that. For example, student ID 2 is getting trained on 4 subjects. He is getting trained under 4 trainers. His trainer ID should be 1, 2, 3, and 4. How can we build like this? It is not possible. Is it possible to build like this? It is not possible. That's why we need the help of one more table called bridge table. In both trainer table and students table, I will have only primary key values. In both trainers table and student table, I will have only primary key values. Foreign key values will be present in one more table is called student trainers table, which is bridge table. I will build one more table with the name of student trainers table. Here I will have student ID and trainer ID, which is foreign key value from both the table. Student ID is foreign key of student table and trainer ID is foreign key of trainer table. What I will do here, student ID 1 took training under trainer ID number. Student ID number 1 took training under trainer number 2. Student ID number 1 took training under trainer 3. Student ID number 2 took training under trainer 1. Student ID number 2 took training under trainer number 2. Student ID 2 took training under trainer number 3. Student ID number 2 training under trainer number 4. By using this bridge table as mediator, we can relate one-to-many relationship. One-to-many relationship. Many values in student table. Many values in student table is getting matched with many values in trainers table. Without this bridge table, we can't build a many-to-many relationship. Without this bridge table, we can't build a many-to-many relationship. Why do we need to learn about these relationships is for the topic called joins. For the topic called joins. Only if you know how these relationships are working, then only you can do joins. The purpose of using joins is to retrieve data from multiple tables. Joins or joins. To retrieve data from multiple tables. We will use the concept called joins. In joins, we have two types basically. They are inner joins and outer. Inner joins and outer joins. Inner joins and outer joins. What is this inner join? This inner join will give only the matching values between the both the tables. It will print only matching values between both the tables. I will show you how it works 1 minute. In course details table, all of you insert one more value with course ID number 3. Course ID number 3, tableau, and give something. Course ID number 3. You can take anything Python, tableau, whatever you want, you can take. Fee 10,000. Cardinality is nothing but of the relationships between the tables. No, it is not a command. It is just the concept. I inserted one more value into course details. Here I have 4 students in student details table. I have 4 students in student details table. Course ID 1. What is course ID number 1? SQL. Course ID number 1 again. Course ID number 2, Power BI. These course ID number 1 and 2 are getting matched in both the tables. Do we have any matching value for course ID number 3 here? No, we don't have any matching value. If we want to print only the matching values, then we have to use the join called inner join. It will not print the details of Python. It will not print the details of Python. If you want the details of both matching values plus unmatched values, then you have to use the joins called outer join. If you want to get the details of both matching values plus unmatched values, matching values plus unmatched values. If you want to print both the details, then you have to use the
thing called outer joins. In the inner joins, we have only one keyword called join. Join. We will use only join. Join is the keyword for inner join. The syntax for writing join is, let me show you. First, you have to write what are the columns that you want to print. Select, I want to print student ID, name, age, gender, course ID, location. Okay. After course ID, let me print course name, fee, and at last location. Student ID, name, age, gender, course ID, course name, fee, and location. These data I have in two different tables. I have this data in two different tables. The student details are present in student details table. This course name and fee are present in course details table. Yes or no? We have this data in two different tables or no? Yeah. From student details, select, and after that selected column names from student details. Join course details. I am joining both the tables. And you have to give condition based on which value you are joining both the tables. What is the related value in these two tables? What is the related value, related column in both the tables? Course ID. Course ID is the foreign key value here, which is used to build relationship between both the tables. I am taking alias name for student details table. I am taking student details as SB and course details as CV. After that, you have to give condition. On is the condition value. It will print the matching values. It will check the matching values. This on condition is used to check the matching values between both the tables. On student details dot sd dot course ID is equal to course details dot course ID. Student details dot course ID equal to course details dot course ID. I am joining both the tables based on this particular value. I am joining both the tables based on this particular value called course ID. By matching course IDs in both the tables, I am joining the data which is present in two tables. This is how we can print data from multiple tables. This is how we can print data from multiple tables. If I execute this particular query, I will get error. I will get error which is called course ID is ambiguous. Course ID is ambiguous. While writing joins, you should remember about this particular error definitely, because this error will confuse you most of the times. Query is completely correct, but you will get this error most of the times. If I execute this particular query, column course ID in fields list is ambiguous. Why only course ID is ambiguous? Why not another columns? This course ID column is present in both the tables. Ambiguous means confusing. SQL is feeling confusing that from which table I want to print this course ID. This course ID is present in course details table and also in student details table. From which table I have to print this course ID? You can give any table. Even if you give student details table name, it will print course ID properly. Even if you give course details table name, it will print properly. As you didn't mention any table name there, it is throwing error called course ID in fields list is ambiguous. Remaining columns are okay because they are present in only one table. Only this course ID column is present in both the tables. That's why while writing joins, what we have to do is for each and every column, we have to mention table name also. SD.student ID. I took alias name for student details table. I took SD as alias name. SD.student ID. SD.name. SD.age. Alias name I took here by using as student details as SD. For all the columns present in student details, we can use SD. For this course ID column, you can give either course details table or student details table. SD.course ID. This course name is present in course details CD. Fee is present in course details CD. And location is present in student details SD. You have to mention table name dot column name. I print the data of both the tables together. Student ID 1 enrolled for SQL, fee 15,000 in Bangalore location. Select, and after select, you have to mention all the column names from both the tables which you want to select. From table 1, join table 2 on table 1 dot primary key is equal to table 2 dot foreign key. You have to give that linked column which is related, which is acting as relationship between both the tables. We already discussed that this inner join will give only the matching values. This inner join will give only the matching values. Now I want the details of Python also. We have to use outer joins. We have to use outer joins. In outer joins, we have three types of joins which are called left join, right join, and full join. Left join, right join, and full join. What is the purpose of this left join means? This left join will give all matching values from both the tables, which means the output of inner join. Inner join is giving matching values between both the tables, right? It will give all matching values between both the tables plus unmatched values from left table. Unmatched values from left table. What is left table and what is right table? You can ask me. We are writing table 1 join table 2. This is the syntax, actual syntax to join. Here also in normal join, we use student details join course details. This student details is in left side. If we write it in single line, student details will come table 1, which is in left side for the join, and table 2 is in the right side, which is course details. This will become right table. If we have, it will print all the matching values, and if we have any unmatched value from table 1, it will print that unmatched value also. When it comes to right join, it will print all the matching values plus unmatched value from right table, which means it will print only the matching values and unmatched values only from the right side table. In our example, it is course details table. Do we have any unmatched value in course details? Yes, we have value of Python. In left table, we don't have any unmatched values, but in right table, we have Python as unmatched value. It will print the details of Python also. Full join. This full join will print all the matching values plus unmatched values from both the tables, from both left and right table. It will print all the matching values and unmatched values from both left and right tables. In the same point, no need to change any syntax. Instead of this join, Let me write left join. Do we have any unmatched values in left table? Do we have any unmatched values in student details table? No. It will print same this inner join output. It will print the same inner join output. If I use left join, it will print same inner join output. Same output. We don't have left join. If you want unmatched value from the left table, we have to use left join. If you want unmatched value from the right side table, what you have to do? Unmatched value from right side table. We have to use right join. Right join. Do we have any unmatched value in course details table? Yes, we have Python as unmatched value. Now it will print the details of Python also. All the remaining values will be null. What is full join? It will print all the matching values and unmatched values from both the tables. That is what I am doing. If I use full join, it will throw me error. SQL syntax error. It is throwing red color into mark. Even if I execute it, will throw me, you have an error in SQL syntax corresponding. This full join, we don't have any keyword called full join in SQL. We don't have any keyword called full join in SQL. That's why if you want to get the output of full join, what you have to do is you have to write left join and remove the semicolon after the query. After that, write union at the end, right join. We have to add both left join output and right join. Yeah. When it comes to full join, we don't have any keyword called full join in SQL. If you want the output of full join, you have to write left join union right join or right join union left join. Anything will work. If I execute this, I will get all the matching values and unmatched values. We have one more type of joins. Miscellaneous joins. No one named them like left join, right join. No one named them. That's why we have miscellaneous joins, which are called cross join, and self join. Cross join and self join. This cross join is also called as Cartesian product. Cartesian product. What is the purpose of using this cross join? Means this cross join will give all the combinations between both the tables. It will give all combinations between both the tables. All combinations between both the tables. For example, we have 4 students. I have 4 students and I am providing 3 courses. These are the 3 courses I am providing. I have 4 students and I am providing 3 courses. All combinations means it will give all the combinations between both the tables. We learned about. RAM choosing SQL is one combination. RAM choosing Power BI is one combination. RAM choosing Python is one combination. Sana choosing SQL is one combination. Sana choosing Power BI is one combination. Sana choosing Python is one combination. John choosing SQL is one combination. John choosing Power BI is one combination. John choosing Python is one combination. Peter choosing SQL is one combination. Peter choosing Power BI is one combination. Peter choosing Python is one combination. These are all the possible combinations between these two tables. How many possible combinations are there completely? 4. 12. For each person, there are 3 possible subjects. 4 people are there. Total 12 combinations. Huh? Why it is called Cartesian product means in the output you will get the product of number of records present in table 1 into number of records present in table 2. Here I have 4 records. Details of 4 people. Here I have 3 courses. Records of 3 courses. 4 into 3. You will get 12 records in the output. You will get 12 records in the output. It will give all the possible combinations between both the tables. Will give all possible combinations between both the tables. Syntax is very easy. Syntax is very easy. Select star from student details, comma, course details. Select star from student details, comma, course details. That's, yeah. If I execute this particular query, I will get course details. Spelling mistake. Ram choosing Python. Ram choosing Power BI. Ram choosing SQL. After that, Peter choosing Python. Peter choosing Power BI. Like that, for each student, you will get all the possible combinations. Create table, employee table. And we have columns called employee ID, which is integer. You can take Tinyint also. Employee name, which is character of 20. Manager ID, which is again integer. After that, click on Control Enter to execute. This employee table got created. To see it in the output, execute select star from employee table. Employee table. So that click on Control Enter to execute. Here we have employee table with 3 columns called employee ID, employee name, and manager ID. After that, insert values into this particular table. Insert into employee table, values, employee ID 1, name Ram, manager ID null value. Sorry, employee ID 1, you can give name as BTree. as use the CO. Manager ID value is null. We can give in values. We cannot give in table names and column names. For values, we can utilize as per your wish, because values will be treated as from semicolon to semicolon. Sorry, quotation mark to quotation mark. From this starting quotation mark to ending quotation mark, it will be considered as a single value. For example, if you remove quotation mark here, the whole null value, these commas and all will be considered as same value. This bracket and all will be considered as same value until you close the quotation mark. The table names, in between table names and column names, you can't give any space. Employee ID number 2, name Ram. Manager ID is 1. Employee ID number 3, name Sana. Manager ID is 1. Employee ID number 4, name John. Manager ID is 3, which is the employee ID of Sana. Employee ID number 5, name Peter. Here also manager ID is 3. After that, execute this particular query. After that, execute select star from employees table. Here I got complete table in the output with columns employee ID, employee name, and manager ID, and with some data in it. All of you create this particular table. Creating this particular table, write in normal join query syntax. Select what are the columns that I want. Employee ID, employee name. I want one more column called manager name. I want one more column called manager name. In which column am I able to see this employee names? Sorry, manager names. In which column am I able to see the name of Bill Gates, Sana, and all? In employee name only, I am able to see their names. One more time, I will take employee. I will rename it as manager name. From employee table, I am taking alias name as E1. Join or take left to join. Again, take the same table. Again, take same table, same employee table. Give alias name as E2. I am joining the same table with itself. After that, I am mentioning the table names for column names. This employee ID I am fetching from employee E1 table. E1.employee ID. This employee name I am fetching from E1 table. E1.employee name. This second employee name I am fetching from E2 table. E2 table. E2 table. From second table I am fetching this particular column. The same column, but for when I am taking this table for the second time, I am renaming it as E2. From this second time table, I am taking this employee name column. For taking this particular column, I am using some condition on E1.manager ID is equal to E2.employee ID. Wherever manager ID value is matching with employee ID, they fetch their names only, print their names only. Whenever this manager ID is matching with employee ID, print his name. Whenever this manager ID is matching with this employee ID, print this name. Whenever manager ID is matching with employee ID, print the employee name. After that, click on Control Enter to execute. Sorry, EMP ID. EMP ID. If you execute this particular query, you will get a column called employee ID, employee name, and manager name. Execute select star from account details. I inserted 11 records into account details table. And in transaction details table, I have only 2 records. Check these 2 records also. In transaction details table, I have 2 records. Who did this particular transaction? Who is the person? These 2 transactions. Who did? Account ID 1 person did these 2 transactions. Yes or no? If you execute select star from account details, you will get his details. Account ID 1 person. This person did those 2 transactions. Now my requirement is I want account details of the people who did transactions. I want account details of the people only who did transactions. Who is the person who did transaction? What is his account ID? This thing output we can't do. Program. Account ID 1 person did transactions. Now I want only his details. If one more person did transaction, I want his details also. I want details of the people only who did transactions. For example, let me insert one more value into transaction details. Insert into transaction details. transaction details, we have to give data only for few columns called account ID, transaction type, and transaction amount. Because transaction ID is auto-generated by using auto increment, and transaction time is default value by using null. Account ID, transaction type, and transaction amount. Transaction amount. Values. Account ID 7% did this particular transaction. Transaction type is credit. And transaction amount is 1,000 rupees. So that it may execute this query. Transaction type. Sorry, spelling mistake and type. Transaction type. Let me execute select star from transaction details. Now, how many people did transactions? Okay. How many people did transactions now? 2 people. Account ID 1% and account ID 7%. I want their details only. I don't want remaining people details. I want account details of the people who did transactions. How can we get them? Requirement is I want account details of the people who did transactions. If he did transactions, I want his details. If they didn't did any transactions, I don't want their details. How to get them? From how many tables I am printing data here? Only from account details table. Think it whether it is correct or not. Check here, check the current query. If you have doubts, you can ask me later. Here I am printing data only from account details table. But I am depending on transaction details table. Why am I depending on transaction details table? Here I want to find who are the people who did transactions. To find who did transactions, I am depending on transaction details table. Name is present in account details table. Just to find who did that particular transactions, we are depending on transaction details table. For example, let me write a query. Select account ID from transaction details. What will this query returns? Select account ID from transaction details. Yes, select ID from transaction details. What will this query returns? Yeah, whoever did transactions, it will print their account IDs only. I am printing account IDs from transaction details. In transaction details table, I am storing details of the people only who did transactions. Here I am printing account IDs of the people only who did transactions. I am not printing complete table. I am printing only account ID column of the people who did transactions. Here I am printing account IDs of the people who did transactions. If I have account IDs of the people, if I have their account IDs, can I print their remaining details by using their account IDs? If I have account ID number 1, can I print his details? Select star from account details where account ID equal to 1. If I have their account IDs, can I print their remaining details? Let me write this query in Workbench. First thing is select account ID from transaction details. If I execute this particular thing, I got in the output, I got account ID 1, 1, and 7. These 3 are the account IDs of the people who did transactions. If you don't want duplicates in them, you have to use select a distinct of account ID. This distinct is a function which is used to remove duplicates. Select distinct of account ID from transaction details. Account ID 1 and 7 persons did transactions. Now, to print their account details, I am writing select star from account details where account ID 1, 7. Select star from account details where account ID in 1, 7. This 1 and 7 are the 2 people who did transactions. Now I am printing their account details. Account details of 1 and 7. Now I will get the account details of the people who did transactions, right? These two people did transactions. And I am printing their account details. Select star from account details where account ID is 1, 7. If you check in transaction details, select distinct of account ID from transaction details. I got 1, 7. These two are the account IDs of the people who did transactions. Now I am printing their account details. Select star from account details where account ID is 1, 7. I am printing all the account details of account ID 1 and 7. We are giving values manually because I have only 2 people did transactions. What if you have 50 lakh people did transactions? Or what if you have 10 lakh people did transactions? Is it possible to give 10 lakh values manually here? Where condition? No. That's why what I will do is I will copy this query and I will copy this query. Instead of these values, I will paste this query. Instead of values, I will paste this query. For readability, I am writing in multiple lines. In where condition, I will paste the inner query instead of giving values manually. What will happen in this scenario? First, it will execute the inner query. First, it will execute the inner query. First, it will execute this inner query. What will be the output of this inner query? It will find the account IDs of the people who did transactions. Even if they are 1 lakh account IDs, it will print all 1 lakh account IDs automatically. In this condition, it will print automatically. First inner query will be executed and it will print their result here. After that, outer query will execute. Select star from account details where account ID in, and the output of this query will be taken as values. If I execute this particular thing, the same output will be reflected. This type of writing query is called subquery. Subquery. A query within another query is called subquery. In subquery, always inner query will execute first. Inner query. Inner query will be written in where are having classes only. Inner query will be written in where are having classes only. When do we use this subquery? What is the purpose of using this subquery? Whenever we are printing data only from one table and we are depending on another tables. Here I am printing data only from account details table. and I am depending on transaction details there. Whenever we are printing data only from one table and depending on another table, we will use subquery. If we are retrieving data from more than one table, which concept do we use? I am retrieving data from more than one table, which means I am retrieving data from 2 tables or 3 tables. Which concept will we use? Joins is used to retrieve data from multiple tables. And subquery is used whenever we are retrieving data only from one table and depending on another table. Here also involvement of 2 tables will be there. And we are not printing data from the second table. We are not printing any values from second table. You can see the output of this subquery. You can see output. All columns are from only account details table. What is a subquery? A query within another query is called subquery. In a subquery, which query will execute first, inner query or outer query? In a subquery, always inner query will execute first. After that, in which class do we write this subquery? Where do we write this subquery? Which position of query? In which class? In from class, in group by class, or in where class, or in having class? In which class do we write subquery? Where or having class? We can use this subquery both in where or having class. Where or having class. After writing this, I asked you to find top 5 balances. Top 5 balances. This is very important interview question. Just to find nth highest balance. They will ask you to find 5th highest balance or 10th highest balance. They will ask you to imagine some table and write a query to find 5th highest balance or 10th highest balance, like that. They will give 10th highest, whatever they want, they will give. Find nth highest balance. Find nth highest balance. What is the query that you wrote to find top 5 balances? Order by descending limit 5. Okay, you got top 5 balances.
For suppose I am writing some balances. Let us consider these 5 are top 5 balances. Let us consider these 5 are top 5 balances. Which is the 5th highest balance? This is the 5th highest balance, right? I find top 5 balances, and this is the 5th highest balance. 5th highest balance is the minimum of top 5 highest balances. Yes or no? Is the minimum value among top 5 highest balances. This is the logic that we are going to use anyway. First, if they ask you to find 10th highest balance, you have to write to find query to find top 10 balances, and you want to find minimum among them. If you find top 10 balances and if you find minimum among it, it will be the 5th highest balance, right? You wrote a query, select current balance from account details, order by current balance descending, limit 5. Order by current balance descending, limit 5. This is the query which you wrote to find the top 5 balances. If we utilize this as a subquery and if we find the minimum among these top 5 balances, can we get the 5th highest balance? This query is used to find top 5 balances. If I utilize it in subquery and if I find the minimum among these top 5 balances, can I get the 5th highest balance? Now I have the output of this query is top 5 balances. I want to use this query as inner query, and I want to find minimum among these top 5 balances. I will write a query, select minimum of current balance, from account details, where current balance in, and after that I will write this query as subquery or inner query. At the end, give semicolon. Don't give any semicolon in the bracket. Let me show you in Workbench. Actually, this query is wrong. Just to make you understand that this process is wrong, I asked you to write it. To find nth highest balance, this process is wrong. Why? Because in where condition, limit will not support. Limit will not be supported in where condition. In inner query, we are using limit, right? Limit 5. In where condition, limit is not supported. That's why let us check whether it will work or not. Select minimum of current balance. From account details, where current balance in here we have to write subquery. Select current balance from account details order by current balance descending limit 5. This inner query will print top 5 balances, list of top 5 balances. And I am fetching minimum value from top 5 balances. What will be the minimum value among top 5 balances? Fifth one is the minimum among top 5, right? If you want top 10th highest, you can just change to limit 10. If you want 15th highest, limit 15. If you change the limit value, it will fetch that value. That's all. Let me execute this query. Amount column current balance. Here. Current balance. Okay. I got top 5 balances. These are the top 5 balances of my table. Fifth highest is 2000. Minimum among top 5 is 2, which is 2000. If I execute this subquery to find minimum value among top 5, it will throw me an error because limit will not be allowed in where condition. I am writing this in where condition, where current balance in, and I am writing the subquery. Limit is not allowed in where condition. If I execute it, this version of MySQL does not support limit in subquery. The error is this version of MySQL doesn't support limit in or any some subquery. These things are not supported in subquery. But limit will not be supported in subquery. In where are having in subquery, limit is not supported. We cannot use limit. That's why what I will do is I will write inner query in from class itself. See this query. The same query I will write in from class itself. Select minimum of current balance from. After from itself, I wrote inner query. What I am doing is as top 5 balances. For this inner query, I will give alias name as top 5 balances. This particular concept is called derived table. Derived table. If you are writing inner query in from class, it will be called as derived table. If you are writing inner query in from class, it will be called as derived table. What is happening in this query means, once look at the code or once look at the TV. Here also the inner query will execute first. What is the output of inner query? What is the output of inner query? Same inner query, right? It will print top 5 balances. This output will be taken as separate temporary table. That table name is top 5 balances. The output of inner query will be taken as separate temporary table. Here we are executing select minimum of current balance from top 5 balance. The output of this inner query will be taken as separate temporary table. That's why the table will not exist. It is temporary table. No, it will not come. The table will not come. This temporary table, until we execute the query, it will stay. After we executing this query, it will also delete automatically. Query storing. What is the purpose of storing a query? What is the purpose of storing a query? When it comes to the purpose, when you have reusability of the query regularly, if you are using that same query every day, instead of storing it somewhere else in Notepad or somewhere else, instead of copying in some other documents and pasting it into Workbench, SQL itself is providing some database objects which can store a query. This particular portion is called query storing. In this, we are going to see the first concept, which is called views. View is also one of the database object like table. It is also one of the database object which is used to store single select query. View is used to store only the single select query. View will not store any tables or something. It will store only single select query. It will not store the output of any table, or it will not store output of any query. It can store only single select query. For creating any database object, what is the command that we have? What is the command to create table? Select star from. Create table, table name is the command for creating table. For creating view, we have create view, view name. For creating any database object, we have a command called create. For creating view, we have create view, view name. View name as, and you have to write that single select query. And this query will be stored in this particular view. Let me show you how to write this particular view. What is the purpose of this particular query? Pasted. Last two lines. What is the purpose of this query? This highlighted query. This is a subquery. What is the purpose of using it? It will fetch the account details of the people who did transactions. Daily, I want to check who are the people who did transactions. Daily, I want to execute same query. Daily, I have the same purpose. Instead of writing this query every time, same query every time, what I will do means I will store this query in the form of a view. It is a single select query, right? It started with select and ended with semicolon. Any query which starts with select and ends with semicolon will be called as single select query. It might be subquery, join, derived table, whatever it might be. It should start with select and end with semicolon. It is called as a single select query. Now what I want to do means, here in our database, we have tables. We don't have any views, stored procedures and functions. Near tables only we have some expansion button. Near views, stored procedures and functions, we don't have any expansion button because we don't have them. Let us try to create a view. What is the command for creating a view? Create view. I am taking view name as accounts of transactions. Accounts of transactions. Create view accounts of transactions as, and I will write this single select query. This is how we can create a view. Create view accounts of transactions as select star from account details where account ID in, select distinct of account ID from transaction details. This, if I execute this particular query, this select query will be stored in this particular view called account of transactions. If I refresh the schemas, near views also there will be an expansion button. If I execute this, if I expand this views, I have a view called accounts of transactions. In this particular view, I have this particular query. This particular select query is stored in the view. What will happen if I execute this view means, it will execute the query which is stored in it. Whenever you execute the view is storing one particular query, right? It will execute the query which is present in it. If I execute this view called accounts of transactions, it will execute this select query. It will execute the select query which is present in it. To execute the view, we have to use normal select query. Select star from view name. Select star from view name. View name is accounts of transactions. If I execute the view, it will execute the query which is present in the view. It is executing the query which is present inside the view. The output is the output of this particular query. View can store only single select query. Let me execute this query separately without a view. See the same single query select query. If I execute it separately, see the output. Two people did transactions. Account ID 1 person and account ID 7% did transactions. I am getting their account details. Even if I execute the view, select star from accounts of transactions, I will get the same output. Account ID 1% and account ID 7% details. Whenever I execute the view, the query which is stored inside the view will get executed. View can store only single select query. It will not store any tables or any other things. For example, if I insert one more transaction into transaction details table, transaction is done by account ID 2%, credit of 1,000 rupees. If I insert this particular value, now how many values should I get in the output of the view? 3 values. Account ID 1%, 2%, and account ID 7%. 3 people. If I execute this particular view, I will get all 3 values. If I execute the view, the query which is present inside the view will get executed. Let us see what will happen if I update this view. What will happen if I update this particular view? For example, accounts of transactions is a view. If I update this particular view, what will happen? I want to change the name of the person Ram to Ram Prasad. Account ID one person, I want to change the name to Ram Prasad. I will update this particular view. What will happen if I update a view instead of updating the table? Let us see. Update view name, accounts of transactions. Set name equal to Ram Prasad. Where account ID equal to 1. Normal update query, but I am writing on view. I am not writing on table. Accounts of transactions is a view name. I am updating a view. If I execute this update query got executed successfully. Now let me check the output of the view. Select star from view name, accounts of transactions. See the name here. Name is updated to Ram Prasad. Let me check the original table. What is the original table? Account details, the base table. Let me check the table. In the table also the name will be updated. Select star from account details. If I execute this table, see the name of person number 1. It is changed to Ram Prasad. Yeah, if you update any view, it will change the data present in the base table. Base table. Base table means the table on which you wrote this particular. If you update any view, it will change the data which is present in the base table. These type of views are called updatable views. We have two types of views, which are updatable views and unupdatable views. Updatable views. And we have one more type of views called unupdatable views. It will change the value in base table. It will update value in base table. In base table. Base table means the table on which we wrote the view. Table on which we wrote a view. This is called base table. If you update any view, any updatable view, it will update the value which is present in base table. Okay. What is updatable view? We discussed about two kinds of views which are called updatable views and unupdatable views. What is updatable view? If we have same number of columns, both in the output of the view and in the output of the base table. If we have same number of similar columns should be also same. Not only the count of columns should also be the same. What are the columns present in the output of the view? Account ID, name, age, account type, and current balance. These are the columns which are present in the output of the views. What are the columns which are present in the output of the base table? Select star from account details. Account ID, name, age, account type, and current balance. Same columns, right? If the number of columns present in the base table and in the output of the view are same or similar, then we can update a view. Otherwise, it is not possible to update it. Columns in base table should be equal to columns in output of view. Then we can update a view. Should be equal and similar. Columns should be same, both in base table in the output of the view. Then we can update a view. If we update a view, it will update a value in base table. Then it is possible to update a view. After that, what I will do is, I will write one more view. I will write one more view. Create view. View name is balance in bank. Balance in bank. Total balance in bank, which is present in bank. How to find total balance which is present in bank? If I add the current balance of all the customers, it is equal to total balance which is present in bank, right? If I add all the balances of the customers, it is equal to the balance which is present in bank. Create view balance in bank as select sum of current balance from account details. From account details. Select sum of current balance from account details. And I am storing this select query inside a view. I created a view with the name of balance in bank. Here check, I have two views, which is accounts of, first one is accounts of transactions and second one is balance in bank. If I execute select star from balance in bank, it will give total balance which is present in the bank, which is sum of all customers' current balance. This is the total balance which is present in the bank. Now what will I do is, I will try to update the view called balance in bank. I will try to update this particular view. Is it possible to update this view? Is it possible to update this view called balance in bank? It is not possible. I will tell why. Update balance in bank. Set name equal to, I am changing Ram Prasad into Ram again. I am changing it back to Ram, where account ID equal to 1. If I execute this query, I will get an error. The target table balance in bank of the update is not updatable. This balance in bank is not updatable. Why it is not updatable? The number of columns present in the output of the view is not equal to the number of columns which are present in base table. How many columns do you have here? Only one column. How many columns do we have in base table? What is the base table? Account details is the base table. How many columns do we have in account details table? More columns. Number of columns is not equal. That's why it is not possible to update them. We have second type of views called unupdatable views. We cannot update a view whenever the number of columns in base table is not equal and not similar to number of columns present inside view. Is not equal to number of columns in a view. Then it is not possible to update the view. The number of columns present in base table should be, whenever they are equal and similar, then we can update it. Whenever the number of columns in base table is not equal to number of columns present inside a view, we cannot update it. For example, when these conditions will come means, whenever we are using any aggregate functions, like sum, max, min, whenever we are using any aggregate functions, whenever we are using joins, why do we use joins? To retrieve data from multiple tables. We have columns from two different tables there. It will not match with number of columns present in any one table. We are using joins to retrieve data from multiple tables. It will not match with the count of number of columns which is present in one single table. That's why it is not possible to update a view whenever we are using any aggregate function or joins. The number of columns will change here in these scenarios. Indexing. This is the most important topic in SQL for data analyst people. In every interview, there will be 100% questions from this particular topic called indexing. What is an index? When it comes to index is also a database object which is used to improve the performance of the query. Index will improve the speed or performance of the query. Index is a database object like table, view, stored procedure. Index is also one of the database objects which is used to improve the performance of the query. Which is used to improve the performance of query. In a normal query, for example, I have a table with single column called serial number. I have a table name is table only, with only one column called serial number. In this particular column, I have a sequence of numbers from 1 to 10. Now, if I want to print only one particular number called 6, tell me a query to print the number called 6. Tell me a query to print number called 6 from this particular table. Select star from table name is table. That's why I will write table. Now I want to print only 6. Yeah, where serial number equal to 6. Where serial number equal to 6. The query is same everywhere, but whenever we are using normal where condition, what it will do means, this where condition will filter the data, right? It will go to the table, will go to the column called serial number. It will search whether 1 is equal to 6. Will this condition satisfy? 1 is equal to 6? No, condition failed. Then it will go to 2. It will check whether 2 is equal to 6. Condition failed. It will go to 3. It will check whether 3 is equal to 6. No. Whether 4 is equal to 6. No. Whether 5 is equal to 6. No. 6 is equal to 6. Now the condition satisfies and it will print the value called 6. It will search for a value like this. If you want to print the value called 6, how many steps it is taking? 6 steps. We have to include the correct statement also. It is taking 6 steps. Only to find the value called 6. What if you have sequence of 1 crore values and if you want to print one particular value? I have sequence of 1 crore values and I want to print a value called 60 lakhs. How many steps it will take? It will take 60 lakhs steps. To find the value called 6, it can print in less than 1 second. But to search 60 lakhs times, will it take more time or not? It will definitely take more time. For example, when it comes to your bank or something, how many users will be there for any bank? Let us consider State Bank of India. How many users will be there? Let us consider 5 to 10 crore users will be there throughout India. 10 crore users are there. If one person is opening any application like GPay, PhonePe or something, or he opens that banking application, own banking application, and he tried to print his current balance. He tried to get his current balance. What it will do is, it will go to banking table and it will go to the current balance column and it will search for his account ID first, where account ID is equal to that particular account ID, and it will print his current balance. This is going to happen. If there are 10 crore customers, how much time it will take to print only his current balance? Only one person current balance. It is taking 10, if his account ID is something around 60 lakhs, it will take 60 lakh steps. How much time it will take? For example, let us consider SQL is very quick. It can filter 1 lakh data within a seconds. Can filter lakhs of data in seconds. Even though to filter value from 10 crore details or to filter one particular value from 10 crore records, it will definitely take 1 or 2 minutes time. 1 or 2 minutes time to filter one particular value, because it has to search in 10 crore values. Isn't it possible to take 1 or 2 minutes time to search for a value in 10 crore records? Even it is a programming language, to search value by value, it will take a lot of time, right? For finding a value called 6, how many steps it is taking? 6 steps. I am asking you to consider that there are 10 crore values, sequence of 10 crore values. This is sequence of 10 crore value. I want to find some value, one value in between. Let me consider this particular value is something around 6 crores. How many steps it will take to find that particular value? It will take 6 crore steps, right? Okay. How much time it will take to fetch this particular value? As SQL is very quick, you can filter 1 lakh or 2 lakh records in seconds only. Even if we consider it as very quick application, it will take 1 or 2 minutes to find this particular value called 6 crores. Yes or no? Because it is searching value by value. value by value. For example, if you try to fetch current balance or balance in your banking application and it is loading for 2 minutes, will you accept it? Why? No one will accept. First, with that irritation, they will break their own mobile. If it is taking 2 or 3 minutes, or if it is taking 5 minutes, there are a lot of records, right? First, it has to search for one particular person data and it has to fetch his current balance. There are crores of records present in bank. If it is taking 5 minutes, we can't wait for it. That's why what we have to do is we have to improve the searching performance of the query. We have to improve the searching performance of the query. To improve the performance of the query, we have a topic called indexing. When it comes to this indexing, based on search criteria, this index will be given for column, which is used for searching. For example, if you want to search account details of one particular person, which column is used to search? Account ID column is, by using account ID, we will search for his details, right? We will write index on account ID column. Like that, for based on any searching column, we will write an index to improve that search criteria. Based on the search criteria, we have three types of indexes. They are BTree index, hash index, and Rtree index. BTree index, hash index, and Rtree index. Manaki three types of we are going to have these three types of indexes based on search criteria. Let us see how this BTree index will work. This BTree is also called as balanced tree. Balanced tree. BTree is also called as balanced tree. For example, I have a value sequence of values between 1 and 100. I have sequence of values between 1 and 100. And I want to find the value called 67. How much time will it take to find the value by using normal where condition? It will take 67 steps to find the value based on normal where condition. But what this BTree index will do means, first it will take the center value. This particular value is called node value. Node value. It will take one center value. What is the center value between 1 and 100? 50. 50 is the node value for this. It will take this center value and it will search in such a way like that whether 67 is less than or equal to 50 or greater than 50. 67 greater than 50. This condition satisfies. It will not search in first 50 values now. 67 is not there in first 50 values. It will skip first 50 values. Now what it will do means, it will again balance the data which is called 50 and 100. What will be the node value between 50 and 100? 75. 50 and 100. From where 25 will comes between 75 is the node value. Will search whether 67 is less than or equal to 75 or greater than 70. $67 is less than or equal to 75, right? 67 is between 50 and 75. it is less than or equal to 75. This condition satisfies. And it will not search for any value above 70. It will skip the next values wherever the condition fails. Now it will balance again between 50 and 70. What will be the between value? 63. Let me consider 62 or 63. It will check whether 67 is less than or equal to 63 or greater than 63. 67 is greater than 63. Then it will not search for the values between 50 and 63. It will again balance 63 and 75. What will be the middle value? 60, almost 67 will be the middle value. 67 or 68 will be the middle value. Okay, let us consider 67. And the value got matched finally. Even if it is 68, it will take one more step to balance again and it will match the value. Let us consider this value is 67. And value got matched successfully. How many steps is it taking to find the value called 67? 1 step, 2 step, 3 step, 3rd step, 4th step. Even if you consider one more step, 1 or 2 steps more taken to balance again, 5 and 6 steps. It is taking 6 steps to find the value called 67. Find the value called 67 by balancing the data and by using the node value. It is finding the value called 67 within 6 or 7 steps, 5 or 6 steps. Now, which process is better, whether using normal where condition or based on BTree index? If we are using this particular search criteria of BTree index, will it fetch the data quickly or not? It will print the data very quickly. Here itself, in our scenario, it is improving at least 10 times speed. If you have lot of values or if you have crores of records, this BTree index will improve the performance up to 1000 times. It will improve the performance of the query up to 1000 times. BTree index will improve the performance of the query up to 1000 times. By balancing the data, it will find the value very quickly. This is one type of search criteria. After that, we have one more index called hash index. Hash index. What this hash index will do is, this hash index can find any value in single step. This BTree index, for finding a value called 67, this BTree index is taking 6 steps, right? This hash index can find any value in single step. Now, which index is quicker, BTree index or hash index? Hash index is quicker. Even if you have 1 crore value, it will fetch the details only in single step. What this hash index will do means, it will store the path of each and every value. It will store the path of each value or each record. For example, for anything that we are storing in our computer, we will have some path for it. For example, if I am going to some random if I am storing some anything, any file or anything in my computer, everything will be stored in some folder. That particular file, each and every file will have some path. Yes or no? Some path will be there for each and every file. Even if we are storing any SQL thing, it will be stored in some hard disk. For each and every value, there will be some path. It will be assigned some storage, and for storage, there will be some path. What this hash index will do is, this hash index will store this path. It will copy this path. It will store that particular path of each and every value. Now I have storage path of that particular file, which I open now. If I have that particular path, I need not to take multiple steps to open that particular folder now. What I will do is, I will just click on home and I will paste that path. If I click on enter, directly I can go to that folder in single step. Without taking multiple steps, if I have path of that particular value, I can go there in single step. This hash index will store the path of each and every value and retrieve the data in single step. But there are a lot of disadvantages of this hash index. To store the path of each and every value, this hash index will consume a lot of storage again. It is storing the path of each and every value, right? To store that values, it needs additional memory again. It will consume a lot of storage. If you create hash index for on a large data or on large number of records, it may lead to the failure of your storage engine. It may lead to the failure of your storage space. Storage engine or storage space. May leads to the failure of storage engine. By default, SQL will take BTree index. Default index in SQL is BTree index. By default, SQL will take BTree index. And we have one more type of index called Rtree index, which is also called as random forest tree. Random forest tree. Random forest tree. The workability of this Rtree index will also be same as BTree index. It will also divide values and it will also search for one particular value using node value, and it will fetch the data very quickly. In some steps, in 5 or 6 steps, it will fetch for some particular value. But what is the difference between BTree index and Rtree index? Rtree index will work for multi-dimensional data. Multi-dimensional data. Here, BTree index will work for normal value. Multi-dimensional value means 1.23, any fractional or decimal value. This BTree index will work for normal integer value. If you have any multi-dimensional value, this Rtree index will be useful. If you are searching based on a multi-dimensional value, Rtree index will be useful. If you are using any exact integer value, then you have to take BTree index. Like 30 degrees, 25 minutes, 60 seconds. If you have any multi-dimensional values, 1 kilometer, 20 meters, and 6 centimeters. Like this, if you have very accurate or multi-dimensional values, we will use the type of index called Rtree index. For the data types called float, double, decimal, whatever it might be, we will use Rtree index. These are the types of indexes that we have based on such criteria. We have BTree index, which will balance the data and fetch for single value and search for the value. And we have hash index, which will fetch any value in single step, but it will store the path of each and every value. That's why it will consume a lot of storage. Whenever we are creating hash index in our system, it will give us a warning, which is called your storage engine will fail. Because our storage engine or our system computer engine will not have elasticity. Elasticity means we should be able to increase the storage immediately whenever it is required. If you are using any cloud, if there is any data increasing, you can increase the storage immediately, which is present in the cloud. You can pay some more amount to the cloud provider and you can increase the storage immediately. Whereas in our system, it is not possible, right? If you are storing more content, it is not possible to expand storage, or it is not possible to reduce storage whenever it is required. Is it possible in our system? We can, but immediately we can't do, right? We can't expand and we can't reduce immediately, right? We need to purchase a lot of hardware and we have to install it. That is also a limited storage. Even if we want to increase storage, again we have to purchase. We have to purchase hardware and we have to install it. When it comes to cloud, it will not be like that. It is expandable. If you have any storage increment, it will increase automatically. It is online storage, right? Cloud is an online storage, which is provided by some other cloud providers like Azure or AWS or something. It will increase immediately. There we will have elasticity of storage. If you want additional storage, you can purchase immediately and storage will be increased. Here we don't have such option like that. That's why hash index will not support for our storage engine. That's why it will throw us a warning. Warning means hash is used sometimes whenever we are using cloud and whenever we have small number of records. For example, we have records like 200 or 300 records. Even if we are adding records, we might consider, we estimated that the maximum records will be 500. more than that, number of records are not going to increase. Then we can use hash index. If we have crores of records, and even though that crores of records are multiplying day by day, then you can't use hash index. We have to use BTree index. This is the symbol for warning. A triangle symbol will come in yellow color. If query is executed successfully, green color tick mark will come. If query is error, red color into mark will come. Red color into mark will come if you have any error in the query. If there is any warning, it will show in yellow color triangle symbol like a danger board. Not only for storage, if you have any warnings in SQL syntax, it will show this yellow color triangle symbol. Based on the search criteria, we have three types of indexes. Based on the type of column which we are using, we have some types of indexes. Based on the type of column, we have few types of indexes based on the type of column. I already told you we will write index on one particular column. We will write index on particular column, which that particular column should be useful for searching the data. For example, here based on the type of columns, we have two types of indexes called clustered index and non-clustered index. Clustered index and non-clustered index. Clustered index and non-clustered index. If we are writing a index on a primary key column, we are writing an index on a primary key column, it will be called as a clustered index. If we are writing any index on account ID column, which index will it become? Account ID is primary key, right? Which index will it become? Clustered index. If we are writing any index on non-primary key column, it will become non-clustered index. For example, I am writing index on transaction details table, and I wrote index on account ID column in transaction details table. Account ID column in transaction details table is foreign, it is not primary key. Then it will become non-clustered index. If a index is written on primary key column, it is called as a clustered index. If we are writing index on any non-primary key column, it will be called as a non-clustered index. This will be the most asked interview question. 70% of the time in interviews, they will ask you what is the difference between clustered and non-clustered index. If we are writing index on a primary key column, it will be called as a clustered index. If we are writing index on a non-primary key column, it will be called as a non-clustered index. Again, based on the data type of the column, we have few types of indexes. Based on the data type of the column, we have few indexes. Indexes, these are called as data types of indexes. We have unique index, full text index, and spatial index. Unique index, full text index, and spatial index. When it comes to unique index, this unique index will accept the values of integer, character, or varchar, but this column should contain only unique values. This column should not have any duplicate values. This unique int will accept the values of data types called integer, character, and varchar. And these columns of integer data type or character data type or varchar data type should have only unique values, not have any duplicate values. Then only we can use unique index. This unique index will accept integer data types or character data types or varchar. Then what is the purpose of full text index means? This char and varchar will store the maximum length of the text, which is called 255. If you are searching for a value which contains text more than 255 letters, then what you have to do? You have to go to the type of index called full text index. This full text index will be used for lengthy text or long text. The text which contain more than 255 characters are for text data type values. For text data type values, we will use the index called full text index. After that, we have one more data type of the index, which is called spatial. This spatial is used for multi-dimensional values or fractional values. Multi-dimensional values or fractional values. Based on the type of column we are choosing, we have to use this data type and name of the index. Let me explain you the syntax for creating index. We learned about a very long theory, right? Let me explain you the syntax. Syntax will be smaller than normal select. Create index, index name, create index name. If you want, you can write in single line also. Create index name on table name of column name. Table name of column name. This is the syntax for index. If you want to create index on account ID column in account details table, what will be the query? If you want to create index on account ID column in account details table, what will be the syntax? We can give any name. Create index, account ID index on account details of account ID. That's all. By default, if you write a query like this, by default, which index will be taken by SQL? What is the default index of SQL? By default, SQL will take BTree index, right? If you write this particular query, SQL will take BTree index. After that, if you want to mention that I am taking index for this specified data type like that, you have to mention this data type. You can write it here. After create, you can mention create unique or full text or spatial. No, we need not to use bracket as these are optional values I am giving in bracket. You can mention create unique index or create full text index or create spatial index name. Create unique index name on table name of column name. We can write like this. This is an optional value. We need not to mention this data type. Even if you don't mention, index will be created. If you want to mention, you can mention also. After that, by default, SQL is taking BTree index. If you want to create hash index, how can you create? Create index data type, index name. After index name, you have to mention using BTree or hash or Rtree. You have to mention this. Using BTree or using hash or using Rtree. Which type of index do you want to choose? If you don't mention anything, by default SQL will create normal BTree index. If you want to create unique index of BTree type, you have to write create unique index name using BTree on table name of column name. No, we have to just write normal. Create unique or create full text or create spatial normally. As these are optional values to indicate I mentioned in bracket. We have to mention any one of these, unique or full text or spatial. Yeah, create index name using hash on table name of column. Using hash. If you want to BTree, you have to mention using BTree. If you want Rtree, you have to mention using Rtree. If you expand in your database, if you expand tables, and if you expand your account details table, there will be some options called columns, indexes, foreign keys, and triggers. If you expand indexes, by default, primary key will be there as index. Only primary key column will be there as index. We can't zoom this text. It's not possible to do application text. If you want, I can zoom the query. Here, if in your system, you can expand the database. And if you expand the tables again, if you expand any tables, there will be option called indexes. If you expand that indexes, if there is any primary key or foreign primary key value or any foreign key value, it will be shown as index by default. Now, if I want to create any index, what I have to do is, for example, on account details table, I want to create index on account ID column. What I will do? Create index. Index name is account ID index. Account ID index on account details of account ID. Create index name on table name of column. If I execute this particular query and if I refresh schemas, here in indexes, I have one more index called account ID. I got before this, I have only primary as index. Now I have one more index called account ID index. I have one more index called account ID index. If I want to remove this index, for removing any database object from database, what is the command that we have? Drop. If you want to remove the table from database, you have to use drop table name. If you want to drop index, you have to write drop index name. Drop index account ID index. Any database objects. Let's review. View. If you want to drop view, you have to write drop view name. Drop view name. When it comes to index, you have to only for index you have to mention table name also. Drop index name on table name. Because index will be separate. Index, even if index is a database object, will be created separately on a table. Separately for one column in a table. Drop index name on table. If I don't mention anything, by default SQL will take BTree as index, right? I will drop this particular index. This index is dropped successfully. After that, in the same query, I will write using hash. Create index name using hash. Now I want to create hash index. I already told you, if you try to create hash index, it will throw you error. If you try to create hash index, it will throw you warning. Will throw you a warning like storage engine will fail. If I try to create hash index, a yellow color triangle symbol will be there, and the warning is 0 affected, one warning. Got one warning. It is not a error. It is warning. Query got executed successfully, but it is showing warning. Yellow color triangle symbol. Yeah, no problem. You can read the message called this storage engine does not support hash index algorithm. The storage space you are using default storage, it will not support hash index methodologies. If you want to drop, you can drop hash index. If you use BTree index, it will not throw any error. If storage is not the issue for you, you can ignore it. It is already executed successfully, but it is giving you warning, a intimation, like you are using hash index, your storage engine might fail quickly. If you are using a lot of data, your storage file will fail quickly. Then we have to check it. Where we are storing. You want to check whether index is created or not. Yes. Here you can search. I dropped this index now. No index is created. If I refresh this, only I have one primary. You can check here. Only in indexes, only I have primary. I don't have any other indexes. Here I want to create using hash. And if I execute this particular query, if I refresh here near indexes, see, I have one more index called account ID index. Two indexes are. We can check. It is throwing us the warning. Storage problem is not there for us. It is giving us the warning. If you use hash index will consume lot of storage. To storage each and path of each and every value, consume lot of storage. If you are using hash index, it will consume lot of storage and your storage will fail quickly. That is the warning. Storage is not there, we can't execute any other index also. Storage is not there, anything we can't insert value also. Everything will fail. Inserting value also will fail. If storage is not there, you can't do anything on the database. Right? To store anything, you should have storage. But it is giving warning. In future, you will get problems if you are using hash index. It should intimate you, right? It should inform you. Otherwise, you don't know what are the effects of hash index. Hash index will consume a lot of storage. Now you have only 1 lakh records in your table. After 1 year, it might become 10 lakhs records. You might insert, you might get few more customers and you might add their data also. If your data is keep on increasing, this hash index will keep on increasing its consumption of storage also. Correct, right? It will take additional, if it is taking additional storage, you can't estimate how much storage it is taking. Your storage will complete quickly. If you are taking B tree index will not take any storage. By using some algorithm, it will balance the values and it will search for the data. Whereas hash index is storing the path of each and every value. It may lead to the failure of storage. It is the warning. It is not the error. These are the types of indexes that we have. Even if you want to mention, you can mention data type also. Create unique index or create full text index or create spatial index. This will be the complete query. Even if you don't mention this unique and all, it is not a problem. If you want to remove the index, you have to use drop index name or table name. On drop account type index if the column or key exists. Okay, I already dropped this particular index. Yeah. What is this? If you want to mention data type for the index, based on the data type, we have 3 types of indexes: unique, full text, and spatial. This unique index is used for integer, character, and varchar values of unique columns, of a columns which contain only unique values. Unique values will be present in columns which have only primary key or unique as a constraint. Only for those 2 columns we are going to have unique values. In any other columns we will have duplicate values. In that particular scenario, we are going to use unique index for integer, character, or varchar data. If you want to use full text index, it is used for the lengthy text. If you are using spatial index, it is used for multidimensional or fractional values. You can mention data type. These are optional things. Mentioning data types and type of index is optional things. If you just write create index name on table name of column name, by default SQL will take BTree index, which is normally used. For index, there will be no output. It will just change the search criteria. That's all. You will write normal select query only. Select star from table name where ID is equal to 6 or 7. Index will not print the output. Index will change the search criteria. Index will increase the performance of the query. Query is normal. Normal where condition, how it is searching? It is searching value by value, right? Value by value, one by one. If you are creating BTree index, after that, if you search for any value, it will not search value by value. It will balance the data using node value and it will search in a different format. Yeah. No, if we create once, it will be used for multiple times. If we create table only once, we are printing the data every time, right? Like that, index also will be created only once. Stored procedures. How many queries can be stored in a view? A view can store only a single select query. Single select query. A view can store only single select query. View cannot store update or delete queries. View cannot store update or delete queries. View cannot store update or delete queries. And view will not allow parameters. View will not allow variables. View will not allow programming. View can only store a single select query. It can't store multiple select queries also. View is used only to store single select query. Whenever you execute the view, it will execute the query which is present in it. It is view's work, that's all. It can't do anything beyond it. But when it comes to stored procedures, we want to store multiple queries. Multiple queries. Or if you want to store any update or delete queries. If you want to use parameters, if you want to use variables, if you want to use programming, all these things can be done in stored procedures. Stored procedures. First, let me explain you what is parameter. If you have any idea on any programming, first we will declare one value. Like we will declare x, we will declare some value called x, and we will put x is equal to 1, and we will print x. What will it print? It will print 1 in the output. If you write print x, it will print only 1 because x is storing the value called 1. Similarly, here also we have something called parameter. Parameter is a storage container or a cell. It is a single cell which can store only one value. How many values a cell can store? Only one value of a specified data type. Of a specified data type, we have to give some data type for this parameter. Here also we will give x integer or x text x some character, whatever the data type it might be, we will declare it in programming languages also. Some programming languages like Python is automatic. You need not declare any variables. It will choose automatically. Parameter, it can store only single value of specified data type. and this parameter value will be given as input during execution. It is like an input value during execution. By using this parameter, we will filter the data. We will filter data using this parameter value. We will filter data using this parameter value. Parameter is a storage container or cell which can store only single value of that specified data type. It will be given as an input value. We will filter data using this parameter value. Let me show you how this parameter will help. For example, I have two tables called account details and transaction details. Now account ID, one person came to the bank and asked me to print his transaction details only or his passbook only. What will be the query? I want to print all the transaction details of account ID number 1. Select star from my account details. I want to print transactions. I want to print his transactions. Select star from table name. What is the table name? Which table? He is asking to print transactions. Customer is asking to print his transactions. Select star from transaction details. I am taking all the columns. Star means all columns. I am not choosing any specified columns. Where account ID equal to 1. Now, can I print the transaction details of account ID number 1? We have account ID column in transaction details table also. We execute select star from transaction details. See what are the columns that we have? Transaction ID, account ID, transaction type, transaction amount, and transaction type. If account ID one person asked me to give his transactions, if I give select star from transaction details where account ID equal to 1, can I get his transaction details? That is what I did. Select star from transaction details where account ID equal to 1. If I execute this query, I will get all the transactions of account ID 1 and I will print it. After some time, account ID 2 person will come. After 1 hour or 2 hours, some other account ID person will come and he will ask to print his transactions. Again, I have to write this same query and I want to change this value. After some time, account ID 3 person will come. After some time, somebody else will come. Like that, it is continuous process. Every day, some person will be asking to print his transaction. Now, what should I do? As I am reusing the same query every time, I want to store this query. Where I will store this query? Where can I store this single select query? Inside the view. What I will write means create view. Here view name is bank statement. And I will write this select query inside the view. And I will execute it. In this particular view, this query is stored now. If I refresh here, I will get one more view called bank statement. You can see it here. In this bank statement view, this select query is present inside that view. If I execute select star from bank statement, select star from bank statement, what will I get? I will get the output of the view. I will get only the transaction details of account ID number 1. This is what I stored in the view, right? Yeah, the same query is stored inside the view. Whenever I want, I can reuse it. View is used to store single select query. We can store any select query. It might be join, it might be subquery, it might be derived table. For example, you wrote a query to find 10th highest balance or something. And for finding 10th highest balance, we wrote a query called derived table. After writing that particular query to find the 10th highest balance, what you are doing, daily you want to execute that particular query to find who got the 10th highest balance. That we will store inside a view. If you write create view bank statement, and if you write that select query, this select query will be stored in this particular view name. Whenever you execute this view, the query which is present inside the view will get executed. We need not write this query. But here my problem is, if I execute this view, it will print only account statement of account ID number. If I want account ID number 2 statement, I want to create one more view. Bank statement 2, and where account ID equal to 2. I want to write one more view, and I want to execute select star from bank statement 2. Now it will print only the transaction details of account ID number 2. Is it possible if I have 1 crore customers? Is it possible to create 1 crore view? 1 crore views? No. For each and every person I want to create view, it is impossible. My requirement is, I want, based on the customer, I want to change this account ID dynamically. If account ID 1 person come to me, I will enter account ID 1 and I will execute the query. It should print the statement of account ID number. If account ID 2 person comes, I will enter account ID number 2 and I will execute the query, and it will print the account ID number. No, it is also same select query, but I should be able to change this account ID dynamically. I can't write a new query for each and every person. I should be able to change this dynamically. For this particular process, we have something called stored procedures. For creating stored procedure, we have an option called stored procedures inside the database. First thing is tables. After that, if you expand database, first thing will be tables. After that, views. After that, there will be stored procedures. You have to do right click on it. You will get an option called create stored procedure. You have to click on it. By default, they will give you a syntax, overview syntax of creating stored procedure. As it is a database object, it will give create procedure, procedure name, and begin and end. In between begin and end, you have to write query whatever you want. What? Creating stored procedure with the name of bank state. Bank statement. Same query I have to write here. Select star from transaction details. Transaction details where account ID equal to parameter underscore account ID. Where account ID equal to parameter underscore account ID. what is this parameter underscore account ID means? I have to declare one parameter where I can store only single value at a time, and the parameter value will be given as input. So after create procedure name, we will have one parenthesis. In between this parenthesis, we have to give parameter value. I am taking parameter underscore account ID, and it is a integer value. It can store integer value. After that, I will click on apply. I will click on apply. Stored procedure is created. Here, if you expand near stored procedure, I will have a stored procedure called bank statement. Here, there will be a small thunder button. If you come across that stored procedure, there will be a small thunder button. This button is to execute the stored procedure. If I click on this thunder button, it will give me a pop-up to enter the account ID. It is asking us to give parameter value as in. Whenever you click on this thunder button on stored procedure, it will ask you to give input value or parameter value. Give value for parameter underscore account ID. You have to give integer value. If I give account ID number 1 and if I click on execute, it will print the transaction details of account ID. If I execute it and if I give account ID number 2, it will give the details of account ID number 2. If I execute it and if I give account ID number 7, it will give me the details of account ID number 7. I wrote the same query and I am using it dynamically for every person because I am able to take parameter here. I am able to take parameter here. It can store only single value and it will be taken as input. Based on this input, we will filter the data where account ID is equal to parameter underscore account ID. Then we can't do it. Only with the existing values only we can filter in the where condition. Right? It will not print anything. It will print only null values. If I give account ID number 345, it is not present in my database. If I click on execute, it will print empty table. We will, in next sessions, we will learn how to avoid this also. If we enter account ID, which is wrong or which is not present in the database, it should show the message called invalid account ID. It should not print empty statement, right? It should show a message called account ID invalid or please correct your account ID. Something it should show. It should not print empty statement. If you go to any ATM and if you try for any mini statement by entering wrong account number, will it give the mini statement? It will throw the error called invalid account ID or something. Same thing it should do. In the same query of the view, here in the same select query, in view we cannot take any parameters. View will not allow to take any parameters and to work dynamically. But stored procedure will allow parameter. Stored procedure will allow parameter. After that, we have something called variables. Variable is also similar to parameter. It is also a storage container which can store only single value of one specified data type. But for variable, we will not give input value. It will store the output of a select query. For example, if you are writing any select query, select sum of current balance from account details table. What will this query returns? I am telling one query, right? Select sum of current balance from account details. All the current balances and it will give total value of current balance. It will return only single value, which is called total balance. This particular query will return only total balance value. Now what we can do is we can store the output of this select query inside a variable. Why do we need to store means we will see in tomorrow's session. We can reuse that value which we are storing and we can utilize it wherever we want. That's why we will store the output of a select query inside the variable. Similar to parameter, but parameter value can be given as input. But variable value will not be given as input. It will store the output of a select query. It will store output of a select query. It will also store only single value of one specified data type. For example, in the stored procedure, we gave the parameter account ID and it is integer. In the created stored procedure, we gave like parameter underscore account ID and it is integer. Here we are defining the data value of account ID should be integer. If you give text value or something, it will throw us error. Should be only integer value. It can store that parameter can store only that specified data type. If you give something called name and character, can store character value. Yeah, whatever we want, we can take it as parameter. We will try to print a mini statement. If you go to any ATM to print mini statement, are you going to give any input or will you stand calmly by asking mini statement? You will give some input, whether it might be ATM number or account. This input value is called parameter. From outside, you will give input. You will give only one value as input. Based on that value, it will print the remaining statement. Here, in our database, the input value is going to be account ID. Our parameter is going to be account ID. In last session, we opened a mini statement. We checked. Mini statement is printed in such a format. First, they print date and time. After date and time, they print account ID. After account ID, they print transaction ID. We are not taking transaction ID for mini statement. If you are adding it as a transaction, we can take transaction ID. Account ID, after that name, account holder name. After that last 6 months transactions. At last current balance. Current balance or available balance. This is the thing which they are printing in the same order. We have to print in the same order. Let us write a stored procedure to print a mini statement. Select your database. After that, right click on stored procedure and click on create stored procedure. mini statement. In this stored procedure, I am taking account ID as parameter or account ID as input. I am writing parameter underscore account ID. Integer. This account ID value is input. We have to give account ID as input. After that, what is the first thing they print in mini statement? What is the first thing they print in mini statement? Date and time. What is the function that we have to print current date and time? Whenever he is taking mini statement, it should print that particular date and time. We have a function called now, which is used to print current date and time. Just write select now of as current date and time. Current date time. Use semicolon. First step got completed. We are printing current date and time. After current date and time, what is the thing that they are printing? Account ID. We are taking account ID itself as input. We are taking the customer is giving his account ID as input. He is giving his account ID as parameter. I have to print same account ID, right? I have to print his account ID only. He is giving the same value as input. I will print the same value. Select parameter underscore account ID. Parameter underscore account. It will print that value which is present in the parameter. Whatever you give, whatever the account ID you gave in the input, the same value will be printed here. After that, what is the next thing that they printed? Name of the account folder. How to print the name? In which table we have a column called name? Account details. How to print only the name? Select name from account details. Where account ID is equal to parameter underscore account ID. Where account ID is equal to parameter underscore account ID. Select name from account details, where account ID equal to parameter underscore account ID. Some person gave his account ID in parameter. Print his name, where account ID is equal to parameter underscore account ID. If you give parameter as 2, it will print the name of the person whose account ID is equal to 2. If you give parameter as 5, it will print the account name of the person whose account ID is 5. And whatever the value you pass in parameter, the same value will be reflected in where condition. After name, what is the thing that they printed? Last 6 months transactions. Select star from transaction details. where account ID equal to parameter underscore account ID. We have to give multiple conditions here. I am taking the transactions of that specified person, and I am taking only last 6 months transaction. To check whether the transactions occurred in last 6 months or not, we have a function called timestamp diff. Timestamp diff. We have a function called timestamp diff. On timestamp diff, what is the purpose of using this function timestamp diff means? Timestamp diff. Is nothing but of time difference. You can spell it as time difference. We can choose whether we want to print time difference in months, years, or days. We can choose our required format. I want to calculate time difference in months because I want to print only last 6 months transaction. I want to choose in month. First, we want to write our format. If you want to choose the difference in days, you can write day. If you want to choose difference in years, you can write year. Whatever the format you want, you can choose. This month will print the time gap between start date and end date in months. Here you have to give start date. Start date. And you have to give end date. End date. In our scenario, we want to find the last 6 months transaction. In transaction details, do we have any column which is storing time? In transaction details table, do we have any column which is storing time? We have transaction time is there, right? By using the transaction time, we have to check whether it occurred before last 6 months, before 6 months, or within the 6 months. We have to check it. We have to find only if it is within the 6 months. If it is occurred before 6 months, we need not to print it. Timestamp diff in months from start date is transaction date. Transaction data transaction time. That column name we have to do. It will take the time which is present in that particular column. And the end date is current date. From today's date to transaction date, if time gap is less than 6 months, I want to print it. Otherwise, I don't want to print it. Should be less than 6. You have to write this at the end. Timestamp diff in months from transaction time to current date should be less than 6. Timestamp diff in month from transaction time to current date should be less than 6. If you want, you can take less than equal to 6 also. This should be less than 6. By using this particular query, we can print last 6 months transaction. At the end, we want to print current balance. What is the query to print only the current balance? What is the query to print current balance? query to print current balance. Current balance is in account details table, right? Just we want a query to print that current balance. How do we print name? Similarly, like name, we have to print current balance. In the same query, instead of name which we give, if we give current balance, it will print the current balance from account details table. Select current balance from account details, where account ID is equal to parameter underscore account ID. What? Yeah, it will give whatever the current balance which is present in account details table, it will print the same current balance. If we want to change current balance dynamically whenever transaction occurs, we have to go to next topic. After completing next topic, it will change current balance dynamically. After completing this query, just click on apply. What we are doing here, we are storing one complete process, step-by-step process in a single stored procedure. Whereas in view, we can store only single query. Here we are storing complete process. Click on apply. So that click on finish. Expand your stored procedures and click on this mini statement stored procedure. Execute this mini statement stored procedure. It will ask account ID as parameter. Give one account ID and click on execute. It will print multiple result sets. Result 1 current date and time, result 2 parameter underscore account ID, result 3 name, result 4 last 6 months transactions, result 5 current balance. We have to attach all these results one by one to print the mini statement. If you want a vertical result set or if you want result only in single page, you have to click on Alt Enter. You are using Control Enter to execute the query, right? After executing this mini statement, we have to click on Alt Enter. First current date and time, after that account ID, after that name, after that transaction details, transaction details, at the end current balance. We'll print one by one. Whenever we are trying to print it, it will not print these stars and all. Result sets stars and all. Only to see in SQL, it will print this result sets and all. Current date and time, parameter underscore account ID, name, transaction details, at the end current balance. We will get everything. We can print everything in same result. Okay. We are discussing about exception handling. Exception handling or error handling. Exception handling or error handling. What is SQL exception, SQL state, and error code? What is error code first? What is error code? What is SQL state? And what is SQL exception? To complete exception handling, you should definitely know these three keywords. What are these three keywords? Error code is a unique ID which is given by SQL for each and every error separately. It is ID of error. There are totally 880 plus errors in SQL, MySQL. MySQL people itself, MySQL developers, application developers itself researched about these errors, and they gave unique IDs for each and every error. For each error, there will be a ID number. Like error ID number 100, 1000, 1000, 1000, 2003. IDs will start from 1000 and end with 1880. 880 errors are there. For each and every error, they gave a error ID which is called error code. After that, we have something called SQL state. To handle 880 errors separately, we cannot write 880 error handlers separately, because if you are writing 880 exception handlers, the code will become 880 lines more. We can't handle each and every error separately. Based on the scenario or based on the type of error, if error is belonging to storage capacity, if error is related to storage, all these storage related errors are divided into separate places. If error is related to table names or column names, all these name related errors are divided into different places. Like this, errors are divided into separate groups. Separate groups based on the type of error. Based on the type of error, errors are divided into separate groups. These group names are called SQL state. These group names are called SQL state. SQL state. After that, we have something called SQL exception. SQL exception. Any error in SQL, all these 880 errors can be handled by this keyword called SQL exception. It's a keyword. Keyword called SQL exception. Any error can be handled by this particular keyword called SQL exception. What is the syntax for declaring variable? What is declare variable name? Is it enough? Declare variable name. Is it enough? We have to give the data type for variable also. Whatever it might be, we will give some data type. Whatever the data type it might be, we will give. Declare variable name and its data type. Declare variable name and its data type. Similarly, for error also or for exception also, if you want to write handlers, you have to declare the handler. Declare. And here there will be some part called action. You have to write what type of handler it is. I am taking continue handler. Continue handler. For, and you have to write error code here. What is the error code? Yesterday we got one error code called 1146. Declare continue handler for 1146, and you will have begin and end. Begin and end. In between this begin and end, you have to write the message which you want to print whenever this particular error occurs. You want to write a message which you want to print whenever this particular error occurs. Select 1146 is the error which occurs whenever the table name is wrong. 1146 will occur whenever the table name is wrong. We will write please check table name. please check table name as message. Please check table name as message. This select query will be written between begin and end. Whenever this error called 1146 occurs, it will print the message called please check table name in the column called message. No brackets. It will print the message called please check table name instead of this error. It will not throw any particular error. Yeah. No, it will not show any error. Instead of error, it will pass that particular message. I will show you. Yeah. Yeah, it is existing error only. Yeah. Here we wrote a small stored procedure in last session. I wrote a stored procedure. I forgot about this definer. This definer is a storage space where it is storing. Create procedure error handler begin and end. In between begin and end, I wrote a query called select star from AC details, which is not present in our database. If we execute this particular stored procedure, I will get an error called 1146 table besant bank account details doesn't exist. This is the error for executing this particular stored procedure. I don't want this particular error. If there is any error in my stored procedure, I don't want to show it for my customer. Instead of that, I want to pass some message. What will I do means, I will write declare continue handler for 1146. 1146 is the error code. After that, you have to write begin and end. Begin, end. In between this begin and end, you have to write the query. Select check your table name. Check your table name as message. Check your table name as message. After that, click on apply. Finish. Now, if I execute this particular error handler stored procedure, instead of the error, it will pass me the message. Query executed successfully. But instead of error, I got a message called check your table name. I didn't get any error. Whenever the error called 1146 occurs, instead of the query, this handler will work. Handler which we wrote, the query which we wrote inside the handler will work. Here, I already told you that we have two actions. Here I wrote continue handler. Inside a stored procedure, we can write multiple queries, right? Stored procedure is used to store multiple queries. View is used to write only single query. Inside stored procedure, we will write many number of queries or sequence of procedure. We can write the whole process in multiple queries. Here we have two type of actions for stored procedures, which are called continue and exit. Continue and exit. Continue handler and exit handler. For example, I have sequence of 4 queries inside a stored procedure. Inside a stored procedure, I have query 1, query 2, query 3, and query 4. Let us consider these 4 are 4 different select queries. And there is some error in query 2. There is some error in some query 2. You wrote some handler here. After starting begin, at the starting of stored procedure only, we have to declare anything. If you want to declare, you have to declare it before the select queries only. You wrote one handler, you declared one handler here. You wrote one continue handler for this second select query. Whatever the error code you got, for that error code, you wrote a continue handler. For that particular error code, you wrote a continue handler. What will happen if you write a continue handler means it will execute the first query. It will show the handler message which you are passing instead of the error. Query is mistake, query is getting error. For that error only you wrote a handler. You will pass some message through that handler. That message will be printed instead of this particular error. And after that, query number 3 and 4 also will get executed successfully. It will continue the procedure. After that, we have something called exit handler. If you write a exit handler for the same error, first it will execute the query number 1. After that, instead of query 2, as it is a error, as the query is wrong here, it will throw the handler message. It will give the handler message, error handler message. After that, it will exit from the procedure. It will not continue with next queries. It will exit from procedure. Continue handler will continue with next queries. After the error, it will continue with next queries. Exit handler will skip from the stored procedure or exit from the stored procedure. These are the two actions that we have in exception handler. Yeah, I will show you. For example, this first query is mistake. I am writing one more query. Select star from transaction details. This query is correct. Here the table name is mistake. AC details is not exist in our database, but transaction details is present. Right? Transaction details is correct table name. Query is completely correct. If I execute this stored procedure, here I am writing multiple queries inside the stored procedure. Two different select queries. If I am writing continue handler, for the first query, there is an error called 1146 because table name is wrong. It will print the message for the first query. For the first query, it will print a message called check your table name. And it will continue the stored procedure and it will execute the second query as usual. It will execute the second query also. If I execute this stored procedure, in the result one, I will get for the first query output, which is check your table name. There is error in the particular query and I got this message. And second query execute successfully. Select star from transaction details. Both queries got executed. If you are using exit handler instead, this is continue handler. Even if there is error, next it will continue with the stored procedure. It will continue with next queries. If you are writing exit handler instead of continue handler, what will it do means after the error query, it will not execute next queries. In the first query, there is an error. In the first query, there is exception error called 1146. Instead of this error, it will pass this message, check your table. It will not execute the next queries. It will not continue the stored procedure. It will exit from the stored procedure. After this particular error, it will exit from the stored procedure. If I execute this exit handler, there is only one result. Continue handler will continue with the next queries also. Even if there is any error, it will continue with next queries. Yeah, it will show error. If transaction details is mistake, this table name is mistake. I enter some wrong table name. The table is not present. If I click on apply, finish. For both queries, table name is wrong. I wrote error handler for 1146. It is a exit handler. That's why it will skip after first query only. Exit handler will skip after first query only. After first error, it will exit from the stored procedure. If you write continue handler instead, continue handler instead. If you write continue handler, it will execute both the queries. For the first query is also table is now wrong. Check your table name. For the second query also check your table name. Table name is wrong. If you want, based on your requirement, if you want to continue the query even if there is any error, then you have to use continue handler. If you want to exit from that query, you have to use exit handler based on your requirement. Because in banking scenarios, most of the times we will use only exit handler. For example, you are trying to take mini statement. We are printing current date and time, account details, account holder name, last 6 months transactions, and also current balance of time. We are printing mini statement in the same order. Even if there is error in one particular query, it will not print anything. It will exit from the stored procedure and it will give you a message called something went wrong, please try again. Except current balance, it can't print remaining stored procedure, right? There is only error in one particular query, except that it cannot print remaining stored procedure. It will completely exit from the stored procedure and it will print the message called something went wrong, please try again later. Yeah, this handler is not for one query. This is for stored procedure. Throughout the stored procedure, yeah, here you give error for this. Yeah, for error type. Here, if you got any error called 1146, you will get the same message in the output. For example, here you have one more error called, you gave some column names for this particular query. Select student ID.
Account ID.
Student ID. Account ID is present in transaction details. You will not get error. Select student ID from transaction details. Why do we have student ID in transaction? It is wrong, right? Query is wrong. There will be a different error code for this particular error. If I click on apply, it will be executed. After that, if I click on execute, I will get different error. 1054. 1054. 1054 unknown column student ID in fields list. Then what you have to do? You have to write one more handler. 1054 is the error code, right? 1054. Declare continue handler for 1054. Check your column name. Column name. Whenever you got the error called 1146, you will get this particular message. Check your table name. Whenever you get the error called 1054, you will get this message. For the first error, you have to get the message called check your table name. For the second error, you have to get the message called check your column name. I applied this stored procedure. If I execute this particular query, check your table name for the first error, 1146. Check your column name for second error called 1054. As it is continue handler, it is executing two queries after the first error. If it is a exit handler, it will throw the message for the first error itself. After that, it will exit from the stored procedure. How many errors are there in SQL? 880. If you are writing a big stored procedure, if you want to declare 880 handlers, is it possible to write 880 handlers one by one? Declare continue handler for 1, 1, 3, 1134, 1156. Like that, you have to write 880 handlers. Is it possible? No. That's why what we will do means we will write a keyword called SQL exception. Handler for SQL exception. SQL exception. For any errors in this SQL, for all 880 errors, this keyword can handle all 880 errors. If any error, if you got any error inside the stored procedure, for customer, you have to throw the message called something went wrong. Something went wrong, please try again. For ATMs, they will send a message called temporarily unavailable. There is any issue with the query, they will send the message called temporarily unavailable. Like that, you have to send a message which is understandable by the customer. Here I am sending a message called something went wrong, please try again. If I execute this particular error handler, for any error, as I am writing continue handler, it will execute both the queries. And for any error, it will show the message called something went wrong, please try again. For the first error, something went wrong, please try again. For the second error, something went wrong, please try again. If you write exit handler, after first error itself, it will quit from the query. You write exit handler. After first error itself, it will quit from the query, or it will exit from the query. Yeah, in real time, if you want to write handler in mini statement procedure, you have to write exit. Yeah, many examples. If you are printing any pay slips or something by using SQL, for example, in pay slips, sometimes you will not get your father name, mother name, or something. They will not print all details. Even if all details are not available, they will continue with next queries. They will print with remaining details. These are the two type of handlers we have in SQL: continue handler and exit handler. We can declare handlers for SQL state, SQL exception, or error code, whatever it might be. We can declare handlers. If you want to declare group wise, you have to write SQL state, and you have to give that group name in single quotes. You have to give that error group name in single quotes. That error group name will be H1000. Like this error group name will be there for each and every error. You have to check that error code book, and you have to give that group name. If error is present in that particular group, it will handle all the errors of that group. Otherwise, you can declare directly, you can write SQL exception. SQL exception will handle over all 880 errors. SQL error code will be declared. Yeah. Yeah. SQL state is used to handle separate group of errors separately. One group of errors separately. Error code is used to handle single separate error. Error code is unique ID for each and every error. We can handle only that particular error using error code. SQL state is used to handle over a group. Similar type of errors are separated by group wise, right? If you want to handle all the errors in that particular group, you have to use SQL state. If you don't want to handle group wise also, even if you get any error in SQL, you want to handle using only single word, you can handle by using SQL exception. SQL exception is a keyword which can handle any error in SQL. If you want to handle group wise, you have to give SQL state. You will have some table called SQL error codes. Error codes MariaDB. This is the website name. Remember this MariaDB. Will be like MariaDB error codes. If you scroll down here, you will have shared MariaDB or MySQL error codes. These first things are MySQL error codes. By using this table, you can through some websites you can download PDF also regarding error codes, and you can utilize them. We have 880 errors totally in SQL. All these are different types of errors in SQL. Up to this particular error, we have 880 errors in SQL. Most errors are present in the group called HY00. Here also a lot of errors are there in HY00 group. Lot of errors are present in HY00 group. Like that, there will be separate groups for each and every error. Those group name is called SQL state. For each and every error, there will be separate ID, which is called error code. For each error, there will be a unique ID. For first error, 1000. Second error, 1001. Like that, for each and every error, there will be a separate ID, which is called error code. Yeah, HY00. No. If you are using group wise, you have to mention group name. All these errors which are coming under HY00 can be handled by only this SQL state HY00.
How can we check current balance in the account? Like when we were doing DQL and
Select current balance from account details. Select current balance from account details. Triggers. Triggers are also one of the database object which are used to automate the database or to automate the query. Triggers are used to automate the query. Used to automate the query. Triggers are used to automate the query, which means we need not to execute triggers. No need of executing triggers. If we create one trigger once, it will get executes automatically every time. We have to tell it when to execute the trigger. That's all. It will execute automatically whenever that scenario comes. Trigger will get executed automatically. Automatically. No need of manual execution. Like stored procedures, for stored procedure, we need to click on the thunder button and we have to give input and we have to execute the stored procedure, right? View also we have to execute. Select star from view name. Like that, we need not to execute triggers manually. No need of manual execution. And trigger also will not return any output. It will not print any output in the result set. It will work only in the backend as a program. It will not print any result set. It will not print any result set. Any result set. It will not print any result set. No result will be displayed in the output even after execution of trigger. We will not execute it manually. Even if it is executing in backend, it will not print any results. Yeah, similar to index, but in index is a performance increment method. It is not like that. It is just used to make the database automated. For example, we have no. For example, we have two tables here, which are called account details and transaction details. Account details and transaction details. We have two tables called account details and transaction details. What are the columns that we have in account details table? Account ID, name, age, location, or let us take account type or current balance. Account type, current balance. Account type also I am removing, not required for this trigger. And what are the columns that I have in transaction details? Transaction ID, account ID, which is a foreign key of account details table to find who did that particular transaction. Transaction type, transaction amount, and transaction time. These are the columns that we have in transaction detail. This transaction time we will print by using the function called now_of. We'll print date and time automatically. Forget about it. Let us think we have remaining columns. Let us think I have only one customer and there is only one account created. Account ID 1, name Ram, age 21. By default, current balance is 0. Let us think. He created one account and we are storing his details in account details table. We have only one customer. He did one particular transaction. Transaction ID 1, which is done by account ID 1. Transaction type is credit. Transaction type is credit. Transaction amount is 1000. Let us think these are the things. Now, transaction time by using now of we printed that particular current data. Now, what should be his balance? He did 1000 rupees credit or 1000 rupees deposit. What should be his balance now? 1000. He did one more transaction, which is done by account ID 1, debit of 500. What should be his balance now? He did debit of 500. His balance should be 500. His balance should be 500. Who will change this balance in our bank? For example, if we are doing any transaction, immediately balance is getting changed, right? Who is changing it? Automatically it is changing, right? Trigger is used to automate that particular query. Trigger is used to automate that particular query. To do anything automatically in database, we have to use something called triggers. Triggers will change this balance automatically. But when it comes to triggers, these will keep on running in the backend whenever we are doing any transaction. I already told you in India itself, per day 50 crore transactions will occur. For all those 50 crore transactions, triggers will be keep on executing in backend. That's why they will make our database server slow. Without triggers, we can't achieve this process. We don't have any other option. If we use triggers, our database servers will become a little bit slow because they will keep on running in the backend. They will keep on updating values from one table to another table. Now, in these triggers, I have two scenarios, or I have two types. They are called two times to execute the query. Two types. Based on these two scenarios, we will execute the query of the trigger because we will not execute it manually. We have to tell when should this trigger will get executed. Time of execution of trigger. Time of execution. Time of execution. And we have one more thing called cost of execution. Cost of execution. Execution. This trigger will get executed. This trigger will get executed. Time will be before trigger or after trigger. Before or after. Time will be before or after. Time. Before trigger or after trigger. Two times will be there. Before or after. Two types. When should you execute the trigger? Before this particular thing, before this particular cost, or after this particular cost. And cost of execution, we have all DML commands. Insert, update, or delete. Insert or update or delete. We have time of execution and cost of execution. Two things. For example, here what we are doing, whenever some transaction occurs, we are inserting data into transaction details. Whenever we insert any data into transaction details, cost is inserted. whenever we are inserting any data into transaction details, we have to execute this trigger. Why this before and after will work means, first, if you are crediting some amount into your bank, before you credit, will it reflect in your bank? No, only after you credit amount successfully, it will reflect in your bank, right? This is the time of action. Only after inserting into transaction details successfully, then update the balance in account details. Okay. These are time of execution and cost of execution. We will have purpose for before also. In next trigger, we will discuss about before trigger also. Both triggers we will write. The syntax for creating a trigger is create trigger, create trigger, trigger name. For creating any database object, we have a command called create. For creating view, create view, view name. For creating procedure, create procedure, procedure name. For creating trigger also, create the trigger name. Trigger name. After that, we have to mention on which table we are writing trigger. On transaction details table. If I am doing any changes on transaction details table, this trigger, sorry, 1 minute. Create trigger, trigger name before or after. First, we have to mention time of action and cause of action. Before or after. Insert or update or delete. Before or after, we can mention any time based on our requirement, and we have to mention insert or update or delete. What is the cause of execution of on transaction details? We are writing trigger on transaction details table. Whenever we did any insert, update, or delete in transaction details table, this trigger should get executed automatically. We will not execute it manually. And we have to mention for each row. For each row. Each row. Which means if you insert each and every row, while you are inserting each and every new row, this trigger should get fired automatically. For inserting every new row. If you are inserting 1000 rows, for all 1000 rows, this trigger should fire automatically. For example, if you are doing transactions, for every transaction, trigger will fire automatically, right? For some transactions also, it will not avoid. For every transaction, it will fire automatically. For every transaction, it should reflect in current balance. For each and every row, this trigger should fire. This is the syntax to tell SQL when should this trigger get fired. This is to create, and this is tell SQL when should you execute the trigger automatically. Before or after inserting on transaction details for each and every row. You are inserting each row in transaction details. For every row, you have to execute this trigger. After that, we will have begin and end. Begin and end. Yeah, multiple users. For all users, it will update. Yeah. We have to write begin and end. In between this begin and end, we have to write the whole query. We have to write the query of trigger. Query of trigger. Yeah. Complete trigger will end by here. Now, what is the first thing here? My logic is I want to find the latest transaction ID. Latest transaction ID. latest transaction ID. Latest transaction ID. By using this particular thing called latest transaction ID, I can do anything. For example, if you do one transaction, your transaction ID will be the latest transaction in your database. If I have this latest transaction ID, by using that transaction ID, I will do remaining process. Any one of you tell me the logic to find the latest transaction. Tell me the logic to find latest transaction ID. Tell me a logic, find latest transaction ID. All of you open your bench and open Besant Bank and execute select star from transaction details. What is the latest transaction ID here? See at my screen. Query not says select star from transaction. Here output we cannot do. How to find the latest transaction ID? What is the latest transaction ID here? Latest transaction ID. If I did one more transaction, what will be its transaction ID? Fifth transaction. What is the latest transaction? If I do one more transaction, what will be the latest transaction? Fifth one is the latest transaction. Now what is the latest transaction? 4. Indirectly, we can tell it as maximum of transaction ID is called latest transaction. 4 is the maximum value among all this value, right? Even if I do one more transaction, it will be transaction ID number 5. 5 is the latest transaction, which will be maximum value among first 5. If I am doing next transaction also, it will become 6. Transaction ID will become 6. It is the maximum value. Indirectly, we can say it as maximum transaction ID is the latest transaction. Maximum transaction ID is the latest transaction ID. Before doing this, all of you click on any stored procedure and copy the stored procedure code. Copy the stored procedure code and try to paste it in normal page, normal query page. Try to paste that stored procedure code in normal page. You will get lot of into marks or errors. You will get lot of into marks or errors. Same stored procedure code, which is correct, which we written in stored procedure page, copy that code and paste it in normal page. Paste it in normal SQL page. See how many errors we are getting. Why do we get this particular errors? Can anyone tell what is the reason of this particular error? Same stored procedure code only, right? There I executed the stored procedure and it is successfully working. Same code I copied to here. Stored procedure also need to execute it. It is also a SQL program. The reason is stored procedure can store multiple queries. Here it is storing multiple queries. If we are writing any query in SQL, what will be the end of the query? At the end, what will we keep for each query? Semicolon. We use semicolon. Here we are using semicolon after completion of every query. After first semicolon itself, SQL will think that query got completed. After first semicolon itself, SQL will think that query got completed. Because we are using semicolon as delimiter or separator for each and every query. Here, from here, we are creating stored procedure. For here itself, it will think that query got completed. But it is not completed. To here, the same stored procedure query. But SQL is assuming that after every semicolon, query got completed. The next thing is a new query. But we should not do that particular thing. To change the delimiter, here we are using semicolon as delimiter. Instead of that, if we change delimiter, it will not consider semicolon as the end of the query. Let us try to change the delimiter. Delimiter and give some symbols instead of semicolon. I change delimiter to $. Whenever I give $, then only it will consider that query got executed successfully. No need to execute this particular line, but write delimiter $, or any other symbols also. Give double symbols. No into mark, no syntax error. Because SQL is thinking that query not ended yet. Only if we give $$ at the end of the query, then only it will think that query got completed. Now I am using semicolon. Semicolon is not the delimiter. It is not the separator for each and every query. It is not thinking that query got completed. If we don't use delimiter as semicolon, this $, it will give all errors again. We are just changing the separator between each and every query. We need not to execute this delimiter also. Now for trigger also, here we don't have any new page. We don't have any new page to execute the trigger. Do we have any new page here? Like for creating stored procedure, we clicked here and we click on create stored procedure and we went to new page and we write the query. For trigger, we don't have any such option. We have only table, view, stored procedure and functions. For triggers, we don't have any such option. We can get that option, but we need to change a lot of settings and all. It will be a very difficult process. That's why it is better to learn how to write stored procedure and triggers in normal page also. In normal page also we can write stored procedure and triggers, but we need to change delimiter. Every time we need to change delimiter. One more line will be added to the query. Okay, I am removing this stored procedure code and let us write our trigger query. First, we have to change delimiter to $. After that, let us write the query from beginning. What is the syntax for creating trigger? Create trigger. Trigger name is balance updating because it will update balance automatically. Balance updater. Create trigger balance updater. After insert, after inserting any value on transaction details. After insert on transaction details. After insert on transaction details. After insert on transaction details. For each row. For each row. For each row. For each and every row, this trigger should get executed automatically. After that, we have to write begin and end. In between this begin and end, this is the overall syntax for trigger. Out without logics, empty syntax for trigger. Here we didn't write any workability or logics inside the trigger. No query inside the trigger. This is called an empty trigger. Before writing query inside the trigger, all of you truncate your transaction details table. What will happen if you truncate transaction details table? All values will be removed. Structure will be empty. All values will be removed. I don't want to see the structure. I don't want any values in the transaction details table because before that I didn't updated those transactions. I will remove all the transactions. Truncate
table transaction details. Truncate table transaction details. After that, click on execute. Transaction details table will be removed. Sorry, the data present in the transaction tables will be removed. Transaction details table is empty now. Now what will I do means I will write one more query to update current balance of everyone to 0. By default, current balance of every account holder will be 0. For doing no transactions occurred here. They just created their accounts. Current balance of everyone is 0. After that, we will write this trigger. After this trigger, if we insert any value into transaction details, it should get reflected in account details table also. If we insert any transaction details table, it should reflect in account details table. Update account details. Set current balance equal to 0. Update account details, set current balance equal to 0. For everyone, that's why we are not writing anywhere. For everyone, I want to update the current balance to 0. You are using safe update mode. I am shifting from one database to another database. That's why I got. You might not get this particular error. I updated current balance of everyone to 0. If I execute select star from account details, for every person, current balance is 0 now. They are just fresh accounts. They didn't did any transactions. They did any transactions, I will store in transaction details table and it will get reflected in account details table. Current balance of every person is 0 now. Now, what is the first logic that I told in trigger in between begin and end? First, we want to find the latest transaction ID. What is the logic? Maximum of transaction ID is the latest transaction. Because for trigger, we cannot give any input and it will not give any outputs. For trigger, we will not give any input and it will not return any output. Select max of transaction ID from transaction details. From transaction details. Select max of transaction ID from transaction. What will it return? What will this query return? It will return the latest transaction ID. Select max of transaction ID from transaction. It will return the latest transaction. Now I don't have any transactions. If I execute this query, before this I have 4 transactions. Before truncating the table, I have 4 transactions. If I use max of transaction ID, what will it do? It will give maximum transaction ID now. What is the maximum value in transaction ID column? 4. If I have 4 values, 4 is the maximum. Like this, it will give max of transaction ID, which is the latest transaction ID. Maximum of transaction ID itself is the latest transaction ID. Now, what I want to do is, I want to store the output of this query in a variable, because trigger will not print any value in the output. You just write some select query, trigger will throw you error. You should not print any output. Now I want to store this output into a variable. I want to pass the output of this select query into variable. I will declare one variable. Declare variable underscore latest transaction ID. Declare variable underscore latest transaction ID. Declare variable underscore latest transaction ID. Integer.
declare variable underscore latest transaction ID integer. What can a variable do? Variable will store the output of a select query, but it can store only single value. Variable can store only single value. Both variable and parameter can store only single values. But variable will store the output of select query. Where for parameter we will give value as input. Variable will store the output of a select query. Select max of transaction ID into variable underscore latest transaction ID. I am passing the output of this select query into the corresponding variable. I am passing the output of this select query into corresponding variable. Now I have latest transaction ID here. Now I have latest transaction ID. Now I know the value of latest transaction. By using this latest transaction ID, can I find the account ID of the person who did that particular latest transaction? Yeah, it is present in a transaction details table also, right? Can I find the account ID of the person who did latest transaction? I want to find only the account ID. For that, I will write the query. Select account ID, comma. I want remaining content also. I want complete details of transaction. Account ID, transaction type, and transaction time. Sorry, no need of transaction time. Transaction amount. Transaction amount from transaction details. From transaction details. Select account ID, transaction type, transaction amount from transaction details. Where transaction ID equal to variable underscore latest transaction ID. I am finding the account ID, transaction type, and transaction amount of the person who did latest transaction. I am storing this max of transaction in a variable called latest transaction ID. And by using this latest transaction ID, I am printing his account ID, transaction type, and transaction amount. Now, what I want to do means, I want to store. I'm writing the same query in multiple lines. No problem. I want to store this account ID, transaction type, and transaction amount into their corresponding variables. I want to declare few more variables, and I want to pass account ID, transaction type, and transaction amount into those variables. Because trigger will not print any output. That's why what I will do, declare variable underscore account ID integer. Account ID integer. So that declare variable underscore transaction type varchar of 10. Varchar of 10. Varchar of 10. After that, declare variable underscore transaction amount. Transaction amount is also integer. Transaction amount. Declare variable underscore transaction amount integer. After that, I will pass these outputs into corresponding variables. I will pass account ID into variable underscore account ID, transaction type into variable underscore transaction type, and transaction amount into variable underscore transaction amount. I will pass these outputs into corresponding variables. Into first we have to give columns in the same order. First we give account ID, that's why variable underscore account ID. After that, transaction type, variable underscore transaction type. After that, transaction amount, variable underscore transaction amount. Select account ID, transaction type, transaction amount into variable underscore account ID, variable underscore transaction type, and variable underscore transaction. I am passing these outputs into corresponding variables. Now we have latest transaction ID and his account ID, his transaction type, and transaction amount. I have all these four details now. I am storing all these four outputs in corresponding variables. I have latest transaction ID. I have the account ID of the person who did latest transaction. I have transaction type, and I also have their transaction amount. I have all these details. I have all these details. Now, by using them, I want to write the logic. By using them, I want to write the logic. What I want to do? I want to write if-else conditions. If transaction type, which means variable underscore transaction type. If variable underscore transaction type is equal to credit, if variable underscore transaction type is equal to credit, if the person is creating the amount into the bank, what we want to do? We want to add the amount. Credit, then update account details. Update account details table. Set current balance is equal to I want to update current balance only, right? I want to change current balance only. Update account details, set current balance is equal to current balance plus variable underscore transaction amount. I am storing his transaction amount in variable. I want to add this to current balance. Current balance is equal to existing balance plus amount. For example, if your balance is 2 lakhs, your already existing balance is 2 lakhs. If you credit 10 more thousand, if you credit 10,000 into bank, what should be your balance? 2 lakhs plus 10,000. It should not become 10,000. If you give where current balance is set current balance is equal to transaction amount, it will become only 10,000. You should not do like that. You have to add 10,000 to existing 2 lakhs. That current balance is equal to already existing current balance plus this transaction. Where account ID equal to variable underscore account ID. I am storing this account ID in the variable. The person who did transaction, I am storing his account ID in variable. I will give that variable. If transaction type is equal to credit, I am doing this particular process. Else, if transaction type is not credit, else, what we want to do? We want to update account details again. If transaction type is not credit, means it will be debit. Transaction type is not credit, means it will be debit. What should we do if it is debit? We have to subtract. Else, update account details, set current balance is equal to current balance minus variable underscore transaction amount, where account ID is equal to variable underscore account ID. Same query. At the end, write end if and give semicolon. semicolon. This is the basic query. We completed half portion of the query. Half of the query got completed. I will share the meeting link once again. Please join in the meeting back. People in online, I will share one more meeting link. Meeting time
Okay,
got
sir.
completed. Join one more time.
Yeah, sure.
All of you select all this trigger query, select trigger query, and click on Thunder button just above it to execute. Click on Thunder button above. Trigger is created successfully. Select this whole trigger query and click on Thunder button which is present above. Safe update mode. Execute set SQL safe updates is equal to 0. After that, execute the trigger. After completing your trigger query, don't forget to change your delimiter back to semicolon. Right? Delimiter and use semicolon. Trigger is completed. After that, you have to change back your delimiter to semicolon. After completing every query, we have to give semicolon only, right? We will change our delimiter back to semicolon. After that, set SQL underscore safe underscore updates is equal to 0. Safe underscore updates equal to 0. Trigger is executed successfully. After that, change the delimiter. Now insert any value into transaction updates. Save. After save, no special here. After save, no space. And also updates. Yes. After delimiter, insert into transaction details. Insert one record into transaction details. If any person did any transaction, it will be inserted into transaction details. Write insert query. Insert into transaction details. Transaction details. Transaction details. Values. For transaction details table, we need not to insert values for all the columns because transaction ID is auto generated. Transaction ID we give auto increment, it will be auto generated. Transaction time we give now off. For remaining columns only we have to give values which are account ID, transaction type, and transaction amount. Transaction amount. For these columns only, I have to give values. Insert into transaction details, account ID, transaction type, and transaction amount, and give values for them. I am mentioning that account ID, one person is doing some transaction, and he is doing transaction called credit, and his transaction amount is 1,000 rupees. Account ID one person doing transaction. He is doing transaction type as credit, and he is doing the credit of 1,000 rupees. If I execute this particular query, some spelling mistake is there. Will trigger I did some spelling mistake. Transaction details. Where transaction details. I did some mistake in trigger. That's why I have to drop the trigger. To drop or to remove the trigger, we have a query called drop trigger name, which is balance updater. We have to check spellings clearly. Transaction details. Is there any other spelling mistakes? Now I will execute this trigger query once again. We have to include delimiter also while executing the trigger. Trigger executed successfully. Now I will insert some value into transaction details table. Transaction ID. Somewhere I misspelled transaction ID. What is the column name here in transaction details table? Is it transaction ID? Select star from transaction detail. In table itself, I give transaction ID. We have to check the column names very clearly. Otherwise, it will throw us error. The spellings are most important thing in SQL. We have to give accurate spellings. Yeah, now we inserted successfully into transaction details. I inserted one record into transaction details. Table. Now what should happen? I did credit of 1,000 rupees. If I execute select star from transaction details, I have one transaction. One transaction is created here. Transaction ID number 3, account ID 1, transaction type credit, transaction amount, and transaction time. Successfully, one transaction is created. Now, where should it reflect? I did credit of 1,000 rupees. What should happen after doing credit? It will add to current balance. If I execute select star from account details, account details, see the current balance of account ID 1. It is changing automatically or not? It is changing. I will insert one more transaction. Let us think this account ID 1 person did debit of 500. Transaction type is debit. He did debit of 500 rupees. What should be the current balance after that? He did credit of 1,000 rupees. His balance is 1,000. If he did debit 500 again, what should be his balance? 500. I am inserting into transaction details table. If I execute select star from transaction details, one more transaction occurred. This is debit 500 rupees. If I execute select star from account details, see his current balance 500. For example, one more transaction occurred, which is done by account ID number 2. Account ID number 2. He did credit, here she did credit of 500 rupees. Account ID 2% did. Her current balance is 0 now. Account ID 2% is Sana, her current balance is 0 now. If she did credit of 500 rupees, what should be her balance? 500. I am inserting into transaction details. If I execute select star from account details, check the current balance of Sana. But this query is wrong. This trigger is wrong. Why? Because balance of John is 0. John's balance is 0. If he did, what is the account ID of John? 3. Account ID is 3. If he did debit of 500 rupees, see what will happen. It is executed successfully. If you execute select star from account details, what is the balance? Minus 500. Will your bank give like that? If your balance is 0, are you able to withdraw again? Any amount again? No. But this trigger is accepting. If it accepts like that, I will withdraw 100 crores and I will jump to other countries. We can buy separate island. It should not do like that, right? We have to check that always whenever we are doing debit, whenever we are withdrawing the amount, our transaction amount should be less than current balance. Whenever I am doing debit, my transaction amount should be, whatever the amount I am withdrawing, should be less than the current balance. Less than or equal to current balance. For example, my current balance is 1000 rupees. In my account, my current balance is 1000 rupees. How much amount can I withdraw from my bank? My balance is 1000. I have 1000 rupees in my bank. How much amount can I withdraw from the bank? Anything which is less than or equal to 1000. I can withdraw 200, 300, 400, 500, whatever the amount, which is less than or equal to 1000. I cannot withdraw any amount which is greater than 1000. I cannot withdraw any amount which is greater than 1000. If I try to withdraw, bank will throw the error called insufficient fund. Yes, sir. Insufficient balance or insufficient. If I try to withdraw 2000 now, my current balance is only 1000. If I try to withdraw 2000 rupees from ATM, what will it throw? Insufficient balance or insufficient funds. We'll throw the error called insufficient funds. We have to take care of it, right? Because we should not allow customer to withdraw more amount than his current balance. Now we have to change our trigger again. We have to increase the code of the trigger. Drop this trigger again. Drop this trigger, drop trigger balance updater. We have to edit the same query, but drop this existing trigger. Drop trigger balance updater. And once again, truncate transaction details table. Database will not delete. All values present in the table will be deleted. Let us think that no transaction occurred up to now. 0 transaction occurred. And set all people current balance to 0. Change current balance of all people. Update current balance to 0 of everyone. Again, we have to write trigger from beginning. In the same trigger, what I will do is, I will try to fetch current balance of the person. I have account ID of the person who did transaction, right? By using account ID, can I fetch his current balance? I have this account ID. Can I print his current balance? Yes. Select current balance. from account details, where account ID is equal to variable underscore account ID. I am printing his current balance. I am fetching his current balance. But we should not print current balance in the output. Trigger will not print anything in the output. If we try to execute the same trigger, it will throw the error. That trigger will not return any results here. I want to pass this current balance into some variable. I want to pass this current balance into some variable. For that, what I want to do? I want to declare one more variable with the name of variable underscore current balance. Just to represent that it is variable, I am writing var underscore current balance. You can give some other name also. And I will pass this output into that variable. Select current balance into variable underscore current balance. Now I know his current balance also. Now for crediting, no issue. You can credit any number of amounts. While depositing balance into your bank, there is no limitation. You can credit 1 lakh, 2 lakh, 3 lakhs, whatever the amount you want, you can credit. But while debiting, there is some restriction. You can debit any amount which is less than or equal to your current balance. If your current balance is 5,000, you can withdraw any amount which is less than or equal to 5,000. More than 5,000, you cannot withdraw. That's why for credit, if transaction type is credit, we don't have any restriction. You can credit n number of amount. Else means if transaction type is debit, then we have some restrictions. In this else, we have to work on it. Transaction type is debit. Again, in else, we have to write if else conditions. If variable underscore transaction amount, which means transaction amount of that particular person, he is debiting some amount, that is variable underscore transaction amount, is less than or equal to variable underscore current balance. If variable underscore transaction amount is less than or equal to variable underscore current balance, if transaction amount is less than or equal to current balance, then if he is trying to withdraw any amount which is less than his transaction amount, less than his current balance, we have to allow him. Normal update query will work. The same update query will work. Otherwise, if transaction amount is less than current balance, then normal we will allow him to debit the amount. If transaction amount is not less than or equal to current balance, which means else, transaction amount is greater than current balance, is less than or equal to current balance, we are accepting him to do debit normal. Else means if transaction amount is greater than current balance, what we have to do? I will update this account details. Update account details, set current balance is equal to current balance. Remove this minus variable underscore transaction. We will keep his current balance as usual. We will not change his current balance. But by using some front-end languages, we will throw the message called invalid or insufficient fund or invalid transaction. Because trigger will not return any results, it will not print anything in the output. It will work only in the backend. it will throw the, by using some front-end languages, we will print the output called insufficient fund or invalid transaction, whatever it may be. Based on our requirement, we will pass the message. But we will not change his current balance. For example, if your balance is 5,000 rupees and you are trying to withdraw the amount called 10,000, what will that ATM show? It will show that insufficient fund or something. Your transaction is failed. Will they deduct any balance from your bank? Will your balance changes? No, it will not change. Your current balance is equal to current balance. It will stay as it is. But your transaction will not complete. It will throw the error called insufficient. Now, execute this particular trigger. For execution also become difficult. One minute, we did some mistakes on there. I think we didn't include this delimiter while executing the trigger. Where is the trigger query? Hey, they removed it or what? No. Also include this delimiter and execute. Yeah, it is showing the same error. Yeah, we have to write one more end. If we open if else class again, right? Inside the if else class, we wrote again if else. We have to end that particular. Sorry, I forgot that. Second time we have to end that if else. I forgot this one. Now it is executed successfully. Now again insert into transaction details. Here endif, here endif, give one more endif because we wrote two if else conditions, one inside another. We have to end both the if else conditions. Even after writing second endif. Is it showing any red color into mark in between the query? Where there is some mistake there. You might did some syntax mistake or you didn't end previous query with semicolon. You have to select the query delimiter. You have to not delimiter. One minute, let me show you. After that, I will check where they are. Okay, after that, insert value into, after creating trigger, insert value into transaction details table. This is the first transaction. Now I don't have any transaction because I truncated that particular table. First I am inserting rate of 1,000 rupees. Unknown column, account ID. I gave again, I did mistake. I did spelling mistake in trigger again. Account ID. Where is this account ID column? I gave account ID somewhere. Let's select query, I think. Yeah, where account ID I gave spelling mistake, account ID. The spelling mistakes will kill us in this bigger queries. Because we have to check spelling mistake everywhere in the query. Even if there is small spelling mistake, it will not allow. So that I am inserting value into transaction details. I inserted into transaction details. Now I have one transaction in transaction details table. I have one transaction in transaction details table. Account ID 1% created 1,000 rupees. If I check is in his account details, 1,000 rupees is created, 1,000 is added. For account ID 3%, what is the balance? 0. If I try to debit from his account again, what should happen? It will not throw error message. Front end, by using front end language, we will throw error message, but it should not do any changes to current balance. If I execute this, if I execute select star from transaction details, transaction will be recorded that this person tried to do this particular transaction. It will be recorded. But if you check in account details, no changes in current balance because its transaction status will be failed transaction. Like this trigger will work. TCL means transaction control language. DCL means data control language. This DTL is a completely different concept. It is not used by developers. It will be used by database administration people. DBA, database administration people. Anyhow, we are going to discuss about DCL also. When it comes to TCL, TCL is one of the important commands that we have in SQL. Here in TCL, we are going to have commands called commit, rollback, and Savepoint. Savepoint. Commit, rollback, and Savepoint. These are the commands that we have in SQL. These are the commands that we have in SQL. This transaction control language is used to control data manipulation language or to control DML commands. This transaction control language is used to control DML commands. What are the DML commands that we have in SQL? What are the DML commands that we have? insert, update and delete. Insert, update and delete. What is the purpose of using this transaction control language? If we write any query fault by mistake, if we do any mistakes in the query, because if we want to delete someone's data and by mistake we deleted some other person's data, how to get back his data? How to get back the previous person's data or deleted person's data? By using transaction control language, we can do undo for any deleted data. We can do undo for any deleted data. For example, before using this transaction control language, we will use auto commit mode in SQL. We will use auto commit mode. We will use auto commit mode in SQL. Auto commit mode means whatever the query, whatever the DML command that we are using will be saved in SQL permanently automatically. If we execute it, it will be saved in SQL permanently.
Sir,
Yeah, man.
sir, in DML commands, you say ki we can undo the things after dropping a table or after deleting a table. We
Truncating,
can undo that.
no. After dropping or truncating, we cannot undo. We can undo only insert, update or delete.
Okay, sir.
DDL commands cannot be undone. We are using auto commit mode, which means whatever the DML commands that we are using, they are getting saved on database permanently. If you insert any value, that value is inserting database directly or permanently. We cannot control it. After inserting, we have to delete it again. We cannot control it. We cannot go back. If we delete any value, we cannot get it back because it is occurring permanently. Queries are applying on database permanently. Queries are applying on database permanently. Now, if we don't want to apply these queries permanently on the database, we don't want to apply queries on the database permanently, then what we have to do means, first we have to turn off this auto commit mode. Turn off it. To turn off anything in SQL, what we will do? We will write set auto commit is equal to 0. We will use equal to 0 to turn off anything in SQL. We are going to do the same thing. All of you open your workbench. Auto commit mode, what we will do means we will execute the query called set auto commit is equal to 0. Set auto underscore commit equal to 0. This query is used to turn off the auto commit mode. This query is used to turn off the auto commit mode. Turn off auto commit mode. Which means whatever the query which we are writing on database, whatever the DML commands that we are using on database, will not be applied on database permanently. Will not affect database permanently. They will be applied on database temporarily only. They will be applied on database temporarily only. If you delete any value, it will be deleted temporarily. What you want to do if you want to apply it permanently means you have to execute the command called commit. You have to execute the command called commit. Whenever you execute this particular called commit, it will save on the database all the DML commands which you used. Hello guys, am I audible to you? Hello. Guys, am I audible to you? Can anyone confirm by unmuting? Okay. If we execute the command called commit, then these DML commands will be applied on database permanently. If we don't give commit, they will be applied only temporarily. Because we turn off auto commit mode. Which means auto saving mode or automatically applying on database permanently. We turn off that particular process. Here, for starting this transaction control language, first we have to, after turning off this auto commit mode, first we have to use the query called start transaction. If you write this particular query, it will start the transaction control language. Start transaction is the query which is used to start the transaction control language. After starting the transaction, before this we will turn off the auto commit mode. First we will turn off the auto commit mode. After that we will start transaction. After starting the transaction, we will write queries. Like this, we will write some sequence of queries one by one after starting the transaction control language. This queries should be DML queries. It might be insert, update, or delete. We can use any of these queries. After writing all these queries, we will cross-check them. These will be applied just temporarily. All these queries will be applied only temporarily. We will cross-check them. Once again, whether we inserted correct values or whether we updated correct values or whether we deleted correct values. And please be in mute. Online participants, be in mute. We will check whether all values are inserted or updated or deleted correctly, and they are applied already temporarily. If everything is correct, what we have to do means we have to execute the command called commit. Guys, please be in mute. Otherwise, if someone is watching recorded video, it will be a lot of disturbance for them. If you execute any query after turning off auto commit mode and after starting this transaction control language, if you write n number of queries, all these queries will be applied only temporarily. All these queries will be applied only temporarily. We will cross check the queries. We will cross check the queries one more time. And if all the queries are correct, if we find that all the queries are correct, then we will use the command called commit, which is used to save the queries permanently on database, which are used to save queries on database permanently. We turned off auto commit mode. If we execute the command called commit, then only query will get saved on the database permanently. Otherwise, they will be executed just temporarily. Now, if everything is correct, we will execute the command called commit. What if there is some mistake in query number 3? We found one error in query number 3. They are temporarily saved. We found some error in query number 3. Error or mistake. Manual error. Then what we have to do means, instead of deleting one person data, I deleted some other person data. What we have to do to get back his data, we have to do a command. We have to execute a command called rollback. Rollback. We have to execute the command called rollback. This rollback command is used to do undo in SQL. Undo. I think all of you have idea on undo. If you did any mistake, if you deleted any value by mistake, and if you want to get back it, we can do undo and we can get back. Like that, if we do any mistake in the queries, in DML queries after starting transaction control language, and if you want to undo them, you can use the command called rollback. You can use the command called rollback. If you use the command called rollback after query number 5, rollback, we executed all 5 queries. They are executed temporarily. We found that query, there is some error in some mistake in query number 3, and we have to undo. That's why we did rollback. If we did rollback in SQL, what it is going to do means, it is going to undo all the queries from beginning. After start transaction, whatever the queries you wrote, all the queries are going to be undo. Will undo all the queries. Then what you will do? You will modify this query number 3 and you will re-execute all the queries one by one. You will re-execute all the queries one by one. Here, if every query is correct, we have to use the command called commit. If there is any mistake or error in the query, we have to use the command called rollback to undo. We have to use the command called rollback to undo. But rollback will undo all the queries which we wrote after start transaction. Rollback will
Sir,
undo.
can you write a query of commit and rollback?
Yeah, I will write. This workbench is not opening in my system. After completing this theoretical concept, I will restart my laptop and I will write the query. Okay, I will show how to write the query.
Okay, sir.
Yeah. Here, for example, in real-time work, after starting transaction control language, let us suppose you wrote 500 queries. Suppose this is not query number 1, it is 1 to 100. This is query 1 to 100. Queries 1 to 100. This is queries 101 to 200. Consider it is up to 300. It is up to 400. It is up to 500. Like this, you wrote 500 queries continuously. You wrote 500 queries continuously. Now, if you do rollback, it will undo all the 500 queries. It will undo all the 500 queries. Even if you have a mistake in one single query, it will undo all the 500 queries. Then what you have to do, you have to modify that single query and you have to re-execute all the 500 queries. You have to execute all the 500 queries once again. It will be very difficult to re-execute all the 500 queries once again. And SQL servers also will get very busy if you are executing hundreds of queries at the same time once again. Now, here the logic is, for suppose you are moving from Bangalore to Hyderabad with some work. You have some IT related work in Hyderabad. You are moving from Bangalore to Hyderabad. Bangalore to Hyderabad. You have some PPT presentation in Hyderabad. You are traveling by bus. In between, there are some intermediate points, some intermediate stations. You are traveling from Bangalore to Hyderabad, and in between there are some intermediate points. After starting from Bangalore, you crossed some Bangalore and you are in some midpoint. You are in some midpoint in bus. You are going to reach Kadapa soon, which is some intermediate point. After that, next station will be Kurnool. At last, you will reach your destination called Hyderabad. Now, after crossing the Bangalore, you recognize that you forgot the laptop. There is some issue with you. You forgot laptop. What will you do? You will go to Hyderabad and will you return back to Bangalore to take the laptop? Or you will get dropped near Kadapa itself. Kadapa is the nearest station to you. You will drop near the nearest station. You will drop near the nearest station and you will go back to Bangalore and bring the laptop. What will be you? What can you do? What can you do? Will you go to Bangalore? Because you have that PPTs in your laptop and you forgot the laptop and you are going to Hyderabad. You recognize that you forgot laptop after bus crossed the station.
You are not editing. Okay.
Please be in mute, please.
Now,
It is better to get dropped in nearby station and we can go back to Bangalore and we can bring back the laptop. If you are reaching Hyderabad and if you want to return back to Bangalore and if you want to go back to Hyderabad by taking laptop, it is a lot of time consuming process and it will take lot of your efforts. You have to do journey all this distance unnecessarily and you have to return this journey unnecessarily. Now, if you get dropped near Kadapa, you can go back from Kadapa itself. You can go back from Kadapa to Bangalore and you can return from Bangalore to Hyderabad once again. Here you are going back only one single destination and you will return back to Hyderabad by taking laptop as usual. Here you have to go to two more destinations unnecessarily. You have to travel more distance unnecessarily and you have to return those distance also without any use. Your work burden will increase a lot unnecessarily. Now we have one command called Savepoint for this. save point. If we have any mistake in the query number 400 or 450, here you have some mistake in the query number 450. If you roll back all the queries from query number 1 will be undo. Only for one mistake, it is not good to undo all 500 queries, right? That's why we are going to have a command called save point. What we will do means we will write save point a, save point, and we will give some name to it. Save point is nothing but of intermediate point or intermediate stations. Save point a. After that, save point b. After 100 queries, I give save point b. Save point b. Like this, save point c. Save point c. Save point d. Save point d. Save point e. Like this, we will write save points after each few queries. We will write save points after few queries. Now, what we can do means, if we found any mistake, after in between 400 to 500 queries, in between 400 to 500 queries, I found some mistake. From after 400 up to 500 query, I am writing under save point D, before save point E. Then what can I do means, I can just write roll back to D, roll back to D, roll back to D, roll back to D. What this query will do means, instead of undoing all the commands, instead of doing undo for all the commands from command number 1, it will undo up to save point D only. Wherever you wrote save point D, up to that particular point only, it will undo the query. All the previous queries which are written before save point will be saved as usual, will be temporarily applied as usual. All queries which are written before save point are temporarily are saved as usual, are temporarily applied. Only the queries which are present after the save point will be undone. If you undo up to D, from query number 400 to 500, it will undo all these 100 queries. Now, if you execute only 100, if you rectify the error and if you execute only these 100 queries, it is enough. Instead of executing all 500 queries, we can re-execute only these 100 queries. And if everything is correct, we can give the command called commit. This is the process. Now, we have one more type of command language called, this is transaction control language. I will show you in Workbench. We have one more type of command language called DCL, data control language, which will be used by database administrators, which is not used by developers. Anyhow, we are going to discuss about this topic. If we want to do it practically, we have to be learning these database administration related things. We have to learn DBA related things. 1 minute, guys. Here we have two commands called grant and revoke. grant and revoke. Here we will have two commands called grant and revoke. This grant command is used to give privilege to the user. Privilege or permission to user. What this database administration people will be keep on doing means, for example, some new employee came to the company to work on the database or to work on SQL. He joined as a SQL developer. Who will give him permissions on SQL? This database administration people or DBA people are going to give permission to the users. And we have something called revoke. Revoke is used to take back the privilege or take back the permission. Take back permission. If some user is relieving from company, or he is moving out of the company, or he is removed from the company, then the first thing we have to do is we have to take back his permissions. Otherwise, if you have any angriness on the company, what he can do, he can truncate all the tables and he can go. Otherwise, he can drop few tables and he can go. We cannot, if we don't have any backup server, we cannot get back that data. That's why we have to take back the permissions whenever we are removing any employee from the company. These two things will be done by the person called database administrator. Database administrator. Also, we can call him as admin. Here we have to learn about two things called privilege, objects, and person. Person is normal thing for whom we are giving the permission like that. Privilege means what are the things that you are going to permit him? What are the things that you are going to permit him? For example, here you will have commands, whether it is select, whether it is insert, whether it is update, like that. What permission do you want to give him? What permission do you want to give him? Objects means on which table or on which view or on which stored procedure. Table, views, or stored procedures, whatever you want. All these are called database objects, right? All the database objects. If you want to give permission on all the things directly, you have to give all. We have something called all. If you give all, it will give permission on all the things. Here, you will have something called person name, our username at the rate of host name, server name. If you write stored procedures and if you save them, you will get something called definer root at the rate of localhost. You will get something at the definer root at the rate of localhost. Root means here you are the system user which don't have any server or which don't have any multiple users, only root user, and he is working on localhost, which means local system. Your server is installed in local system. If you are connecting to any other servers, your username will be something. They will be giving you some username. Maximum it will be your name only. Like Tarun at the rate of, and I will write server name, whatever the name of that particular server. Server name, I have to write it. For example, here, if I want to give permission to some particular person, what I want to do means, what command I need to execute means, I have to write grant to give permission to someone. And after that, we have to mention this privilege, which permission we are going to give. Select on, grant select on. After on, you have to mention on which object you are going to give the permission. On which object you are going to give permission. For example, if you are giving permission only on tables, few tables, you have to mention the table name. Account details, comma, transaction details, for whom you are giving the permissions. For you have to write his name. For example, if you are giving for Tarun at the rate of server name, Tarun at the rate of, and you have to give server name. What SQL will do means it will give permissions for Tarun and select query only for these two tables. He can execute only select query on these two tables. Except select query, he cannot execute anything. If you want to take back the permission, you have to write revoke select. Let us try this transaction control language in our workbench. The first thing we have to do is we have to set auto commit is equal to 0. Sorry, before that, let me complete this thing which we are writing. To give permission to the user, we have to write grant select on, and we have to, as we are giving tables, we have to mention tables here. Sorry. Grant select on table, account details, comma, transaction details for the user. You have to give username and the server name. If you want to take back those permissions, you have to write grant select from grant select on table. Sorry. Grant select on table, account details, comma, transaction details, from that particular user.
Hello?
If you grant the permission, the user will get access to write select query on account details table and transaction details table. If he is able to write the select query, means he is able to see the data which is present in account details and transaction details table. He is able to see the data which is present in account details table and transaction details table. If you don't want to give him permission to see the data present in account details and transaction details table, then you have to write revoke select on table, account details, comma, transaction details from Tarun at the rate of server name. If you give this username, for this user, select permission will be removed on these two tables. If you want to give insert permission, you have to write grant insert on table, account details, comma, transaction details for Tarun at the rate of server. Like that, whatever the permission you want to grant, you have to write grant command, and you have to give the privilege which you are giving him access on specified object, which might be table, view, stored procedure, whatever it might be, on object name. After that, you have to choose the objects. On which objects you are giving. If you just mention on table for Tarun at the rate of server name, it will give access for all tables present in that particular server. Otherwise, you have to mention table name for Tarun at the rate of server name. Then it will give access only for the specified tables which you mentioned here. Grant is used to give permission to the end user. If you take back that permission, or if you want to remove that permission, you have to write revoke select. We gave select permission. Now I am taking back that select permission. Revoke select on table account details, comma transaction details from Tarun at the rate of server name. From username at the rate of server name. If you give this particular command, it will take back that particular permissions from the users. Now let us try this transaction control language in our workbench. The first thing which we have to do is we have to select the database. After selecting the database, we have to set auto commit is equal to 0. Auto underscore commit equal to 0. Set auto commit is equal to 0, and you have to click on control enter. Known system variable auto underscore commit. Try auto commit directly because it will vary from application to application. Yeah, it is normal auto commit. Underscore is not there. Set auto commit is equal to 0. Set auto commit is equal to 0. After turning off this auto commit mode, we have to start the transaction control language. We have to start the transaction control language. For that, we have to execute start transaction. Start transaction. Start transaction. After starting transaction control language, now let me execute select star from account details once. Select star from account details. Account details. Account details. I got 11 values. I got 11 values. I got sequence of 11 values. And for the account ID 11, I think I don't have any child value. I think I don't have any child value for account ID 11. And I will try to delete the value called account ID 11 details. I will try to delete the details of account ID number 11, whose name is Suma. Delete from account details where account ID equal to 11. Delete from account details where account ID is equal to 11. If I execute this particular query, that particular account ID 11% details got deleted. If I execute select star from account details, I have only 10 people now. Account ID 11% details got deleted. I don't now, after deleting the value, I realized that we should not delete account ID 11 details. I want those details back. Now what I want to do means I have to just execute rollback. 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 We have to just execute rollback. Write rollback and click on control enter. What it will do means it will undo all the queries up to start transaction. Wherever we started the transaction control language, up to that particular start transaction, it will undo all the queries, all the DML queries which we wrote in between. We wrote only one DML query which is called delete. We deleted account ID 11 details. It will undo it. Undo it means we will get back the account ID 11 details. Let us check by executing select star from account details. See, account ID 11% details we got them back. For example, after that, let me give commit. Commit and let me execute it. Commit will save it permanently. We'll close the transaction permanently. Let me start one more transaction. Let me start one more transaction. And let me execute select star from account details in this transaction control language. select star from account details. Here I want to change the account ID 5-person name Kiran to Kiran Kumar. His name is Kiran. I want to change it to Kiran Kumar. What I can do? I can write a update query. Update account details. Account details. Update account details. Set name is equal to Kiran Kumar. Set name is equal to Kiran Kumar, where set name is equal to Kiran Kumar, where account ID is equal to 5. Account ID equal to 5. I want to change his name to Kiran Kumar. Before doing this, I will write a save point further. Save point. Save point A. I will name it as save point A, which means first save point or first starting point, first intermediate point. After that, I will execute this update query. If I execute select star from account details, see his name is changed to Kiran Kumar. After that, I will write save point B. Save point B. We can also write multiple queries under each save point. I am writing one query just to show you how this save point will work. How this save point will work. Now what I am doing means, after save point B, I will execute this save point B also. After save point B, now I want to delete the details of account ID number 11. Actually, we have details of account ID number 11 as we undo after doing previous query. Now I want to delete the details of account ID number 11. I executed the query. Delete from account details where account ID equal to 11. Now if I execute the table, select star from account details, 2 queries got executed. Name is changed to Kiran Kumar and account ID 11 details got deleted. Now what I want to do means, I just want to roll back this delete query. I want account this update name update as usual. I don't want to change, but I want to remove this delete, undo this delete query, because by mistake I deleted his details and I want to undo it. What I can do is roll back to B. I have to write roll back to save point B. Roll back to B. If I execute this particular query, this update query will be executed as usual. Kiran Kumar will be applied as usual. But this delete query only will be undone. It will undo only up to save point B. All the queries which are written above this save point B, before this save point B, will be saved as usual. All the queries which are written before this save point will be saved as usual. If I execute rollback to B, it will undo only this delete query. If I execute select star from account details, see account ID 11% details I got, but this Kiran Kumar is changed as usual. This update query is applied as usual. After that, I will just execute commit to save it permanently. This is how we can utilize save point and we can undo only specified queries instead of doing undo for all the queries which we wrote. Okay, and this, if we want to execute this data control language, this is for database administrators. This is completely a different concept. We need to have a server and we need to have multiple users on that server. Just remember this query syntax: grant and privilege on database objects, which database object you want to give permission, the database object names for user, and from while revoking from user. revoke and that specified privilege on object and object names from user. You have to do these two things while giving grant is used to give permission to the user and revoke is used to take back the permission from user. These are the commands that we missed after this. Functions. These functions are used to do small calculations in SQL. To do small calculations. Yeah. To do these functions, we have two different types of functions are there. They are system defined functions. Defined functions. System defined functions and user defined functions. User defined functions. We have two type of functions called system defined functions and user defined functions. System defined functions means these functions are given by system itself. SQL itself gave these functions. We didn't create them. It means some max, min, average, count, distinct, all these functions are given by SQL. We are just using them, that's all. We didn't created these functions. If we used count of star in some query, we didn't created this count function, right? It is already created by SQL. It is given by SQL and we just utilized it. It is already given by SQL and we just utilized it. When it comes to user defined functions, we have to create them. Developer should create them. Developer should create them. Why do we need to create the functions? Already system gave a lot of functions. These are aggregate functions. Similarly, we have time, date and time functions like timestamp, div, now of. Like that, we have current date. We have date and time functions also. We have text functions also. We are going to learn them. We have text functions also. Like this, we have multiple types of functions. Even though we have multiple types of functions, why do we need to create again more functions? Yeah, if we have specific requirement and if we want to do customized calculations, you are working for bank application. You are working for bank application. No bank will ask you your age. No bank will ask you the age. Directly, no bank will ask you age. What they will do means they will ask your date of birth, or from your proofs or from your submissions, they will capture your date of birth, and they will calculate the age. Because if we have any restriction like bank should not give account if age less than 18, like that. If we have any restrictions like that, for suppose some student of 14 years or 13 years came to bank. He know that a bank will not give account if age is less than 18. And if we ask him to fill a form by inserting his age, by giving his age, he will just write 25. If we just ask age, he will write 25. He will think that at least I will get account. He don't know the importance, right? He will just write some value to get the account. That's why to calculate age, we should write some function. We cannot ask the customer to give his age. And when it comes to stored procedures, we can calculate something in stored procedures also, right? In stored procedure, we can do anything. We can write anything in stored procedure. We can pass parameters. We can declare variables. We can write multiple queries. We can write insert or update queries. Anything can be done in stored procedure. But then why can't we write in stored procedure? We can write in stored procedures, but there is one issue in stored procedure. We cannot use stored procedure in insert, update, delete, or select query. We cannot insert stored procedure in. We cannot use stored procedure in insert, update, delete, or select query. You cannot execute select star from stored procedure name like that. For executing stored procedure, we have one other thing called call. If you execute stored procedure, try to execute stored procedure once in Workbench. In the new page, you will get something called call procedure. Call procedure name with parameter. We cannot execute stored procedure in a select query, or insert query, or update query, or delete query. But function can be executed in all the following queries. For example, we gave, while creating transaction details table, we gave default now off. Default value as now off for transaction type. Default now off. This now off is a function. This now off is a function which is used to print current data type. We give default now off. Whenever the person is doing transaction, it will print that current date and time automatically. We are using, instead of insert, we are using it. Like this, we can use function wherever we want. We can use a function wherever we want. Okay, let us see about this particular function. Here for creating functions also, you will have some option called functions. You have to do a right click on them and you will get the option called create function and you will be entered to new page. Create function name. And you have to mention what is the value it is going to return. You have to mention what is the value it is going to return. Function will always return single value output. It will return only single value. It will not return multiple values. It will return only single value. Sometimes it will work row wise, sometimes it will work column wise, based on the requirement. But it will return only single value. Let us write a function to do age calculation. Create function age calculator. To calculate the age, what should we take as parameter? What should customer give? Or what will be the input from the customer? we will take date of birth. Date of birth will be the input. We will scan date of birth from some proof, or we will ask him to enter the date of birth. Parameter underscore date of birth. The data type is date. Date is the data type for date of birth. And this function will return age of the person. It is going to return integer, or you can mention int also. Int or integer, whatever both are said. Parameter, to represent it as a parameter. Will returns integer and begin and end. In between begin and end, we have to write the query. Select. If I have one date, what is the function that we can use to find the time gap between two age values, two date values? Function, what is the function that we can use to find time difference between two values or time gap between two values? Timestamp diff. Timestamp diff. Select timestamp diff of. We will calculate age in years. Year, comma. What will be the start date to calculate the age? Start date is date of birth, right? We will calculate age as time difference between date of birth and present date. What is your age? From date of birth to present age, what is the time gap? It is your age, yes or no? Start date is date of birth, which is parameter underscore date of birth, which you are giving as input. You will take this value here. End date is present date. How can you take present date? Now of function. Now of. The difference between start date and end date is age. And I am taking difference in years. We will calculate age in years, right? We will not calculate in months or days. What will I do? As var underscore age. I will pass the output into this variable. After that, I will declare one variable as I am passing output into variable. Declare var underscore age. And data type is Tinyint. Data type Tinyint. Now here near return, by default it will be return 1. You have to mention what is the value that you are returning. You are returning some value of integer data type. Here, as we are taking Tinyint, we have to mention Tinyint. Returns Tinyint. As we are returning single value, we have to mention what is the value that we are returning. What is the value that we are returning here? What is the value that we want to print in the output? No, we return Tinyint data type. We will return some number. What will we return? Here I am taking what is the purpose of this query? To calculate the age. What should we return? We should return age of the person, right? Here in this variable, I am storing the age of that particular person. Return variable underscore age. Select timestamp diff in year. Between start date is date of birth, start date is date of birth, and end date is current date, which is given by now of function. And the difference between start date and the end date will be passed into this corresponding variable. Sorry, not as. We have to give into. Into variable underscore age. Into variable underscore age. The output of this particular query will be passed into this corresponding variable. And I declare the variable to store this output. And I am printing the same variable. If you click on apply, we will get the error for the first time. Query is correct, but we will get error for the first time. We will get error. Here you will have something called log underscore bin underscore trust underscore function creators. Copy this particular thing. From log to function creators, copy everything. Go to normal page, paste it. Before that, write. Before that particular thing, right? Set global log underscore bin underscore trust underscore function creators equal to 1. We execute this particular query. If I click on apply, function will be executed successfully. Click on finish. Near functions, you will have some expansion button. Here, if you check f of age calculator, if you click on the thunder button, you will ask to input your date of birth. If you click on execute, after inserting date, it will print your age. See, it is executing in select query. Select patient bank dot age calculator, database name dot function name, and it is giving parameter like select now off. Even if you don't give this patient bank dot, it will work. System defined functions. These are the predefined functions which are given by SQL. We have to just utilize them. We have to just utilize these functions. If we know the purpose of using them, we can utilize them based on the requirement. Here we have few types of functions called aggregate functions. Aggregate functions. Text functions. Text functions. Date and time functions. Date and time functions. Ranking functions. And statistical functions. And statistical function. Online people, please be in mute. Aggregate functions, text functions, date and time functions, ranking functions, and statistical functions. These are the type of functions that we have in SQL, which are system defined. These are given by system. We have to just utilize them. We can just utilize these functions and we can do small calculations. When it comes to aggregate functions, we have functions called sum. For example, if we want to use sum function, we have to write select sum of column name from table name. From table name. If you execute this particular query, you will get the total value. Sum function is used to give total value. It will add all the values present throughout that particular column and it will give the total value. Total value. If you want to see the total balance present in the bank, you can execute select sum of current balance from account details. Select sum of current balance from account details. It will give the total amount which is present in bank, which means total amount which is present in all customers' accounts. After that, we have a function called max. Max is used to give maximum value. Maximum value. Select max of column name from table name, which will returns the maximum value. If you want to find the highest balance, like that, you have to use this max function. Min. Min is used to return the minimum value. Minimum value. Min is used to return the minimum value. Max is used to return the maximum value, and min is used to return the minimum value.
So,
Yeah,
maximum value, it's mean the particular one value, na sir?
one value only. Yeah,
Okay, sir.
highest value. Minimum value means least value in that particular column.
Okay. Total customer account sections, one particular customer have more balance that shown in maximum value.
Yeah, maximum value in that specified column.
Okay, sir.
After that, we have a function called count. Count will count the number of records. We already used the count functions. It will count the number of records. If you execute select count of star or count of specified column names, it will count the number of records. Number of records or number of rows present in that particular column. After that, we have a function called distinct. It is a row-wise function. It is not a column-wise function. It is a row-wise function. This distinct is used to print the output without duplicates. Without duplicates. It will print the output without duplicates. Select distinct of column name from table name. If you execute this query, it will print all the values without duplicates. Without duplicates. After that, we have something called distinct count. We don't have any function called distinct count. If you want to get the count of records without duplicates, you have to write count of distinct of column name. Count of distinct of column name. Column name. This will returns. Here you have to mention column name. Count without duplicates. Will return count of records without duplicates. These are the aggregate functions we will use in SQL. Sum, max, min, count, distinct count. We can use average also. Average. AVG. AVG. Which will give average value of the throughout the column. Average value of that specified column. Select average of column name from table name. It will give average value of that specified column. These are the aggregate functions. Using these functions is very easy, but you should know the purpose of using them. You should know the purpose of using them. If we will use in normal select query, instead of some, we will mention some other column names based on the requirement. Instead of some, we will write some other functions, and some we can mention some other column names based on requirements. After that, we have something called text functions. Text functions. These text functions are used to work on text or character or varchar or text data type columns. When it comes to these text functions, the first function that we have is concat, most important thing, concat. This concat is used to merge or add two columns. Merge or add two text columns. Text columns. If you have two columns called first name and last name, in the output, if you want full name, for example, in first name there is a value called Tarun, and last name there is a value called Allah. If you want output as full name, you have to use concat of first name comma last name. In the output, it will return full name, which is Tarun Chawla. Concat will merge or add two text columns. It is also a row-wise function. It will work row by row.
So when I want to give a space in between, so do
You
we
have to
need to
add
give any?
space as a character. You have to give space as a character, which means you have to give first name, comma, space. You have to give one space as a character. You should not mention anything except space in between semicolons and last name. First name, comma. In semicolons, you have to give space, comma, last name. It will give Tarun space Challa. Okay.
Oh.
After concat, we have a function called upper, which is used to convert text into uppercase. It means capital letters. Select upper of column name from table name, which will print that column in uppercase letters. After that, we have lower, which is used to convert the text into lowercase. These are normal things. These things anyone can use. Don't worry about them. After that, we have something called trim. This is the one of the most important function which we will use in data cleaning. Trim is used to remove unnecessary spaces. Remove unnecessary spaces. For example, we have one name called Ram. You inserted one name called Ram into the table. But while typing, you gave Ram space, and you close the quotation, single quotation mark. After space, you close the single quotation mark. Now this Ram became the 4-character word. RAM and space. There are 4 characters in this particular string. There are 4 characters. There are 4 characters in this particular string. Now, if you select star from table name where name equal to Ram, it will not show. Because the actual name is Ram space. Space is also a character. If you just select star from table name where name equal to Ram, it will not print the details of Ram because the value is Ram space. You have to search with space also. But we cannot find spaces. Space will not appear, right? If you execute select star from table name and if you see the name called Ram, it will appear like this only, normally RAM. This space will not appear. Then how can you find the spaces? How to remove these spaces? Means we have a command called trim. If you just use the command called trim of name, it will remove all the spaces which are unnecessary, which are after the text and before the text. If you have any spaces before the character and after the character, this trim will remove. Before or after string, after the text or string, whatever it might be. It will remove the unnecessary spaces. And in the final result, you will have only RAM as name. Then you can search again because space is removed by using trim command. More functions called ltrim and rtrim. ltrim, rtrim. ltrim is nothing but of left trim, rtrim is nothing but of right trim. If you have any spaces before the text or in the left side of the text, you have to only, if you want to remove them, you have to use ltrim. It will remove any spaces only before the text. If you have any spaces only after the text, then you have to use, only to remove them, you have to use rtrim. If you remove trim, it will remove both before and after the text, both left side and right side. After that, we have length function, length of column name, which will give the length of the text, number of characters present in the text, length of the string or length of the text, length of text. For example, RAM is a 3-lettered word. It will print 3. If it is a 3-lettered word, it will just print 3. After that, we have something called char index. Char index, which is rarely used, but it is also important to learn. Char index is used to find the position of the letter, position of the string, position of the string or position of the character, whatever you might confuse. Character. For example, I have some name, Kiran space Kumar. I have a name called Kiran Kumar, Kiran space Kumar. If you want to find the position of n, if you want to find the position of n, you have to use char index and you have to give the letter called n. It will find the position of n. At what position it is coming. K is in first position, I is in second position, R is in third position, A is in fourth position, N is in fifth position. It will return 5. Char index is used to find the position of the string. Date and time functions. What are the date and time functions that we used in SQL? After that, we use timestamp diff. Timestamp diff. Timestamp diff. What is the purpose of using timestamp diff? In the timestamp diff, we have to give format, which means whether you want to calculate in month, year, or day. You want to calculate time different in months or years or days, you have to mention that. After that, we have to mention start date and we have to mention end date. It will print the time difference between start date and end date. It will print the time difference between start date and end date in the required format. If you want in months, it will print in months. If you want in year, it will print in years. If you want in day, it will print in day. While using function called age calculator, we used in year format. while we are trying to find last 6 months transactions, we used in month format. While using last 6 current underscore date. Current underscore date, which will just print today's date or today's current date or today's date. Where now of function is used to print both date and time, current date will print only date. Current date. After that, we have function called year of. Year of, if you give any date column name, it will print only year value in the output. Year value in the output. Even if you have throughout complete date in that specified column, it will print only the year value. After that, we have month of, which will print only month number. We have day of also similarly, which will print day number. For example, if we have date called if we had this specified date, if you are using year function, it will print only year value, like 2023. If you are using month function, it will give only month value, 04. If you are using day function, it will return day value, which is 04 again. If you want to print separate year, month, and days separately, you have to use this specified function called year, month, and day separately. After that, we have something called month name. If you use month name function, if you give any date value or if you give this month value, it will return the name of the month. If you return, we have a function called date add. If you want to get nth day from today, nth day from today, For example, today's date is, what is the date? Is it 10?
Sir.
10/05/2023. If you want any day after 100 days, day after 100 days, you have to give date add. You have to give this date, comma, if you give 100, it will print the 100th day. 100th day date. 100th day date. 100th day date. This date add function is used to find something called expiry date, like that. Expiry date. If it is the manufacture day, if they are keeping something like this should be used before 180 days something, they will give 180 here. It will show them the expiry date in the result output. It will add the number of days and it will print the 180th day in the output. Day of week. To get month name, we used month name function. To get the day name, we have to use day of week function. Day of week. If you use day of week of date, any date value, it will print whether it is Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, whatever it might be. It will print the day name. whatever it might be, it will print the day name completely. You have to use day of week function. Day of week function. Okay, let us go with these ranking functions and statistical functions. When it comes to these window functions, we have functions called rank, dense rank, and row number. Row underscore number. Rank, dense rank, and row number. Here, let us consider I have a table in which I am storing students' mark details. I have name of the student, subject, and marks columns. Name of the student, subject, and marks columns. I want to give them rank based on marks. This is normal ranking, not using functions. If I want to give them rank, what will be their ranks? Who will get the first rank? Who will get the first rank? Who will get the first rank? These two people
guess
will get
John.
first rank. Who will get the second rank? 96. Who will get the third rank? 94. Who will get the fourth rank? 92. Who will get the fifth rank? 91.
Sir,
I have only 4 people. How do I got 7 ranks? How do I got 7 ranks? Which means the thing which I am using is not correct. The ranking methodology which I used is not correct. For writing a rank query, rank function, the syntax will be as follows. Select, and you have to write column names which you want to print. Name, comma, marks, comma, you have to give just rank of. And while writing these statistical functions or ranking functions, we have something called other class called over. Based on which value we are giving rank, we have to mention it in over class. Over marks, over order by marks descending, which means from highest value to least value based on marks, I am giving the ranks. If you just give order by marks, it will take in ascending order, and for least marks person will get the first rank. You have to mention over order by marks. Based on this logic, you are taking rank for each and every person from table name. For example, table name is student marks. From student marks. If you take like this, if you take any query like this, it will give rank as follows. It will give rank as follows. The same ranks will be reflected. Same rank will be reflected. But it is wrong. These particular ranks are wrong because we have only 4 students. And they attended 2 different exams separately. We have to get only 4 ranks as we have only 4 students. Then what we have to do means we have to partition them separately. Based on the subject name. We have to make them as 2 different partitions. The people who attended maths exam as a separate partition, and the people who attended science exam as a separate partition. After over, we can use 2 classes called partition by and order by. Over, you have to mention partition by subject. This partition by will works in the similar way as group by. It will divide data into separate groups. It will divide all the mass values into a single group and all the science values into a single group. All the mass values into a single group and science values into a single group.
Sir, in place of over, we use partition by na, sir.
No, not in place of over. In over class, we have to write partition by subject, order by marks descending. We have to write the whole thing. Partition by
Okay, in
subject,
the
we have to, yeah, in the over class, we have to write it.
okay, sir.
Over is mandatory. Based on this over class only, it will give ranks. We cannot give rank of any column name like that. Select name, marks, rank of over. Based on this over class, it will give the ranks. Over partition by subject, order by marks descending, or order by any column. If you want to give first rank for the highest value, you have to mention descending. If you want to give first rank for the least value, you have to give ascending from table name. If you use like this, what this will do become means, what this rank function will become means, it will give ranks based on separate subjects. In mass, first rank, second rank, third rank, and fourth rank. In science, again, it will separate the ranks. Again, in science, first rank, second rank, third rank, and fourth rank. We got 4 ranks separately based on the subject. You will get like this if you use partition by, which is the correct process. Which is the correct process of calculating the rank. This is the correct process of calculating the rank. If you use partition by, you will get like this. Otherwise, you will get 7 ranks for 4 students, which is incorrect. This particular thing is incorrect. Rank function means this rank function usually skips the rank. It will skips the rank. Rank function will skips the rank whenever it is duplicated. Rank function will skips the rank whenever it is duplicated. Whenever it is duplicated. Whenever it is duplicated. For example, let us think 5 people got first rank. 5 people first rank. And the next rank will be 6th. And next rank will be 6. Because 5 people already got allotted their ranks. And next rank should be 6. This rank function is used to give rank in any entrance exams like that. Rank for entrance exams. If you are writing any entrance exam, if 1 lakh people attended the exam, there will be 1 lakh ranks. There will be 1 lakh ranks. Why? Because they are skipping the ranks. If 10 people got first rank, the next rank is going to be 11. Next rank will not continue one by one. If rank value is getting duplicated, it will skips the rank. We have one more function called dense rank. Dense rank. Dense underscore rank. This dense rank function will give continuous ranks. Continuous ranks, which are nothing but of our progress card ranks. Progress card ranks. In this dense rank function, if 10 people got first rank, the next rank is going to be second. Next rank is going to be second. It is not going to be 11. It is going to be second rank. Even if 10 people again got second rank. The next rank is going to be third only. It will give continuous ranks. We have something called dense ranks. Dense rank function will give continuous ranks. Continuous ranks. For example, here I think let us consider this marks of Ram also 99 in maths. Let us consider 2 people got first rank. There will be no second rank in rank function. 1, 1, 3, 4. Like this, it will skip the rank. As 2 people got first rank, there will be no second rank. It will skip the second rank and it will continue with third rank. When it comes to dense rank, it will give 1, 1 for the people who got 99 marks. For both the people, it will give first rank. And next rank will be second only. It will give continuous ranks. Dense rank will give, third, not fourth. Dense rank will give continuous ranks. It will not skip any rank. Dense rank will give continuous rank. It will not skip any ranks. After that, we have one more function called row number. Row underscore number. Row number. This row number function is used to find how many times this row is repeated or these details are repeated. For example, I have Ram in this table. I have Ram details in for 2 times. I have Ram details for 2 times. I have John details for 2 times. I have Peter details for 2 times. To find how many times this record is repeated, we have to use row number. Same, we will use over based on which column we are giving, over, order by, and partition by. I will get for Ram row number 1 and 2. Where I have the text called Ram, I will get row number 1 and 2 continuously for them. Where I have Sana, I will get 1 and 2 again for the 2 places. For John, I will get 1 and 2. For Peter, I will get 1 and 2. I have 2 times, each value for 2 times. I will get 1 and 2 for each people. If I am getting any value beyond 2, which means for Ram, if I am getting 3. Ram, if I am getting 3. For suppose there is one more record with the name of Ram. And if I am getting 3, which means Ram value is duplicated. Ram value is given more number of times. Like that, we can find how many times the value is duplicated by using row number function. We can find how many times the value is duplicated by using row number function. These are the 3 ranking functions that we have in SQL. Rank, dense rank, and row number. Rank, dense rank, and row number. After that, we have something called statistical function. Statistical functions. In statistical functions, we have 2 functions which are called lag and lead. These are the most important functions, lag and lead. Lag and lead. Lag is used to get previous value, and lead is used to get the next value. Lag and lead. Lag is used to get the previous value and lead is used to get the next value. These functions will be similarly used like ranking functions. We have to write over class and we have to give partition and order by classes. Say similarly like ranking functions. For example, we have a column of employees, table of employees. We have employee name. employee name, year and salary. Year and salary. We have employee name, year and salary. I have only 2 employees. Ram, in the year 2018, his salary is 15K. In the year 2019, his salary is 23K. In the year 2020, his salary is 24K. In the year 2023, his salary is 2021. His salary is 27K. In the year 2021, this is 2021, 2022, his salary is 30K. In the year 2023, his salary is 35K. These are the salaries of Ram. Year-wise salaries. He is working in the company from year called 2018. From those year, that particular year, I have his salaries. And you have one more person called John. Let us consider John joined in 2020. His salary is 22K in the starting, 25K in the next year, 29K in the third year, and 32K in fourth year. Like that, his salary is increased. His salary is increased year-wise. Both Ram's salary and John's salary increased year-wise. For example, if you want to compare the salaries of Ram and John for year 2021, for the year 2021, what will we write? Select name, comma, salary from employee table where year is equal to 2021. If you give where year equal to 2021, where year equal to 2021, it will give only salaries of Ram and John for the year 2021. It will print the output called Ram, John, and their salaries in the year 2021. For John, the salary is 25K, and for Ram, 27K. 27K and 25K. Salary will be shown like this. You can compare their two salaries in the year 2021. What if you want to compare their own previous salary and their own next salary? I want to compare Ram's previous salary with his current salary. We are in the year 2021, and I want to compare what is Ram's previous salary. Ram's previous salary. If you want to find the previous salary, which means 2020 salary, you have to use lag of salary. Lag function will print the previous value, which means it will print 2020 value. What is the salary of Ram in 2020? 24K. 24K. For both, what is the salary of John in 2020? 22K. 22K. It will print previous salaries. After that, if you want to compare the next salary also, you have to use lead function, lead of, and you have to write over partition by and all. Lead will give the next value. After 2021, what is the next salary of John? 29K. What is the next salary of Ram 2022? 30K. We have to print these two things, 30K, 29K. If you consider this table after using lag and lead functions, the table will be like Ram, which is previous salary, which is, what is the previous salary of Ram? 24K. Present salary, which means in the year we are calculating for the year 2021. Present salary is 27K. And the next salary, future salary for Ram is going to be 30K. For the person called John, previous salary is 22K. Current salary is 25K. And next salary is going to be 29K. Like this, we can compare the values within themselves by using the function called statistical functions. We have functions called lag and lead. Lag is used to get the previous value and lead is used to get the next value. Lag is used to get the previous value and lead is used to get next value. These are the functions that we have in SQL. If we know the purpose of using each and every function, we can do research on them and we can use them based on the requirement. But we have to understand the purpose of using each and every function. That is the main motive of this functions class. We have to understand the purpose of using them. And guys, today and tomorrow, prepare for the interview well. Prepare for the SQL classes, prepare for interview. Whatever the topics which you felt that you don't have confidence, prepare on those topics today and tomorrow completely. Tomorrow we will not have any sessions. By today's session itself, we are completing whole SQL syllabus. Today and tomorrow, prepare for interview completely. Day after tomorrow, I will take one session where I will take two sessions where I will revise whole SQL once and I will give most important interview questions for you. I will give most important interview questions. For that particular session, there will be no Zoom class and there will be no recorded session. That's why please try to attend offline. Only offline session will be conducted. I will revise whole SQL from beginning and I will also give interview questions, most important interview questions that will be asked for a fresher interview. And I will give answers for those interview questions also.
Sir, timing, sir.
Normal regular times, 7:15 to 8:30 like that.
Okay, sir.
After that particular session, day after today is Wednesday, tomorrow Thursday, Friday we are going to have interview revision, and Saturday we are going to have mock interviews. Saturday I will take mock interviews. All of you should attend for those mock interviews. Okay. Friday I will take how to attend the interview. All the interview related things I will take on Friday session, and Saturday you have to attend for the mock interviews where you will get a interview experience. And if you attend mock interview, you will lose the nervousness for attending interview. You will feel some more confidence and you will understand how to answer for the questions in the interview. Okay. Today and tomorrow, prepare for the topics which you are not confident. And in the same interview class, I will keep on revising from starting to end. If you have any doubts there, you can ask me one more time.
Okay, sir.
Guys. Okay, guys. Thank you for the session. Bye.
Thank you, sir.